10. "Kuron! Kuron!" The frantic shout from the pen next to his startled Kuron out of a sound sleep, and it was only thanks to his training at the hands of Kefti the Fat that he came awake all at once. "Kuron!" The shout came again, and this time, amid the startled replies and complaints all around him, he knew where it had come from and who it was that had called him. And he grinned, in spite of the panicked tone of Manetka's voice. There was only one reason for that level of panic at this particular time, coming from Manetka. The first egg was hatching. Kuron had actually been expecting this for the past couple of days, and had advised Manetka to move a pallet down into the sand next to the egg, so that if it began to move, he would know immediately. Not that this would make a great deal of difference to the hatching egg, but it would to Manetka, whose hair had begun to stand on end, the shy boy's new habit of constantly and nervously running his fingers through it. So, like Avatra, these babies would be born amid thunder and rain. He considered that a good omen. And another good thing, though not an omen, was that Manetka had begun to come out of his shell since the hatching was so near, to ask questions of Kuron without whispering or mumbling them. He pulled on a wrap and kilt, ducked under the curtain of water pouring off his awning, went into the corridor, and poked his head through the door into Manetka's pen. "So the youngsters will be born amid lightning, just like Avatra. That is a fine omen," he said heartily. Manetka just stared at him, as if he hadn't any idea what Kuron was talking about. With a sigh, Kuron ducked through a second curtain of water and waded out into the sand to see Manetka hovering over the rocking egg, looking very much as if he was going to start pulling his hair out in handfuls next. It might be the middle of the night, but there was no problem seeing him or the egg. Manetka had surrounded the pit with lamps nestled into the sand. "Besides being a good omen," he added helpfully, when the other boy looked at him in doubt, "the one big problem with any kind of hatching egg is drying out in the middle of the process, and it certainly isn't going to dry out in this weather." He waved a hand at the water cascading down off the awning into the deep channels, cut especially to drain it away from the hot sands. The sheeting rain glinted like fabric made from glass in the flickering lamplight. In fact, it looked almost as if he and Manetka and the egg were entirely enclosed in a room hedged in by water. Why is it, I wonder, that babies of all sorts always choose to arrive in the middle of the night, in the middle of the worst weather possible? This time he had a hammer, something he had not had when Avatra hatched. He listened carefully to the egg, putting his ear down next to the rocking shell, until he found the spot where the tapping was coming from inside. "Here," he said, handing the little stone hammer to Manetka and tapping the spot with his index finger. "Use that here. Just tap, don't hit. Remember what I told you, and how we practiced on ostrich eggs. You want to help him crack the shell. He's trying to make an air hole." "But," Manetka wailed. But he took the hammer in a hand that shook like reeds in the wind, and he gave the shell a tap. Not too hard and not too gently. Kuron was proud of him. The tapping from inside stopped for a moment, then began again, with renewed vigor. This was the problem with something as big as a dragon egg. In order to protect the dragonette growing inside, it had to be thick and hard. And when the time came for hatching, it was too thick and hard for the baby to break out unassisted. Dragon mothers helped their eggs to hatch, though no one had ever seen exactly how. They didn't have beaks to hammer at the shell with, nor did they have hands that could hold a rock. But when Ari had spied on the nests of the wild ones, he had heard them working at the outside of the hatching eggs, so he had known that he would have to help Cachette when the time came. Ari had in turn told the story any number of times to anyone who would listen. Foremost among the listeners had, of course, been his dragon boy, then called Vetch, now called by his proper name. The moment when the egg actually cracked all the way through was marked by a sudden change in the tone of the hammer strike. "Stop!" Kuron said, holding up a hand, but Manetka had already stopped and was watching the soft spot breathlessly. A moment, and then the egg rocked violently. A little triangle of shell popped up, and the end of a snout poked out. The lamplight was too dim to make out the color, but it was dark, so the dragonette was probably going to be dark too.
"Is he all right? Is he breathing?"
Manetka asked, on fire with anxiety.
"He's fine. He's got his air hole now. He'll take a rest for a little. Won't you, my lad?"
Kurun crooned. In the lamplight, the tiny nostrils flared and relaxed, as the dragonette took in its first lungfuls of air. While the last of the night ebbed, and the sky gradually lightened to gray, Kurun directed Manetka in the hatching of his egg. Once the others were awake, they gathered around to watch, each of them knowing that when the time came, it would be he who hovered over the rocking egg with a hammer, listening intently to discover where the dragonette within was chipping now, and adding carefully measured hammer blows to the outside. And at last, as Kurun had known it would, the egg rocked violently one last time, and broke into two uneven halves, and the new dragonette sprawled out of it and into the sand. Manetka gave a cry of joy, and Kurun plucked the hammer out of his hand as he flung himself at his new charge.
"Right,"
he told the others, who were crowding closer for a look. "Out, all of you. This baby needs one mother, not 9, and he took a look back over his shoulder and corrected himself. She won't know who it is if you're all shoving your faces at her. Don't worry," he added as he herded them out before him. "You'll get your chances soon enough. In fact, Gan, your egg isn't that much younger than Manetka's, and I'd be surprised if yours didn't start to hatch by tomorrow morning." That at least sent Gan scrambling back to his pen, and the rest of them realized that in the excitement they had all forgotten about breakfast. The baby would be fine for a bit without food, and so would Manetka, even though the latter didn't have a yolk sac to absorb. Kurun had his own leisurely breakfast, and went to check on Avitra, who was trying with all her might to find out what was going on in the next pen, without shoving aside the awning and getting her head wet. He remembered how she had looked when she first hatched, like a heap of wet rubies and topaz. He had known then that she was going to be beautiful, and she was certainly fulfilling his every expectation. She whined at Kurun as soon as she saw him. He grinned. "All right, my love, come along, I'll show you." He put a hand on her shoulder. It was so ingrained in her to never leave the pen without him that he didn't need to chain her, and led her to the pen next door. She didn't like going through the dripping water, but then again, she wanted to see what was going next door so badly she put up with it. Cautiously, she craned her head and neck around the door, and snorted with surprise at the sight of the baby. Manetka was oblivious. He had the dragonette's head in his lap, and its wings spread out on either side of it atop the sand to dry, utterly absorbed in his new charge. "So," Kurun asked his own charge, "what do you think?" He had been right. This baby was going to be one of the dark ones, an indigo blue shading to purple on the extremities and in the wing webs. Avitra stretched her neck out a little farther, without going one step more into the pen, and snorted again, then turned her head to look at him. "Oh no," he told her, smothering a laugh at the sight of her widened eyes. "That's Manetka's baby, not mine." She snorted a third time. Then, evidently content and having seen enough, she pulled her head back and nuzzled his hair, relaxing all over. He patted her shoulder and was momentarily nonplussed to realize just how much higher it seemed than the last time he'd patted it.
"Great good gods, she's putting on another growth spurt. At this rate, she'll be big enough to fly combat within a few moons."
He didn't recall the tea and wild-caught dragonettes growing that fast. Perhaps Tala did slow their growth. But he put that thought aside and led her back to her pen.
"No fear, my love,"
he told her, making a caress of his voice.
"No one could ever take your place."
She gave him a look of renewed confidence with a touch of arrogance, as if to say, "Well, of course not," and flung herself back into the hot sand of her pen. He laughed and went to get a bucket of finely chopped meat and bone for the baby's first meal. They all had dragon boys, of course, not that Kurun ever called on his very much, and the first order of the day was to show Manetka's boy exactly how small to chop the baby's meal. And make sure to get plenty of bone into it, he advised, and some hide and hair. Do you know why? The dragon boy shook his head, but looked attentive. That was a good sign. Evidently, Lord Kamun had made a point of picking out boys who were actually interested in the dragons, and not just taking this as another job. The baby needs bone to make bone of its own, Karan explained, and the hide and hair help keep his insides clean. Oh, like a falcon, the boy said, brightening. And like the hunting cats eat grass. Exactly. Karan beamed at him, and the boy flushed with pride at getting the correct answer. You should also add clean organ meat, too. I know it's a nasty job, but it has to be done. Avatra likes hearts especially. He added as an afterthought. Falcons need organ meat, too, the boy said, nodding as he chopped the meat into the right-sized bits. I used to take care of falcons. That is, I did the cleaning and feeding. I never got to handle them. Well, I was a dragon boy, and my master was a dragon boy. So do your work well, and one day there may be an egg for you too, Karan said, and the boy's face lit up. He carried the bucket of bloody bits off to Manetka with the air of one carrying a holy relic, and Karan had to repress a smile. Land to Lack, he called, gesturing to his dragon boy, who was waiting hesitantly just beside the door of the butchery. Avatra's putting on a growth spurt. I think we'll need 2 barrows each today if she is. Chores don't stop because there's a new dragonette in the pens. Yes, sir, Joust to Karan, sir, said the dragon boy, bobbing his head awkwardly, and trundled a barrow up to the butcher. No, chores didn't stop. Dragons were whining for their breakfast, and today there was one more than there had been yesterday. A good omen. Just before the rains ended, there were 8 new dragonettes in the pens. All of the eggs had hatched successfully. Manetka's female was the indigo purple. Orist ended up with a brilliant blue male the color of a beetle's wings. Kalen got a brown and gold female. Pei-Atep a scarlet and sand male. Gan found himself with a solid green male. Osset Ra with a coppery female shading to red. Huras, the baker's son, got the biggest and most striking dragonette of all. A blue to purple to scarlet female that weighed almost twice as much on hatching as the others. Jousters were still coming to have a look at her, for she was a real beauty, and no Altan had ever seen such a dragonette before. And Toreth got the quietest, another female, a blue-black shading to silver blue, who, if she was not the largest or the most brightly colored, already showed a striking level of intelligence. All of them were demanding. All of them were constantly hungry. Karan was getting a good idea of how lucky he had been to get Avatra, who had been quiet and good compared to this lot. They certainly kept their mothers on the run. Now the boys were finding out exactly how much work it was going to be to raise a dragonette. There was not one complaint out of the lot of them, not even a whisper of a complaint, not even from Orist, who was now so busy that all of his outside friends never saw him any more, unless they came to the compound, and even then, they found themselves playing a poor second to Orist's beloved Wastet. Orist was as utterly besotted as Karan had been, and it was his friends who were doing the complaining that Orist was not amusing anymore and had no time for gossip. Toreth might have missed this new maturity, but his twin Caliph, without the preoccupation of a dragonette, did not. So after the first moon, with no sign of lapsing on Orist's part, not even when he was so tired by the time the sun went down that he was staggering, Orist became the last of Kuran's wing to be taken in and made privy to Toreth's plans for the future. For by then, the first growth spurt was over, with Avatra's history in mind, and comparing all the dragonettes, Kuran had the notion that this was the point where the first failures generally occurred in the wild. If parents couldn't manage to bring enough to satisfy all of the dragonettes during the point where they were the most vulnerable and needed one parent with them constantly, it would be the smallest and the youngest who failed to compete for food and died. That was perhaps why there had been so much whining and begging in the first moon. Although they were not sharing the same nest, they could hear each other, and every time one started begging, it would set the rest off. It was competition to live, competing for the next mouthful, because things might thin out at any moment, and the dragonet that got the most food now was that much closer to making it to fledging. Now, though, they had all put on enough weight that they had a small reserve, and the constant begging eased off, much to the relief of their riders and all those who had to come anywhere near the pens. All 9 human members of the wing gathered in Avatra's pen. Avatra regarded them with a sleepy, indulgent gaze, too old now to be disturbed by voices and lamplight if she chose to sleep. They had discovered that although the rains were over, it was still necessary to keep the awnings up over the pens after dark, for every night a great storm would sweep across the city, coming from the sea, spreading southward and growing in strength as it moved. These, Charon had to presume, were the out-of-season storms that had so crippled the Tian jousters. The Magi had, predictably, not troubled themselves to warn the jousters of the little fact that the storms would be continuing after dark. It was just a good thing that everyone had felt the storms building and had rushed out to cover the pens before much rain came down. They were, however, relatively minor, coming as they did in the night, without the added energy that the heat of the day generated farther south. The Altan jousters were hardly affected at all, except for needing to draw the awnings over the sandpits. Not so the Tians. Altan patrols found the storms raging over Tian territory vicious enough that they had to turn back at the border. And not so the poor fledglings. They were still being taken, but now it was under cover of darkness, rather than just after dawn. Charon tried not to think about their plight too much. There wasn't anything he could do for them, although Torith had told him in confidence that Caliph was going to try to find out, if not what was being done to them, at least how they were faring. But he couldn't help thinking about them, even tonight when he was enjoying the company of the others, when the storms rolled overhead, moving for the south. "Charon," said Gan, recapturing his attention, "when do you think the dragonets will fledge?" He shoved his concerns to the back of his mind. "I think, given how fast the babies are growing, that you'll be riding them when the camisine starts," Charon told them all. "They seem to be growing faster than Avatra did. I think it's the amount of food they're putting away." "They're certainly doing that," Huras said ruefully. His little one was eating half again as much as the others, and growing proportionately faster. "Now, brother, you had better be glad of that," Peatep said jovially, slapping him on the back. "You are no lightweight. It is a good thing that your little lady is going to be the biggest of the lot." "I may well be a lightweight before this is over and she is fully grown," groaned Huras. "It seems all I do is run back and forth with her food." "Well," Menetka said in his quiet voice, "according to Charon, they'll be doing more sleeping and be less demanding now. Since they're bigger, they'll be able to hold more food and could go longer between meals, I suppose." He looked at Charon, who nodded. "So we'll have some freer time to read and plan what's coming next?" "More to the point, I think we need to begin jousting training on the ground," Charon told them. "That was why I asked you to come here tonight. If the dragonets are up to flying by the time of the camisine, then once they get their skills, we must be ready to train them. You, Huras. There is something in particular I want you and Tathulan to train in. Or to be more precise, there is a particular task I want you to train for." The way he said that got all of their attention. "Oh," said Huras. "You're thinking of your mentor, Jouster Ari, and his cachette, aren't you?" said Torith shrewdly. "You know we're going to have to face him, and I have the feeling that you don't want him hurt." Charon nodded. "Ari is honorable, and he has a conscience, and I know for a fact he has never harmed anyone who was not fighting him," he replied. "And he is my friend. In fact, he is more than my friend." He looked around the little group. "It is time that I told the true tale of my escape from Tia." As all of them hung upon his words, he softly related how Avatra had unexpectedly fledged, and how he had been pursued by Tian jousters, how they managed to outdistance all but Ari, and how, seeing Ari, he had tried to fall to his death rather than be captured and see Avatra taken from him. It had been long enough now that all of them were besotted with their dragonets as he was. He could see it in their faces that they understood when he told them that he would rather have died than lose her, and rather die than see her torn from him and given over into the care of someone who saw her only as another weapon of war. He told them how Ari and Cachette caught and saved him, and then how Ari became the co-conspirator in his escape, even to giving his own gold of honor to the Bedu to pay for their help. When he was done, he saw a change in their faces. Until today, even Jouster Ari had been just another faceless Tian enemy. Now, though they did not know Ari as he did, they did know that none of them could kill him. There was not a dragon alive that could best Cachette until now, he continued. But Huras, when she's full grown, your Tathulan can. She'll outweigh Cachette for certain. I want to work out some way that we can drive Cachette to the ground and take Ari out of the combat without killing him. All well and good, said Toreth, but then what? If he's grounded, it won't matter, Kuran said firmly. And if every time he flies to combat, he finds himself grounded, either he will stop flying combats and start doing something else, or the captain of jousters will find another job for him. He shrugged. The point is, he's the equivalent of 3 jousters. Take him out, and we take out a third of a wing. Toreth nodded slowly. I'd like to capture him, actually. If he's as honorable as you say, we might be able to get him to swear to take himself and Cachette out of Tia altogether until the war is over. Kuran heaved a sigh of relief. I was hoping you would suggest that, he said. I don't want either of them to suffer. Honestly, neither do I, Toreth admitted with a smile. I had much rather meet him and one day learn from him. The first man to raise a tame dragon. I want to hear his story from his own lips. Kuran thought of Ari, how very lonely he had seemed to be, and how well he would fit in with this group. If only fate had not placed them on opposite sides of the conflict. It wasn't fair. Well, now at least he had the wing on his side. It would not be hard to persuade Lord Kaman that Huras should devote himself to taking the infamous jouster Ari out of the sky. And after that, well, he very much doubted that the Lord of the Jousters would care what happened, so long as Ari and Cachette were no longer a factor in the fighting. The rest of us need to learn some new techniques, too, he continued. It seems to me that we ought to be able to outfly the Tians. I'm not entirely sure that we need to engage in close combat with them if we can find some other way of dealing with them, and it ought to be possible to train our dragons to put up with missiles going past their ears, too. Avatra has certainly learned. You're thinking of using bows, Orist said, looking nervous. He shook his head. No, I was thinking of slings and clay pellets. Dragons have an instinct to snap at things going by their heads, and they tend to catch arrows in mid-flight. And the truth is, I would rather not interfere with that instinct. It might save our lives. But Avatra ignores clay pellets. He wouldn't have to hit a man hard enough in the head to knock him out or kill him. All it would take would be a hit. He'd be distracted. Or you might get a good hit on the arm and he'd lose his lance. Avatra learned to tolerate the sling whirling around quite quickly out in the desert. New techniques are going to make us 10 times more effective than the jousters who are not going to be ready for them. For a while, at least, Gan said thoughtfully. A jouster being pelted could start to carry a shield. So you Stinger's dragon's rump, countered Osset-Ra. No wild-caught dragon, no matter how much Tala is in her, is going to react well to that. As tough as their hide is, it would have to be a stone rather than a clay pellet, mused Manetka. Still, it's a good idea, and it will nullify their numerical advantage faster than just getting equal numbers out there. Without the dragons giving the Tians the advantage, our casualty rate is going to drop, on the ground as well as in the sky. Toreth raised an eyebrow and exchanged a significant look with Kuran. Kuran thought he knew what Toreth was thinking. If the casualty rate drops, what happens to the Magi who are counting on a certain number of deaths to prolong their lives? Who will they allow to run short first? Themselves? Ha! If the Great Ones were depending on magic to keep them going, and the magic ran out, well, they could very well die. And that could mean that Torith and Calith would be on the twin thrones, and in a position to stop the war altogether, a lot faster than they had thought. That can only be good, was all he said, and Torith nodded. The talk might have gone on long into the night if they had no one to think about but themselves, but of course they didn't. "I have a hungry dragonette to feed in the morning," Orist said, getting to his feet and stretching. "As if the rest of us didn't," retorted Gan. "You're right, though. Morning is going to come far too quickly." The rest of them said their good nights and went back to their pens, all but Torith, who lingered for a moment. "Were you thinking about the Magi?" he asked, coming straight to the point. Kurun nodded. "But don't forget, they aren't to be trusted," he warned. "They could find some other means of gathering years. They haven't resorted to outright, cold-blooded murder yet." "That we know of," corrected Torith. Kurun shivered involuntarily. "That we know of," he agreed. "Still, if they were desperate." "Then we have to deal with them before they realize they are that desperate," Torith replied grimly. "Just so you know." And with that, he returned to his pen as well, leaving Kurun to put out his lamps and climb into his own cot. His mind played host to some very disturbing thoughts before sleep finally claimed him.
"Father says they've taken the spy out of the household," Aket Ten announced happily the next time he came to visit her. "And the priest in charge of all of the far-sighted winged ones came to visit him right after."
"Really?" he said. "I'll tell you what, let's take this into your garden, just to be on the safe side." With the coming of good weather, it was possible to actually enjoy that courtyard with its lattice pool that lay just outside her room. It was his considered opinion that she spent far too much time in the library, or otherwise indoors. She nodded and opened the door into the green space. It was a distinct improvement over being inside, especially on such a warm, pleasant day with the scent of blooming lattas in the air. The courtyard was covered in grass, not pavement, and the two of them were able to sprawl at their ease in the sunlight. Aket Ten brought a bread loaf out with her. It wasn't long before she was breaking off crumbs to feed the fat carp that lazed in the pool.
"Now, this important priest that came to see your father, is that good or bad news?"
Kurun asked warily.
"Good news,"
she assured him with a laugh. "He told my father that none of the winged ones had sensed anything from me, and they were sure that if I still had my powers, I would have made every effort to speak from afar with my teachers." She giggled. He sensed it was because she was a little giddy with relief, rather than she actually thought it was funny. "So they don't know you don't trust them anymore." "Good," he replied. She nodded and dusted the last of the crumbs off her hands.
"He offered Father his condolences. Father said it made for an interesting conversation. It seemed as if Father said that he was disappointed and relieved all at the same time."
"Maybe he was," Kurun said, thinking aloud. "If he's really unhappy about the way that the Magi are using the fledglings, he could be relieved that they aren't going to be able to use you anymore. But on the other hand, since everyone thought you were going to be so strong in your powers, and now think that you aren't, he's disappointed."
"Well, he can just go on being disappointed," she replied tartly and resentfully.
Not that he blamed her. He'd have been resentful and holding a grudge if he had been in her place.
"And if he's upset about the way the fledglings are being used, why doesn't he stop them? Anyway, Father thinks it's safe for me to go back."
Kurun sucked on his lower lip for a moment. "It could be. But let's think about how. I wouldn't bet that the Magi are going to take the word of the winged ones as true. I don't think the Magi trust anyone. I think that as soon as you are back in your home, they'll send someone to have a look at you."
"So?" she asked, hesitation creeping into her voice.
"So I think you ought to be ready to give them a show," he told her, and pushed himself up out of the grass. "Let's go find that crafty Acadian healer of yours, and see what he thinks." The Acadian,
who was a short, bandy-legged fellow with a knowing look to him and a full, bushy head of silver-streaked curly black hair, had plenty of ideas and was just as suspicious of the Magi as Kuran was. "You'll keep those amulets, of course," he told Akhet-Ten brusquely. "I don't care how good those Magi are. My amulets will make them think you are a perfectly ordinary girl." It took them a little while to put the show together, but when they were through, even the suspicious Akkadian was satisfied that it was going to hold up to scrutiny. Furthermore, he agreed to be there the next time that Lord Yatiran came to visit, in order to add his weight of authority and experience to Akhet-Ten's pleas for caution. Kuran went back to the compound feeling that Akhet-Ten's safety was in capable hands. Kuran was not there at Lord Yatiran's villa when the cart from the country brought Akhet-Ten back home again, but as it happened, by purest chance he was visiting Akhet-Ten a day later, sitting with her in her courtyard, when a servant came and requested her presence in her father's chamber. "My lord said to tell you that there is a distinguished visitor to see you." Kuran and Akhet-Ten exchanged a glance. They both knew that distinguished visitor meant that one of the Magi had, as Kuran had predicted, decided to come to see for himself, if Akhet-Ten had really lost her powers. "Tell my father that I will be there shortly," she said. "I'd like to come along," said Kuran when they were alone in the courtyard again. "I've never seen a Magus, and Lord Yatiran didn't say that you were to come alone." "No," she admitted thoughtfully. "He didn't. And he knows you're here. I think it's a good idea, and I have the feeling that he would like you to be there." So when a rather different version of Akhet-Ten emerged from her chamber, he got a chance to see what his suggestions and the Akkadians looked like in practice. If he hadn't known what was going on, he'd have been shocked to his toes by how wretched she looked. Firstly, Akhet-Ten looked shrunken and unnaturally thin, which was the effect of wearing a gown that was 2 sizes too big for her, with a belt to match. That had been the Akkadian's idea, to make it appear that she had lost an enormous amount of weight and might still be weak and sickly. Her hair was dull, lank, and stringy, a bit of oil combed through it and dirt dusted in afterward. There were dark shadows under her eyes, a touch of coal smudged beneath them, and her skin looked sallow, effective use of a very expensive bit of saffron rubbed into the skin to make it yellowed. The Akkadian had coached her on how to move. Kuran hadn't seen that part of the preparations, but the clever healer had evidently done a fine job of teaching her, for she looked timid, uncertain, and lacking in all self-confidence. He escorted her to her father's private audience chamber, and had the satisfaction of seeing a startled look on the face of the stranger who was waiting there. As he had said, he had never seen one of the Magi before. Somehow he had gotten the image of a wizened, oily, unpleasant little sneak. The stranger was indeed unpleasant, but it was because he oozed arrogance. Some might have considered him a handsome man, save for that. He was neither oily nor wizened, and gave no impression of being a sneak. Rather, he was out of the same mold as the most obnoxiously proud and self-assured Tian jousters that Kuran had known. "He thinks that whether or not we know it, he knows that he is the master here. He knows that he can take whatever he wants, whenever he wants it, and there is nothing we can do about it." The man's attitude put his back up, but Kuran controlled his reactions and his temper. The last thing he wanted the Magus to know was that he had the measure of the man. "He assumes I'm just a foolish boy, like Orist used to be. I want him to go on assuming that." Akhet-Ten stood before the visitor with her head bowed, her shoulders hunched. The Magus looked down at her with a dissatisfied expression, but his words were pleasant enough. "I am told that your powers have faded, young fledgling," he said in a voice that would have sounded kindly if you hadn't been aware of the anger beneath it. "Yes, my lord," Akhet-Ten whispered. "I am sorry. All that I have left is the speech of beasts. I tried and tried, but after that morning when the Magi came to test us, they said it was gone, all gone." She shook her head, and her shoulders shook. The Magus hopefully took that for silent sobs, but Kuran had a feeling that she was shaking with rage. I was so sick after. I hope, the Magus said, accusation in his voice, that you are not implying that the Magus who came to test you somehow stole your powers from you. Oh, no, she whimpered. No, I never intended that. No, it was something else. Woman's troubles. My own weakness. A pity, the man said, and his lip curled with contempt. It was just a momentary lapse, but Lord Yatirin saw it as well as Kuran, and although his lordship kept his face impassive, Kuran saw one hand curl involuntarily into a fist before Lord Yatirin relaxed it. A pity indeed. Those who flower early often fade quickly, it is said. Too bad. His voice held not only contempt, but anger, and perhaps a hint of irritation. Well, the speech of beasts is hardly going to be of much use to your people and your country, girl. I suggest you get yourself a husband, then. This boy, perhaps, would do, if he is a friend of yours. His eyes flickered over to Kuran, passing over him with no interest. Pass your powers on to your children, and if the gods favor you, they'll have more staying power than you did. Kuran found his jaw dropping at such cold, calculated rudeness, and even Lord Yatirin gasped with anger. But the Magus was turning away. My thanks and my condolences, my lord, he called over his shoulder. I can find my own way out. Kuran held his breath. Akhet-Ten remained with her head bowed for a very long time, then finally raised it with a face full of mischief. It's all right, she said, with some of her old merriness. He's gone, the arrogant pig. For half a debek I would follow after him and beat him like a thieving slave, Lord Yatirin snarled. The nerve! To so insult my own daughter, in front of me, and in my own house. You have your revenge in that you've successfully stolen what he wanted right from under his nose, my lord, Kuran reminded him. And in fact, he has given you and your daughter every excuse you need to send her to the Jouster's compound. No one will think twice that she seeks to use the last of her gifts there, and most will believe it is because she wishes also to have my company, and that you are not opposed to this. The moment the words were out of his mouth, he flushed. Not that he would have taken them back. But Akhet-Ten gave him a significant look, and her father a speculative one. And when Akhet-Ten murmured, "And who is to say that I do not?" her father's look of speculation turned to a sly smile. Kuran felt a wave of heat pass over his entire body, and the fact that he knew he was blushing only made him flush the more. That is a good plan, was all that Lord Yatirin said, however, for which he was very grateful. It takes her far from the temple of the twin gods, so that there is little chance our ruse will be detected as she hones her powers in secret. The Magi visit the Jouster's compound so seldom that it is unlikely she will ever be forced to endure the company of one again, and she will be with her brother and her friends. I will call upon Lord Kaman this very afternoon and arrange it. Her help will be very much appreciated. I promise you, my lord, Kuran said hastily. And with that in mind, perhaps I should return. Tell the others, make preparations. He knew he was babbling, but he couldn't seem to stop his mouth from spouting nonsense. We'll be. Good morning, then, to you both. I'll take my leave. And with that he turned and fled, and was only grateful not to hear Akhet-Ten's giggles joining her father's amused laughter. When he got back to the compound, he found it in an uproar, but since virtually everyone was smiling or even laughing, any alarm he had felt at the noise faded to nothing, and eventually he found out what the cause was. Manetka's imperious little indigo-purple dragon, living up to her royal colors, was not inclined to wait patiently for anything she felt she was entitled to, and when Manetka had not appeared the moment she bleated for her afternoon meat, she had elected to go and find it, and him, for herself. She had wandered through the whole compound before she was through, sticking her nose into pens and demanding her mother and her food of whoever or whatever was in there. The wild-caught dragons all knew what a baby was, and even the swamp dragons began bellowing on her behalf for her mother. For although no dragon would tend the offspring of another unless its own young had died, all dragons protected and defended any dragonette. This in turn brought the dragon boys and anyone else within hearing, but since not one of them was Mother, Bethlyn ignored them. And they all wanted to see what she would do next, so Bethlyn toddled up and down the pens, leaving noise and confusion in her wake, until at long last she found her mother Menetka in the butchery, helping his dragon boy chop up her meal. By this time she was so tired that Menetka and the boy had to load her up into a barrow and trundle her back to her pen. She was very tired and a little cold, but no worse for wear, fortunately. If she'd gotten too cold, I think she would have joined an adult dragon in its pen, Menetka told Kurun, still scarlet with chagrin. I think you're probably right. She had the wit to come looking for you. I think she would have had the wit to go lie down somewhere warm, Kurun agreed, covering his mirth. I'm not sure I want to go putting barriers across the doors, though, just yet. Let's wait and see if she does it again, before we think about doing that. She won't, Menetka said firmly, ears still red. I won't let her get hungry again. In stark contrast to imperious little Bethlyn, Peatep's scarlet and sand Dioth was the shyest dragon Kurun had ever seen. When all the fuss had died down, and he checked on all the little ones to make sure they were in their pens, he found Peatep in the farthest corner of his, crooning over Dioth, who was shivering with fear and hiding his head in Peatep's tunic. What's wrong with him? Kurun asked, but very, very quietly. He didn't want to upset the little one more than he already was. Nothing, really, Peatep said, with far more calm than Kurun would have felt if it had been Avatra. He's high-strung and sensitive, and I am glad it's me that has him, and not Menetka. Why? Kurun asked. Peatep raised his eyebrows. Well, the shyest rider with the shyest dragon? Think about it. We'd never get them off the ground. Peatep ran his hands down the baby's sides. Poor little fellow. This happens in cats sometimes, lions mostly, but sometimes cheetahs. One is born that just jumps at everything. You just have to coax them, and make sure that they never fail badly enough at anything to frighten them off it. He chuckled as the dragonette relaxed and stopped shivering. There now, you see? It's all right. Nothing bad happened, little one. I want you lot to start coming into the pen at odd times, and bring a nice little tidbit with you every time you do. He has to start learning that new things can be nice things. It's the only way to get him through this stage. But once we do, he'll be as brave as a lioness, won't you, my handsome fellow? I'll pass the word, Kurun promised, and walked out softly but confidently. As he told the others what Peatep had requested, he reflected that here, if he wanted it, was another omen. So far it seemed that the dragonette was matched perfectly to the boy who had gotten it. Menetka had the boldest, who was pulling him into the center of attention, which was good for the boy. And Peatep, experienced handler of big hunting cats, had the shyest, he who was best equipped to handle such a problem baby out of his own vast experience. So Toreth has the quietest but the smartest, I've seen that too already, and for someone who doesn't particularly want to draw attention to himself right now, that is the ideal combination. I wonder if that means that Osset Ra's Apet Ma is going to shred his best tunics and kilts so that he loses some of that vanity. He already knew what Gan's dragon meant to him. Gan, who had never taken anything seriously before his dragon hatched, was utterly, completely, wholeheartedly besotted. He was just as in love with the gentle Caliph as Caliph was with him. And as for Orest, well, Orest's Wastet was, next to Bethlyn, the most demanding of the lot. Everything had to be just so for Wastet, his meat chopped to a certain size, his pen cleaned at once, his water absolutely pure and fresh. There was no longer room in Orest's world for close enough. As for Huras, that was a perfect match too. The huge Tathulen was so good-natured that the perfectionist was learning to slow down and relax a little. Huras was coming to understand that sometimes close enough was good enough. Wiry little Kalen had brought all of his experience as a falconer to taking care of Atman, who repaid his impeccable care with an outpouring of single-hearted love, which you just did not get from a bird of prey. So even Kalen, who Kuran had thought was probably the perfect candidate for taking care of a tame dragon, without having to be taught anything, was learning something. And I am learning something from all of them, he thought, as he stood in the doorway of Avatra's pen, and listened to the little sounds coming from all of the pens. Indeed I am. Now as long as I can keep a little ahead of them, we'll be all right. 11. 3 days later, Akhet-Ten made her first appearance in the Jouster's compound. She was accompanied by Lord Kaman, who told Kuran's wing that he wished to see how she would fare in communication with the dragons for himself. The boys had been singularly uninterested in Orest's little sister, and had not been enthusiastic about leaving their precious charges to greet her. That all changed the moment they set eyes on her. "By the gods," Gan whispered to Kuran, as all of the boys of Kuran's wing gathered to greet her. "What happened to Orest's little sister?" "She grew up," Kuran replied shortly, a little dismayed at Gan's words, and surprised to feel a surge of jealousy. Akhet-Ten looked, well, wonderful. She had somehow achieved a compromise between the hoyden she had been and that elegant, slightly overpainted lady he had first seen in the Temple of All Gods. She looked quite comfortable in her skin, and yet there was no doubt whatsoever that she had, in very fact, grown up. Even Toreth was giving her an interested and intrigued look. Yes, every one of the boys was eyeing her with varying degrees of speculation and interest except Orest himself. Orest was apparently oblivious to the change. He still looked bored and clearly wished himself elsewhere. "I have work to do," he whispered irritably to Kuran. "You'd think they'd leave me out of this welcoming party." He shook his head. "She's bad enough now as a know-it-all. This is just going to swell her pride like a toad in the rain." That his wingmates did not share his impatience didn't seem to register with him at all. Akhet-Ten didn't look like someone whose pride was going to swell over all the attention. She looked like someone who knew she had a job to do and was determined to do it well. The encounter with the Magi had changed her profoundly, Kuran decided at last. It had dispelled some cherished illusions and had forced her to look at the world around her with a high degree of skepticism. He felt sorry for her. The confident child he had rescued back in the swamp was gone. On the other hand, the cautious girl who had taken the child's place would be a bit easier to live with.
"Do you think you are prepared to attempt a wild-caught dragon?" Lord Kaman asked Akhet-Ten. "You need not fear them now. I am sure that your brother must have told you that we have been working intensively with them, and that though one must be cautious around them, you need not fear them."
Where did that come from? I must have been wool-gathering. Kuran shook his head. He had been so busy staring that he had completely lost track of the conversation. Akhet-Ten hesitated, then answered carefully. "My lord, the problem is not that I am afraid of the wild-caught dragons, it is the Tala. It makes their thoughts so sluggish that I cannot effectively reach them. So while I can easily tell Avatra what it is that Kuran would like her to do, with a wild-caught dragon, I do not believe that I could get past the Tala and its own natural resistance to captivity. I fear that the best I could manage would be to read it, to tell you how it is feeling at that moment."
"Annoying," the Lord of the Jousters sighed. "Ah, well, that is better than nothing. You can tell us when they are overdrugged or underdrugged, and if they are injured, ill, or in season. That is something at least."
She shrugged. "There are many things I can tell you that may help. Animals can suddenly conceive of a dislike for a person or an object, and I can tell you if that happens. I can exert some calming influence on them, provided they have not been provoked into rage. And I can certainly help with the training of the tame ones," she said firmly. "It will be of no difficulty whatsoever to explain to them what is wanted. If they all grow up like Avatra, they will be eager to please, and need only to be told what to do in order to make a try at it."
"Well then, there is a swamp dragon that has been looking a bit seedy of late," Lord Kaman said briskly. "That would be Pei Alet, ridden by Hotef Ba. Let us see what you can make of him."
With Akhet 10 at Lord Kaman's side, and the dragon boys trailing along behind, they all paraded over to the part of the compound where Karan seldom ventured, the pens of the swamp dragons. He had not had much to do with the swamp dragons since advising Lord Kaman on ways to retrain them, though Menetka's Bethlin had wandered in twice more looking for her mother. As they all moved along the corridor, heads rose on long necks, craning over the walls to peer at the interlopers. Slightly smaller heads on slimmer necks than Kuran was used to in an adult dragon. The forehead was broader than that of a desert dragon, though, and the nasal area smaller, and he wondered if they had all been a bit hasty in thinking of the swamp dragons as less intelligent than their desert cousins. Their colors were more muted and less metallic than those of the desert dragons, and instead of having colors that shaded on all of the extremities to a different color, or something lighter or darker, only the bellies shaded to a lighter version of their base color. But what they lacked in brightness of color, they made up for in subtle patterning. With few exceptions, virtually all of them sported diamond-in-diamond patterns down their backs in subtle variations of their base colors. He could see how this would be valuable in the swamp. If they were lying in a hot mud pool, they would look much like the surface of the pool, and if they chose to swim in the clearer water, that lighter belly could disguise them from below, both from the enormous carp that formed part of their diet and from the crocodiles that lurked on the bottom. Even a dragon had a reason to fear a really big crocodile. They came to the pen of the ailing dragon, who looked up and grunted at their entrance. He was a brown, and he lolled in his pool of hot water with more lethargy than Kuran was used to seeing in a dragon that wasn't trying to sleep through the rains.
"Do you need to touch him?" Lord Kaman asked. "If so, I will send for his dragon boy."
"No, that will not be necessary, my lord," Akhet 10 replied, with a faint frown of concentration. She stretched out her right hand as if she meant to touch the dragon, but she remained in the doorway, well out of reach. Too much tala, not enough food, my lord," she said after a moment, her voice sounding distant and preoccupied. Her eyes stared off into space somewhere, looking distinctly unfocused. "Something put him off his food at some point recently, a stomach ailment perhaps, but his dragon boy was trying to make sure he still got his full dose. Except that as he lost weight, it was a larger dose than he needed, and the overdose of tala has made him lethargic and put him further off his food, which, of course, will make him lose more weight." She dropped her hand, blinked, and looked up at the Lord of the Jousters, who himself looked impressed. "Can you afford to take him off the fighting roster and put him on a half ration of tala until he returns to fighting weight?" she asked. "That would be the surest way to get him to recover, and the fastest." Lord Kaman visibly weighed the options.
"I believe I will have to," he said at last. "He's really not effective now. How long do you think it will take?"
She shrugged. "Half a moon?" she guessed. "For all that I have been studying them, this is the first dragon I have had any contact with besides Avatra."
"Half a moon on half rations of tala, and all he can eat," said Lord Kaman to the dragon boy in question, who looked very nervous indeed. Half rations of tala for a dragon meant a great deal less control over him. "I think, my lord," said Kuran, as an idea occurred to him, "that during this period, if it can be managed, you should let his food walk to him on its own 4 legs. Or perhaps, too, it might be easier to send in chickens or ducks and geese." "Eh?"
Kaman turned to stare at him. "I mean, we should force-feed the tala ration to a sheep or several live fowl and then drive them into the pen," Kuran elaborated. "He's wild-caught,
He's used to catching and killing his own food. Let him have live food while he's recovering his strength. It will taste better to him, which will perk his appetite, and having something to kill might help him with aggression. And the boy will not have to wheel a barrel full of meat close to a testy dragon, Lord Kaman mused. I think that is a good compromise. Can you manage it? He asked the dragon boy. My lord, if it will keep me out of the range of his teeth, I can manage nearly anything, the boy said fervently. Kurun could only reflect how fortunate it was that this was a swamp dragon. The pen was cleaned daily by flushing the pool, which was done from outside. If it had been a desert dragon on half rations, well, he was not sure even leaving it chained short would be protection enough for a boy to clean the pen. I will continue to watch his progress, Akhet 10 added. And as soon as I think he is ready, we can put him on his full tala ration the same day. Already you prove your worth, Kaman said warmly, looking as if he was going to pat her on the head, but stopping before acting on the impulse. Akhet 10, I am pleased to have your services. Our gain is the winged one's loss. Now I come to a question. Will quarters among the female servants of our compound offend you? Your father specifically asked that you be housed here, but I have no better place to put you. I can arrange for a suite of several rooms with a bathing room to yourself, however. I can simply give you all 4 of the rooms around a courtyard. The quarters are plain and small, but they are clean and private. She grinned, and for a fleeting moment, Kurun saw the old Akhet 10. Such an arrangement will not displease me at all, my lord. I can send to my father for things to make such rooms more comfortable, if you could show me now. So I shall. Kaman looked at the boys of Kurun's wing as if he had only just realized they were there. Well, have you nothing to do? He growled. Yes, my lord, came a ragged chorus of voices as they scattered before his glare like a covey of quail. But not before several of them had cast Akhet 10 a final appreciative glance. Kurun might have thought that she was oblivious to these attentions, but he caught her watching them under half-lowered eyelids, and saw the little smile of satisfaction she wore as she turned to follow Lord Kaman to her new quarters. He groaned. That was hardly fair. Now he was going to have to compete with all the others. Asit Ra with his handsome face, Gan with his glib tongue, Torith with all of his advantages. No, that was not fair at all. How in the name of all the gods was he to compete with all of that? Well, he could still do one thing that the others couldn't yet. He and Avatra could fly, and the servants' quarters were just off the practice field. If she was in her courtyard and looked up, she would not be able to avoid seeing the 2 of them flying. Avatra was only just big and heavy enough now to begin practicing that maneuver of Ari's that had saved Kurun's life, and of all the tricks that he planned for his wing, that was the one he wanted them to master first. Yes, they practiced over the net, but so had the Tian jousters, and an accident had happened anyway that would have ended in a death had Ari and Cachette not been there. If anyone from his wing fell from the back of his dragon, Kurun wanted everyone else to know how to catch him. They were in the first stages of the trick at the moment. They were using a bag of barley half the weight of a man. One of the other jousters carried it over his saddle and let it slip off at a prearranged signal. Kurun had Avatra stationed at hover immediately below, so that the bag didn't fall far or build up much momentum before she caught it, ducking her head under and sliding it along her neck to where he grabbed it. Even so, they missed about half the time, which might have been discouraging if Kurun hadn't known how long it had taken Ari and Cachette to master the exercise. And unlike Ari, who had faced the scorn and amusement of his fellow jousters right up until the moment when he actually saved someone, the Altan jousters, who were knocked from their saddles far too often by the Tians with their bigger dragons, were well aware of the value of this trick. They only wished that their dragons would be willing to learn it. The fact that eventually there would be at least 9 fighting Altan dragons who knew how to pluck a falling man out of the air provided a great deal of comfort to them. So Kurun had full cooperation and help from the rest of the jousters in the compound. It didn't matter what they were doing at the time. When the one that was currently practicing with him had trouble with his swamp dragon growing restive over the unwelcome proximity of a desert dragon, another rider was willing to take the place of the first. He and Avatra also practiced jousting, of course, but he had more of a mind to take to the sky with a sling rather than a lance. Avatra would have to be full-sized before he could joust, but he could use a sling now. The greatest limitation was that at the moment she was not strong or fast enough to fly to combat zones and return on the same day. They practiced until both dragon and rider were tired. Kuran got in a little target practice while on the wing, just to keep Avatra used to the idea, then brought her in for a much-anticipated grooming and feeding. He was not at all unhappy to see Aket 10 waiting for him in the landing courtyard when they came in. Now that growing season had begun, and with it, warmer weather, she was wearing linen gowns instead of wool. And although it wasn't the semi-transparent mist linen favored by the priestess of Tia, her current gown certainly left less to the imagination than the woolen gowns she'd been wearing during the rains. The wind kicked up by Avatra's wings as she landed molded the front of the gown as tight to Aket 10's form as if it had been wet. He felt his ears grow hot. "You two look very good," Aket 10 said as he dismounted. She held out a hand for Avatra, who was perfectly happy to slide her head under it for a rub. "I would have expected her to be as clumsy as a puppy, trying anything that complicated." "It isn't the first time," he admitted, then added awkwardly, "You look very nice." The compliment sounded very flat to him, even as he spoke it, but what else was he to say? "You are prettier than any of the women who chased Ari," was not better. "And you don't look like a little girl anymore," was even worse. She dimpled at him. "My Akkadian friend Heklatus had some very good ideas about how I should dress and act, and made sure to help me make these things into habits, as well as rebuilding my wardrobe," she said with some amusement. "For a man who does not find women attractive, he has excellent taste and sound notions. I miss my tunics, but I might as well keep my child lock as stick to the things I used to wear," she sighed. "I wish it was not the case, but he convinced me that how I will dress for the next several years will profoundly affect how people treat me. If I am to be taken seriously, and not dismissed as a hysterical child when I accuse the Magi of wrongdoing, then I must sacrifice some of my freedom and dress the part of a woman. I am quite indebted to him, actually. Even people who knew me in my cradle have been treating me as if they had just realized that I do know what I am doing, and I am not having childish tantrums." "They are treating you as an adult, because you look like one as well as act like one," Karan agreed. "Even your father was affected." Then added, "Oh, except Orest, of course." "Ha, of course," she laughed. "When has a brother ever treated a younger sister as if she had grown up?" Possibly when he realizes that Gan, Osset Ra, and Torith are flirting with her, Kuran thought. And the thought gave him a feeling of gloom for a moment. After all, how could he even hope to compete with the likes of them? Wealth, power, the highest breeding. But I am the wing leader and trainer, he reminded himself. They don't have that, and they're still tending babies, not flying combat training. "Have you gone to see the dragonettes yet?" he asked. She laughed. "If I hadn't, the others of your wing would have had seizures by now," she said merrily. "Yes, I've seen all of them, and I would never, ever say this to their faces, but the poor little things look terribly unfinished compared with Avatra. However, I've spoken to all of them, and I can tell you that they are all amazingly healthy and thriving. My only recommendation is to get them all toys now, and get them interested in playing. They may be clumsy, and they may not be able to do more than mouth pretty-colored things, but their minds need stimulation as much as their bodies do." She pursed her lips a moment. "In fact, you had better get Bethlin and Rieth Cotton twice as many toys as the rest, and more interesting ones, because they will get bored the soonest. Perhaps sistrums that they can rattle, or soft things that they can carry about and worry like puppies." He made a mental note to see to it. "Avatar needs a grooming," he told her. "And I know she likes your company."
Would you like to come along?" "No, by now the servants are back with my things," she told him, and he bit back disappointment. "If I don't direct them, they'll put my bedroom where I'll be hearing chatter and clatter all night long, and my study in the darkest room of the lot. I promise, though, I will wait for you at supper." His spirits rose again. "I'll hold you to that promise," he said, and led Avatra off to the grooming pens feeling very much better. At supper, however, despite his attempt to sit with Akhet 10 in an unobtrusive corner of the enclosure, the others spotted them and settled themselves at the table, completely ignoring some fairly fierce glares on his part. This eating area could have been the duplicate of the one in the Tian compound. There were the identical wooden tables and benches, the plain stone walls, and nearly the same cooking smells. The only real difference was that besides the movable awnings on the lines overhead, the four walls supported permanent awnings as well, held up on posts, so that the area open to the sky was considerably smaller. And beneath the cooking smells, the scent of the compound was much different. With so many swamp dragons here, and with the canal so near, the air was always humid and full of water scent. "No wonder the Tians are envious of us. We have so much water, we have to find ways of getting rid of it. But once you move from the Great Mother River, there is nothing worth having in Tia." He wondered what Akhet 10 would think of that observation. If they had been alone, he probably would have asked her opinion. But with the others around, well, they'd probably think he was an idiot. He sat there tongue-tied, while Gan kept Akhet 10 laughing with his imitations and his cleverness. He couldn't help but notice her admiring glances at Asit Ra's handsome profile, and neither could Asit Ra. Huras, however, seemed to be on Kuran's side. He had no more advantage than Kuran did in flirting. His father, the baker, surely did not move in court circles. And in fact, he probably had a bit less of an advantage, for although he was frighteningly intelligent, he was not much inclined to speak unless he was spoken to, and his large frame and stolid expression often made people think he was stupid. While Kuran didn't think that Akhet 10 had made that mistake, Huras also seemed far more interested in what Akhet 10 could tell him about Tathulan than about herself. Since Huras was at the outer end of the table, he got the serving dishes first, and he kept spearing the choicest bits and passing them directly to Kuran with a nod toward Akhet 10 and a conspiratorial wink. Kuran was good at taking hints. He passed the bounty on to Akhet 10, and at least got the reward of a nod of thanks and a smile. And Torith also seemed, obliquely at least, to be helping Kuran. When Gan was being a little too clever, Torith deflated him with a barbed bit of wit of his own. And when Asit Ra started moving to put that handsome face of his in the best possible light, he asked, innocent as a child, "Are you posing for a statue, Asit Ra? I should wait until I had earned my first gold of honor if I were you." Akhet 10 had the grace not to laugh at these stabs at the other's vanity, but she hid a smile behind the cover of her jar of beer. "Akhet 10," asked Orist suddenly, quite out of nowhere, "what was going on when you left? Did you really lose your other powers?" The group around the table went very quiet, although the chatter from the rest of the eating court covered the silence. "Why do you ask?" in so low a voice that they could hardly hear it. Then, "Never mind," she continued. "I will tell you all about it if you all will come to my courtyard later tonight." She looked around at all of them. "Kuran and Torith trust you with their secrets. I can do no less." Torith started a bit at that, but said nothing. Kuran held his tongue as well. But the rest of the meal was eaten in a peculiar silence, not uncomfortable, but awkward. The boys were not sure what they were going to hear, but they were fairly sure it wasn't something that went well with mild flirtation. Which, Kuran thought, was surprisingly perceptive of them. But it seemed as though when they were prevented from flirting, they, or Asit Ra, and Gan at least, didn't know what else to say to her. In a way, Kuran could sympathize. The things they normally chattered about, the dragonettes, the plans for training, didn't fit in with the usual definition of polite conversation around a lady. They had no way of knowing that such things would be as interesting to Akhet 10
as any of the boys around the table. Not that Karun had any experience with polite conversation around a young lady. He hadn't the breeding or the family background, so he decided that he wasn't even going to try coming up with witty repartee. He'd just talk to Aket 10, like he would talk to anyone else, like the two of them had talked when she was still with the healers. So he and Torith filled the void. Torith passed on news from outside, and he reported what he had learned from the older jousters about how the fighting was going. There actually wasn't much jousting going on, not with those storms continuing to keep Tian dragons out of the sky. So instead of jousting, the Altan dragon riders were acting as scouts and disrupting the Tian camps by means of a number of clever attacks. For instance, setting fire to the wagon loads of fodder for the chariot horses not only frightened the horses and even ran some off the picket lines, but made it necessary to send for more fodder or try to find grazing. And dropping jars full of deadly black scorpions and poisonous adders into the camps was more than just a disruption. For the first time in years, in fact, the Tian lines had been pushed back. Several villages had been retaken, and the Tians who had arrogantly moved in had fled in confusion. Kuran's only complaint was that at least half the credit for the recent string of victories had to go to the Magi, who kept Tian dragons grounded. Eventually, Aket 10, looking as if she wished to stay, excused herself, saying she had to supervise the servants setting up her things. Between them, Torith and Kuran probably could have kept that particular conversation going all night. But there were, of course, chores to be done, dragonettes to be settled into sleep before they could gather in Aket 10's new quarters. Of all of them, Kuran had perhaps the lightest duty. The babies needed a last extra feeding to sustain them in their sleep, and they were growing so fast that they all had to have their sensitive skin rubbed with oily cloths before they went to sleep, or they might scratch too hard and damage themselves. Avatra needed nothing more than a little extra grooming, and to be told what a glorious dragon she was, and that Kuran would be back soon. She settled into her sand with a sigh of pure pleasure, and was fast asleep in moments as the moon rose over the walls of the compound. So he was the first to present himself at the door to Aket 10's courtyard. It hardly merited the title. It couldn't have been more than 15 paces in length or width, and boasted a tiny square pool with a few latas, a single fish, and a square stone box in which a small acacia tree grew, scenting the night air with its blossoms. There was only one bench. Aket 10 was setting out pillows even as he arrived, and lighting lamps and torches around the walls. Somehow he felt relieved that she was not bringing them into any of those rooms. He helped her with the ladder, allowing her to go back into one of the rooms for more cushions. There were no mosaics adorning the pool, only the plainest of white tiles. There were no paintings on the walls. It had, after all, been a courtyard shared by a dozen servants, all crammed on pallets into 3 of the 4 rooms around it. The 4th room being the bathing room, of course. But Aket 10 seemed completely pleased with her new domain. "Are you all right here?" he asked doubtfully. "I feel safer here than at home," she replied. "And I wouldn't trust living with the fledglings now, no matter what the senior winged ones promised me." She sighed and sat down on a cushion at the edge of the pool, trailing her fingers in the water. "I don't trust them anymore. I can't. I think they would give me over to the Magi in a heartbeat. I couldn't stay with the healers either. I was in the way. They were quite polite about it, but I was an inconvenience at best, and I didn't have a great deal in common with them. Healers are very passionate about what they do, and I just didn't share that passion. Here I'm at least useful." "I believe you would find a way to be useful no matter where you were," said Torith, coming in on the end of the statement. "I should warn you, though. Lord Kaman will have our heads if we stay too long here, tonight or any other night." "I'll chase you out before you get yourselves into trouble," she replied, as the rest straggled in. "I have duties of my own, too. Ones I might as well tell you now, because it answers my brother's question." She looked around at everyone but Kuran. "No, I did not lose my powers, which were animal speech, the silent speech with a fellow winged one, and the far-seeing eye. I did not have the seer's eye, which imparts a view of the future. I did seem to have it at first,
But it was the far-seeing eye, not the ability to look into the future. I disappointed my teachers in that regard. Frankly, given how things have turned out, I think I am just as glad.
Why?
Gan asked, choosing a flat cushion of woven reeds for himself. Because I think if I had possessed the seer's eye, no matter how far I went, the Magi would have come looking for me. She shivered. I am far less of a threat to them without it.
A threat? Her brother gaped at her.
I'll get to that in a moment. She took a deep breath and closed her eyes for a moment. First, you should all know that one of my agreed-upon duties here is that I will be employing the far-seeing eye privately for the benefit of Lord Kaman and the Jousters, and I will do so around dawn, because the winged ones are occupied with the dawn rites then. Which is why I will be getting up just as early as all of you. They do not know that I never lost my powers. I do not wish them to know this, for they would tell the Magi. Lord Kaman knows because Kuron and my father trust him, and he has no love at all for the Magi. Gan rubbed the bridge of his nose. He had completely lost his usual air of languid boredom.
So Lord Kaman knows the truth about you. Who else besides your father and Kuron?
The healers at the Temple of All Gods, which is where I was hiding rather than going to my aunt, she said immediately, as Orist continued to gape at her. You know about the Magi and why I fled then? Torith nodded.
I think half of us do. My brother is trying to find out exactly what they're doing with the fledglings, he began.
She held up her hand. Wait a moment, and let me explain to the rest. Briefly, she outlined what had happened to her, and what the Magi had been doing with the rest of the fledglings. Kuron volunteered what he had witnessed, the fledglings being taken away looking like sleepwalkers, and returning looking utterly exhausted. But as for finding out what is going on inside the Tower of Wisdom, don't bother. I can tell you. The Magi are stealing some form of power from us, from the fledglings, to fuel the spell that sends the storms down on Tia. She smiled grimly at their nods. By this time, none of them was surprised, and she didn't look as if she had expected any of them to be so. Here is what you don't yet know. When the last chance of sending rain is over, they do not intend to stop. Torith's head came up, like a hound on a scent. For the purpose of? He asked delicately. That I cannot tell you. But I learned this, not from watching with my power, because I will not dare that, but from the memories that the Arcadian healer coaxed out of my mind. She grimaced. The Magi believe that the fledglings are made blind and deaf to what goes on around them as they are being drained of their strength. They are not. But there is a spell of forgetfulness placed upon them before they are allowed to leave. The Acadian knew it of old, and knew the counter. I remember everything that happened that single time I was taken, and everything that was said and done. This is how I know that. Had I the seer's eye, the Magi would have pursued me to the ends of the earth. They cannot permit someone with the seer's eye in any strength to mature into his power. He might reveal the future to the Great Ones, and if he did, the Great Ones and their advisors would soon know that the Magi intend to be the ones to rule in Alta, making those who sit upon the twin thrones little more than figureheads.
I should like to speak with that Acadian one day soon, said Torith as if to himself.
Akhet said nothing for a moment. Then she looked up. Kuron told me that you have a path you wish to travel, when the gods call the Great Ones?
But not before their time,
Torith said swiftly.
Yes, I believe it is time that the Magi began to practice their craft with supervision, and with a great many conditions that they must follow. And I believe that it is time to end this foolish war, which eats blood and lives and gives nothing in return.
Then I am with you, Akhet said simply, though I fear that there is little I can offer you.
You can offer your testimony when the time comes, Torith replied grimly. Other things, too, maybe. Perhaps you can persuade this Akkadian friend of yours to share some of his time with me. I should like to learn how it is that the Magi do their work, and what constraints can be placed upon their excesses. Perhaps you could hire more Akkadians, Gan suggested brightly, making them all laugh. As if that had somehow released unspoken tension, talk drifted into lighter topics. Having discovered that yes, Akhet-Ten was as fascinated and enthralled by the dragons as they all were, if perhaps not quite as obsessed, the little gathering turned into something very like an ordinary evening. Akhet-Ten sent a servant for food and jars of beer, brought out the hounds and jackals box, and responded to flirtations with clever retorts. For a while, Kurun was afraid that she did so only because she wished to keep the way clear for Torith. But when she delivered a set-down to the prince as well, he relaxed. For his part, he did not even want to attempt a flirtation, and kept a sharp watch on his words. If Gan and Osset Ra, who were so clever at such things, were left nursing their egos, what hope had he of getting anything other than the same response? Akhet-Ten might look like an ordinary, well-born girl, but it was clear to Kurun that she was not in the least interested in the sorts of things that the other boys believed ordinary girls concerned themselves with. Not that he was terribly familiar with that sort of thing. He was far more familiar with the way that the older jousters jibed with the girls who served them their beer. But what passed for a witty innuendo with a slave or a serving girl was probably going to earn him a slap. He wanted some of her attention all for himself. So he challenged her to a game of hounds and jackals, and had the satisfaction of not only holding his own against her, but of presenting her with something that she did find pleasurable. Eventually the others drifted off to their respective pens, until only he and Torith were left. Orist had been the first to go, wearing a puzzled, even bewildered look, as if his sister had suddenly turned into a stranger before his very eyes. Torith was watching the game with every evidence of interest, and Kurun was determined to fight it out to the last piece. Finally, with only the hound left, she took out both of his remaining jackals. "Well fought!" Torith exclaimed, as Kurun congratulated her. "My lady, I should like to request a match tomorrow night." "You can have your match, provided you always call me Akhet-Ten and nothing more," she replied, flushed with victory, and putting up the pieces. "I have taken a dislike to being called my lady." "Gladly. And seeing you play, both of you, I note that you both use unconventional strategy." He looked keenly from Kurun to Akhet-Ten and back again. "Now, the one thing that the Magi can do, at a cost that none of us wish to continue paying, is to negate the superiority of the Tien Jousters, if only temporarily." Kurun nodded, though he wondered fleetingly if the prince ever thought of anything other than the war. Or wars. For there was no doubt in his mind that he considered himself to be at war now with the Magi. Akhet-Ten tilted her head to the side and regarded him thoughtfully. "This is true," she admitted, "but there is no other option, short of fielding equal or superior numbers ourselves. Is there?" "That, Akhet-Ten and Kurun, is what I would like you to think on," he told them, "because you, both of you, may see something that Caliph and I have not." Kurun blinked. "I suppose that is possible," he replied, but dubiously. "Perhaps. In time." "And what have we but time?" the prince retorted, spreading his hands wide. "We have one solution, the tame dragons. One of them is better than 4 jousters on Tala-drugged beasts. We are not desperate for a solution. I merely want you to see if you can devise more than one. No archer goes into battle with a single bowstring." Akhet-Ten nodded briskly. "That is only reasonable," she said. "Now, as for my Akkadian, it may be several days before I can speak with him, and more before I can persuade him to speak with you. He is reluctant to admit his training." "And what have I but time?" the prince repeated. "If you can persuade him, well and good. If not, perhaps the day when my brother and I sit on the twin thrones, he will be willing to come forward. Until then, anything he might tell us is nothing we can put into immediate use."
There is that, Karan agreed, and stifled a yawn. Dawn comes early. Earlier every morning until midsummer, Akhet-Ten agreed cheerfully. So I fear, my guests, you must consider yourselves to be invited to leave. And we will take the invitation in the spirit with which it was given, said the prince, standing up and giving her a slavish bow that made her laugh. He offered a hand to Karan, who took it to pull himself to his feet. Until tomorrow, Akhet-Ten. I look forward to our match. Until tomorrow, she replied, her voice a little muffled as she bent to blow out a lamp. Well fought, Torith repeated, slapping Karan on the back as they left. But he said it in a tone that left Karan wondering. Was he talking about their game of hounds and jackals, or some other contest altogether? Karan had thought that beautiful Tathulan, Huras's enormous female dragonette, would probably lose some of her relative size as the others caught up with her. But as the days passed, that didn't happen. She continued to grow at the same rate as all the others, which meant she was still half again as large as the nearest in size. She'll be fledging long before Bethlin, Karan observed, watching as she tossed her current favorite plaything, a bag loosely stuffed with straw, into the air with the flip of her head. It was a singularly beautiful head, dark blue along the neck ridge, and in a blaze down her forehead, fading to a glorious purple, which in turn faded to scarlet on the underside of her jaw and on her muzzle. You think? Huras asked doubtfully. She doesn't act any differently from the others. She's just bigger. I thought that you told us that the biggest and the strongest were the firstborn. That's what Ari told me, but now I wonder. He couldn't see the Wild Ones' nests all that well when he spied on them, and the only dragon he really ever had any experience with was Cachette. Karan rubbed the side of his face with the back of his hand. When it comes right down to it, at this point, we all have 8 times the experience with dragonettes than he did. Well, in that case, I think she'll fledge right in order, Huras said firmly. I think it's more to do with when they're ready, not how big they are. He might have said more, but a steady bleating had just started from their right and was approaching. They exchanged a look. That doesn't sound like Bethlin, said Huras. No, it doesn't, Karan replied, already on his way to the doorway. He was just in time to intercept not Bethlin, but Gan's Caliph. Oh, no, baby, he said, laughing, barring the way with his arms outstretched. Not 2 wanderers! Back you go! But Caliph wasn't going to be turned back quite so easily. Instead, he ducked past Karan and, unexpectedly, into Tathulan's pen. Both dragons stopped what they were doing with snorts and stared at one another. Do you think we should chase him out? Huras asked in a worried whisper, as Caliph edged forward a little, neck stretched out so far toward Tathulan that he seemed twice his usual length. No. Let's see how they react to each other first, Karan said cautiously. They've never seen another dragon, and Bethlen gets along fine with that swamp dragon she keeps visiting. Now Tathulan had her neck stretched out nearly as far, and the 2 touched noses, snorting in surprise, and jumped back. Karan stifled his laughter. Huras still looked worried, though why he should be worried, when Tathulan was far more likely to injure Caliph than the other way around, made no sense to Karan. The little emerald-green male stretched out his head again, and this time, when he touched noses with the bigger female, he didn't snort and jump back. Instead, he carefully eased himself down into the sand pit with Tathulan. Now the 2 of them began a careful circling of each other, rather like 2 strange dogs. Though, unlike dogs, neither made any attempt to nip. Then they stopped, and both of them looked at Huras and Karan. What do they want? Huras asked urgently. It's all right, Karan told the 2 dragonettes. He was, after all, the one they both knew. It's fine, little ones. They looked at each other, and then Caliph stretched out his neck and head again, one eye on Tathulan, only this time it was toward Tathulan's stuffed sack. She immediately figured out what he was after, and snatched it away from under his nose. Clumsily, he gave chase. They romped all over the pen, while Karan and Huras scrambled out of their way, and the moment he seemed to lose interest in the chase, she stopped and dropped the sack, pretending to ignore it until he snatched it up and she bumbled joyfully after him.
"Karan! They're flying!"
Huras said in astonishment.
"I never heard of anything like that."
"Nobody's ever had tame dragons growing up in front of their eyes, either," Karan pointed out, as Khalef lost the sack and Tathulan snatched it away again. "For all we know, they play like this in the nest." Just then, Gan came bursting in, hearing their voices and in a panic because Khalef was not in his pen. He stopped dead at the sight of the two dragonettes romping together.
"Karan!"
he burst out, when he could finally make his mouth work.
"They're flying!"
"And I think we ought to let them all play together," Karan replied. "They'll have to work together. Let's get them used to each other early." So the next time little Bethlen went looking for Minette Ka, Kalen steered her into the pen of his female Seatman. And soon there was a whirling ball of indigo blue and brown gold play wrestling in Seatman's pen. Torith deliberately led his Re'eth Cotton into a Petma's pen. Clever little Re'eth Cotton was soon poking her nose into every pen to find a playmate, much to Avatra's disgust. Orist's Wastet and Pe-Atep's Dioth met in the corridor, and in the surprise of the moment, went tumbling into the 10th empty pen, where they made a fine mess of the oddments that had been stored there. At Karan's request, a gate was built across the end of their corridor so that the babies did not get themselves into trouble by assuming that the adult dragons would be as ready to play as their fellow dragonettes. And then they were permitted full freedom of the entire set of pens. This had the happy side effect of freeing half the boys, while the other half took it in turn to watch over all the babies, and all the babies got used to obeying someone besides Mother. It had another happy side effect. They grew stronger and much more coordinated with every day spent in play. And as for nights, they were so tired by the time darkness fell that you could not have awakened them with a trumpet. However, all the boys soon learned that you either found a way to secure your belongings or you found them being used as playthings. Curtains across the doors stopped some of the dragonettes, but not all. Finally, the carpenters were brought in to build actual doors after Lord Kaman tired of replacing bed coverings.
"What's next? The furniture?"
he grumbled to Karan.
"No, don't answer that. I can see how fast they're growing."
And he gave the orders for doors. The dragonettes found the carpenters to be even more fascinating than the furniture, and followed the poor men from pen to pen, crowding around to watch, tasting the wooden planks, trying to steal the tools. It made for an interesting day for everyone, as the boys tried to keep the dragonettes away from the carpenters, and the dragonettes tried to get at the carpenters, and the carpenters worked probably a great deal faster than they ever had in their lives, sure that the dragonettes would go from tasting the wood to tasting them. Avatra had never acted like this, but then Avatra had been raised in isolation from every other dragon but Kashet. Kashet had been an adult, not at all interested in playing. It gave Karan a pang to think of how lonely she must have been. And yet he had spent every free moment of time with her. And he had played with her, so perhaps she had been all right. The one thing he found himself wishing, though, was impossible. He could not help but think how entranced Ari would have been to see all of this, and wish that his mentor could have been there. It might have made him laugh again, and that would have been worth more to Karan than all the gold of honor in Alta. 12. Karan stood before the single most important man in the compound, and asked for the moon, the sun, and the stars. "I want to teach the boys how to fly a dragon now," said Karan to Lord Kaman. "I think that putting an inexperienced rider on a fledgling dragon is going to get someone hurt or killed, and there are people who have the ears of the great ones who would be pleased if that happened." He did not come out and say that the Magi would be just as glad if the jousters began having a bout of trouble, but they both knew who he was talking about. For once, the Magi were not getting the credit for victory. Their storms might be keeping the Tian jousters on the ground, but it was the Altan jousters, not some storms too far away to be seen, that were being lauded as the force that was turning the tide in this war. So Kurun had intercepted Lord Kamun just after his daily inspection of the dragon pens, for Lord Kamun did not leave the running of the compound up to his overseer, or rather Lord Kamun was the overseer, in the sense that he personally inspected everything, every day, and knew the names of every inhabitant of the compound right down to the dragon boys. The Lord of the Jousters regarded him steadily, arms crossed over his chest.
"All right. I can see where that might be true enough. And it is true that the failure of one of us reflects badly on all of us. What did you have in mind, bearing in mind that all of the dragons we have are out fighting or flying patrols every day?"
Kurun cleared his throat and began his carefully prepared argument, reminding himself that the worst that could happen would be that Lord Kamun would say no. Simply flying, taking off, doing simple maneuvers over the compound, and landing isn't going to task a dragon at all, especially not if it's only enough to get their muscles warmed up. I want my boys to start taking the beasts up and warming them up before their assigned rider takes them out, and that is how they will learn to fly before their own dragonettes fledge. To start with, I want to use only the 2 desert dragons that laid our eggs. They're both Tian dragons, so they were caught in Tia as fledglings rather than adults, and they're tamer. And frankly, they're lazier. A lazy dragon is what I want for a new rider. Lord Kamun nodded thoughtfully and pursed his lips.
"And I can also see where having your boys warm up a lazy dragon might actually be to our advantage. I've noticed that those 2 lose some of their lethargy once they've been moving for a while. Go on."
Yes, indeed, Lord Kamun knew everything having to do with the jousters and their beasts. There could be no equivalent to Vetch and Avatra here. Had anyone hidden an egg or a growing dragonette in an empty pen, Lord Kamun would have known within the day. Not that Kurun could fault Haraket, the overseer of the Tian compound. The Altan compound was less than half the size of the Tian equivalent. It wasn't that Haraket was careless. No, it was that Lord Kamun was an absolute fanatic about all things having to do with his jousters. On the other hand, there would be no equivalent to the dreadful accident that allowed Avatra to be hatched either. I'll go up on Avatra at the same time, keeping the height advantage above them, so that if the dragon tries any tricks, we can herd them down again. 2 dragons doing 2 runs each day means that my boys will each get a practice ride every other day. Now he made a face. I'd put them up on Avatra too, but there'd be no one up there with them as a safeguard.
"That assumes she could be gotten into the air with you still on the ground," Lord Kamun pointed out. "I think it unlikely that at this stage she would accept another rider. Perhaps when she is older, but not now."
He's talking as if he is in favor of this already. Actually, I suppose if he wasn't, he would have said no from the beginning. And he's not going to ask me to put the others on Avatra to teach them either. Thanks be to the gods. Kurun relaxed a little at passing one hurdle, and the truth was, though we could think of other excuses he didn't want his friends to train on Avatra's back, the real reason was that he didn't want to share her. The mere thought of someone else in her saddle made him acutely unhappy. With the training I've been giving them on the mock dragon, I think they'll be comfortable in the air pretty quickly. He waited to see what Lord Kamun would have to say about this, for Lord Kamun had been remarkably silent on the subject of Kurun's unorthodox training methods. But what else was he to do? Traditionally, the jousters of Alta had been presented with fully grown, trained, Tala-drugged dragons, and taught to fly on them from the beginning. The dragonettes were nowhere near big enough to ride. The mock dragon had been an idea of his own. He had racked his brain for weeks to come up with a way to simulate flying, and finally, watching a new awning being put over a pen gave him the idea. Some training was done by putting a saddle at one end of a lever with a weight at the other, but that only gave the rider up and down motion, and it wasn't very far off the ground. The training of the Tian dragons, with the dragons tethered within their pens, would be part of the training, but it wouldn't bring the boys along nearly as fast as Kurun wanted, and what was more, both rider and dragonette would be beginners. As he had said, putting 2 beginning flyers into the air at once was trouble waiting to happen. Look what had happened to him, and he had some experience at flying by then. Then, somehow, watching the awning being strung, combined with the tethered fledgling, cascaded in his mind into the mock dragon. A tightly packed bundle of reeds the size of a dragon's chest had been put in the center of a courtyard. Ropes had been strung through enormous eye bolts, driven into the stone in each corner of the yard at the top of the wall. The ropes were then brought to the center of the yard and tied to the bundle. A dragon saddle was put on it, one of the boys strapped himself into the saddle, and then 8 muscular slaves pulled on the ropes to heave the whole contraption into the air until it was suspended above the court, and the boy with it. A thick pile of loose straw with straw-filled mattresses atop that was positioned beneath the bundle. And then the games began. The object of the boy in the saddle was to remain in the saddle and relatively in control of the situation, which translated as keeping his balance no matter what happened. The object of the slaves was to unseat him. At first, this had been limited to imitating the sorts of movements that a dragon would make while flying, the swooping up and down of wing-beat flying, pitches to the right or left. Once those were mastered, though, all bets were off, and the slaves were given leave to make the mock dragon do anything they could manage, whether or not a real dragon would be capable of the motion. And although Charon had done his best to make sure the mock dragon wouldn't actually flip upside down, the slaves had managed to find a way to make it do what it wasn't supposed to. The boys came off at first, of course, restraining straps or no restraining straps. They had plenty of bruises to show for it. And they got sick at first. Not anymore. As a consequence, he was reasonably certain that the 2 desert dragons would not be able to do anything to rid themselves of their brand-new riders.
"I think that's a reasonable idea," said Lord Kaman. "It doesn't tax the dragons, you've got safeguards in mind, and then what will you follow this with, once your wing is comfortable with the 2 desert dragons?"
"I want them to all take the same sort of warm-up flights on the swamp dragons, so that all of them go up twice a day, every day. This wasn't as dangerous as it might have been before the swamp dragons had been retrained. And there was a big advantage that the swamp dragons had over the desert dragons in this case. They were smaller, so they were less inclined to try violent maneuvers to rid themselves of an unwanted rider." Once again, Lord Kaman nodded.
"I like that. If anything, the swamp dragons need warming up more than the desert dragons do, especially in the morning. Do you think that once your riders have mastered the swamp dragons, their own will be near fledging?"
"I don't know, my lord," Charon said honestly. "But if they are not, I propose sending 1 or 2 out with a senior jouster on border patrol flights once a day. Not fighting, but simply patrolling. If you choose to replace injured or exhausted jousters in this way, well, just because the rider is injured or exhausted, that doesn't mean the dragon is, and there is no reason to let the dragon laze about his pen and get out of condition."
"I see your point, and although I would like to consult with the senior jousters on that idea, even this last phase of your plan has its merits," Lord Kaman acknowledged. "Very well. You can put the first stage of your plan into action, and the second as well. We will then see if we actually need to proceed to the 3rd stage when the time comes."
Charon bowed deeply out of overwhelming gratitude. "Thank you, my lord. I do not believe you will be less than happy with the results." When he rose again, Lord Kaman was smiling.
"I can see why you made a poor serf," he said softly. "It was the same reason why you make an excellent leader. Go on with you. I'm sure your wing is waiting to hear the results of your request to me."
Charon bowed again and, well, he didn't run, but he wanted to. He satisfied dignity with a very brisk walk to the area the senior jousters had begun to call the nursery. Not that anyone really minded the name. The place was full of baby dragons, after all, and although the senior jousters might have looked on Charon's wing with a certain level of patronization, it was paternal patronization. And all they had to do was to look at Avatra and the things she could do to know what the future held for the rest of the babies in the nursery. The others all knew what he was going to ask, of course. They'd all been talking about the idea for the last several days.
They were too wise to wait for him anywhere near Lord Comun's quarters, but they pounced on him as a group the moment he entered the corridor nearest the nursery. Before they could start chattering at him, he held up his hands in the victory sign, and the corridor echoed with their cheers. He had to smile at that. Oh, they were so eager to get into the sky, even the ones who'd been sick on the mock dragon. How easily they forgot. "Ha ha! Oh, don't start cheering until after you've had a taste of what those two beasts I'm going to start you on can think up in the way of torment for a new flyer," he warned them, laughing. "Don't forget for a moment that these are mean old cows who would much rather be in their sand wallows being treated like princesses than have to work for their meat. It's going to be especially bad for the first two to ride them in the morning. They hate getting up, and they'll take it out on you." "But you and Avatra will be there to teach them better manners," said Gan gaily. "There's nothing to worry about, is there, lads?" Karan sighed. Enough enthusiasm to build a palace, and not a brick of common sense among them. Well, they would see soon enough for themselves that he hadn't been joking. The first few days were going to be interesting. No wonder Harriket was bold. He must have torn his own hair out long before I ever came to the compound. He had to wonder, though, were all young riders such overconfident idiots? Sutka-Ra, rider of Jatel, laughed when he asked that question aloud. "Ah, Kuran," he said with a twinkle in his eye. "Are not most young men in general overconfident idiots? I think that is the essence of a young man." "Well," he said, and flushed when he thought of what he had done to win Avatra for himself. It had been insane. He should never have been able to pull it off. At least he hadn't been overconfident. He'd been terrified every moment of every day that he would be caught. But he'd been a fool to even try it in the first place. I suppose so. If not overconfident, then, at least we are all foolhardy. And as for idiots, well, I suppose we are that too. "I think it is in the nature of young men," Sutka-Ra said, pulling off his short wig and rubbing his shaved head as he squinted up at the sun. "Young men are willing to take risks that older men would not even think of trying. Young men believe they are immortal, I do think. I know that they are impatient with tradition. If they were not, they would never attempt the half of what they do, and no new thing would ever be tried." "Such as growing dragons from the egg?" Karan hazarded. "Such as growing dragons from the egg," Sutka-Ra confirmed. "Now here's my dilemma. On the one hand, I would rather that your wing did traditional training. On the other hand, there are no dragons to spare for traditional training. And even if there were, there are young men 2 or 3 years older than your boys are, who have had other sorts of military training, who are waiting for a dragon. There are always more trained warriors wanting to be jousters than there are dragons. And I agree with you that putting 2 fledgling flyers into the air at the same time is foolhardy. So I agreed, and so did Kishath." "Jouster," said Karan, trying to put as much gratitude as he could muster into his voice. "Thank you." Sutka-Ra shrugged. "I can see no reason to object to your borrowing Jatel before I am ready to ride out, for she is a lazy cow, and could surely stand to be ridden far more in a day than I ride her, and Kishath will be pleased to have his slug Othella warmed up and more inclined to move when he comes to take her out as well." So he had gotten past the second hurdle with not so much as a single objection. "Thank you, Jouster Sutka-Ra," Karan said again, with relief as well as gratitude. He bowed slightly and turned to go give the boys the good news. "Just you keep them out of trouble," Sutka-Ra called after him, though there was amusement in his voice. "If I ever turn up and there's a sprained foot or a strained wing, a broken strap or an exhausted dragon, there will be a reckoning." This made for a change in the baby's routine. The dragonettes were no longer clamoring for food constantly. They were content with several large meals every day now, which made it possible for the boys to get away long enough to train in between feedings. But for the 2 on the morning flights of the new stage of training, the dragonettes had to be fed by someone else,
Otherwise, the two boys in question would not have time to fly before the wings went up. That someone was Audiobook 10. She had, in fact, volunteered for the duty, and Karun had been concerned that she would not be up to it. Feeding the babies was still a messy, bloody job, and he would not have blamed her for taking one look and deciding it was not for her. In fact, she took to it without a flinch or a word of complaint, and by the time Torith and Huras were ready for their first real flights, she had fed every one of the babies under the supervision of its mother at least twice. As for the babies, once they got over the surprise of seeing someone different from their mother with food in hand, they accepted her without question or pause. In fact, they began to obey her nearly as well as they obeyed their mothers, which meant that she could take a turn at the baby minding when they played together. "If I'm going to be speaking with them and possibly helping them when they're sick or hurt, I'd better be prepared to feed them now, hadn't I?" she replied when Karun had suggested that she might find it unpleasant. "If I have to help hand-feed a very sick and injured dragon, it's not going to be much different from what I'm doing now except in terms of scale." Since she was exactly right, there hadn't been anything he could do except to thank her and turn her over to the boys to be shown what to do. By this point, the dragonettes were bonded strongly enough with their riders that having someone else feed them once every couple of days wasn't going to make a difference. And Audiobook 10 was right. Better to have them associate with her a very pleasant experience now, so that when she had to help them under unpleasant conditions, they would trust her. On the first morning of the new training, Karun had the dragon boys bring Jetel and Orthella to the landing courtyard after they had been saddled. There was no other way to get both boys up into the air under supervision at the same time. Both dragons were heartily displeased with this change in routine, and hissed and whined at each other when they were led into the courtyard. But Karun had strong slaves standing by to help the dragon boys if needed, and though the two dragons grumbled, they didn't actually do anything, thus being true to their essentially lazy natures. Karun and Avatra took off as soon as Torith and Huras were in their saddles. Avatra watched the two dragons below her with great interest as he put her into a little circle above the court. As soon as he thought their position was good, he waved to the dragon boys below. They unhitched the chains, and the two riders gave their dragons the signal to fly. And nothing happened. Now, this was not entirely unexpected. Their regular riders knew what to do, but both of the desert dragons had probably assessed these inexperienced boys within moments as being riders that they could afford to ignore, and they were not going to move unless they were forced. It was hard to force a dragon to do something it didn't want to do, and they held grudges when you did. So Karun did the forcing. He had considered stinging them with clay pellets from his sling, and had thought better of the idea. He didn't want these dragons to associate his boys with being bitten by a clay pellet. So instead, he had laid another plan to get the dragons to fly. He gave a second signal, and on the other side of the wall, one of the local pigeon keepers flung open his portable coop, and several dozen rock doves burst into the air with a whirring explosion of wings. As Karun very well knew, when one winged thing suddenly explodes into the sky, virtually every other winged thing nearby will do the same. The instinct to flee the unexpected is a powerful one, and in general, winged creatures are uniquely vulnerable when grounded, so when the eyes and ears took in the signal "fly," it was likely that they would do so without hesitation. The dragons were no exception. Even Avatra started at the explosion of wings. Jetel and Orthella leaped for the sky, their muscles and wings moving before their heads had a chance to interfere. Torith and Huras hung on for dear life as the dragons climbed, each surging wing beat throwing them back, then forward in their saddles. Avatra got a little more height. Audiobook 10 had done her best to convey what the dragon's duties were going to be this morning, and apparently Avatra had understood. As Torith and Huras gradually and successfully exerted more and more control over their mounts, Avatra kept watchful vigil just above them. Whenever either of the two looked as if she was going to take command of the situation to do what she wanted, Avatra followed Karun's directions and made a feint at her. Avatra might not be fully grown yet, but she had the superior position, and the other two hated physical confrontation with another dragon. Historically, they closed for combat with great reluctance, and never tried to lay into an enemy dragon with tooth or claw the way the swamp dragons sometimes did. Finally, they were answering the simple commands that the boys gave them with a minimum of objection, and Kurun got a little more height to let the boys put the two dragons through their paces. Up here, with the sun beating down on them, it was hot already, though the first hints that the Kemi scene would start soon were definitely in the wind. All three dragons were soon moving easily and freely, and the little grunts and hisses of complaint from below stopped coming. Kurun was enjoying himself completely, and so was Avatra, when he looked down to the landing courtyard and saw someone waving a bit of white linen in the signal that the proper riders were ready to go out. There was a moment of confusion for the two adult dragons, who were not used to landing so soon after taking off. Avatra had to come down very near to them in order to persuade them to land, and they hissed a bit in complaint when they saw their proper riders and realized that the first flight had been nothing more than a warm-up. But though they hissed, they took to the sky again with no sign of reluctance, and joined up with the rest of the wing. Only when he was sure that they were not going to give their riders any trouble, and thus a reason to object to this training scheme, did Kurun turn toward the boys of his own wing. Huras looked a little pale. Torith, however, was gazing after the departed dragons with a look of longing.
"It will be too long until the day after tomorrow," said Torith.
Huras snorted.
"For you, maybe,"
was all he said. Kurun recalled his own first experience with real flight and sympathized. But he didn't offer that sympathy to Huras, who would only learn that one got used to flying by actually getting used to it, and he wanted to be a jouster. Jousters didn't ride their dragons on the ground. By the end of the fourth day, Jetel and Orthella were resigned to the new schedule, and if they were not happy about it, they had at least stopped being so uncooperative. There had been 2 instances of trying to dump their riders, neither of which had been anything like as violent as some of the convulsions the mock dragon could produce. There were 3 attempts to refuse to take off, all 3 of which had been overcome by a release of pigeons. And once, Jetel had tried to snap at Huras, who had shocked her by punching her in the nose. He hadn't hurt her, but he certainly got her attention, and her respect, for after that, she was as good with him as she was with her regular rider. As for Akhet 10, Kurun soon learned that she had a scheme of her own in mind to help them all. The air was hot, humid, and far too still. Virtually everyone was taking a rest from the heat. Kurun, however, could not find Akhet 10 anywhere. She was not in her quarters, not with the Wing's dragonettes, and she had not left word with her servants that she was leaving the compound. She never left the compound without telling them where she was going, for she still did not trust the Magi, and feared that if any of them even suspected she still had her powers, they would try to carry her off. She was probably right to fear that. Though Kurun no longer spied on the Magi when they came to take the fledglings in the evening, he had heard from Caliph that the young fledglings were not looking good. Whatever the Magi were taking from them was beginning to run out. If they thought Akhet 10, fresh, rested, and full of energy, was still able to be drained, they would be on her like a falcon on a dove. Finally, after questioning every person whose path he crossed, he found someone who had seen her, and the direction surprised him. What can she possibly want in the swamp dragon pens? He wondered, as he crossed over to the section where the pens held water instead of sand. He followed the directions he had been given until he found her, at the pen of the same swamp dragon that had been placed on half rations of Tala. She was sitting well out of reach of the chained dragon, staring at him. He was immersed in his hot water with only his head and neck sticking out of the water, his chain slack enough that it was lying in the bottom of the pool, staring back at her. The place smelled like a bath. Odd, he would have thought there might be an unpleasant tang to it. Evidently, the swamp dragons were as clean and fastidious as their larger cousins. This dragon was a very dark reddish-brown, his patterning laid out in a slightly paler and more golden brown. He looked like a weather-aged statue. He lay so still, his golden brown eyes staring intently at Akhet 10. There was a tension in the air, however, that told him that their relaxed poses were entirely a deception. "They are smarter than we thought they were," she said quietly, without looking around at Kurun. "Mind, they aren't as intelligent as an ape, and I am not certain I would even put them at the same level as a truly smart dog. But this fellow is definitely as smart as any of the desert dragons. Whoever decided that they were not as bright because they weren't as big or as pretty made a fundamental error." Huh. He squatted down where he was, resting on his heels, and stared at the dragon himself. He wondered what she was getting from the beast's thoughts. This was as close as she was ever going to get to a wild dragon's mind. "Partly it's the Tala," she continued absently, rubbing the palms of her hands up and down her bare upper arms in a completely unconscious gesture. "I think they're a little more sensitive to it than the desert dragons." "Well, it's a desert plant," he reminded her. "And if we don't find the wild Tala and harvest it, there are a lot of animals that eat it. Desert dragons are probably used to getting some of it in their prey, so they've gotten used to the effect of it." "That could be," she agreed. She and the dragon continued to match unblinking stares. "You know, falcons hate this. Being stared at, I mean. It's a challenge. That's one way they challenge each other. Cats, too. In cats, the first one that looks away loses and is going to get attacked. He sees my staring at him as something else. Some kind of contact. I wonder if they have a very primitive kind of speaking, something that requires eye contact." She never once dropped her gaze. "It doesn't seem to bother him at all that I can put thoughts into his head, and what's more, he knows that they're mine and not his own." She tilted her head to the side. "I thought I might have been sensing something like that from the dragonettes, too." "Haven't you ever felt that from any of the other adult dragons?" he asked curiously. She shrugged. "If they do have some form of speaking, the Tala blocks it. I can't look away right now, by the way. If I do, I'll be saying he's the strongest of the two of us." "I'd gotten that idea," said Kurun. "Did you have something in mind by coming here?" "I did." She continued to stare. Was the dragon beginning to look a little uneasy beneath the unrelenting gaze? "I wanted to see if these swamp fellows were just as smart as their desert cousins. I wanted to have a look into the head of one that wasn't completely foggy with Tala. I never intended to get into a staring contest, but I don't dare back down now. It's either predator or prey, and I must prove which one I am, for he only respects the former." At just that moment, the dragon gave up, dropping his eyes and his head in a gesture of submission. Aket Ten stood up, slowly and carefully, her eyes still never leaving the dragon's. She moved toward the pool. As Kurun held his breath and got ready to pull her to safety, the dragon slid his way through the water toward her. She held out her hand fearlessly, but palm down, not up. With infinite care, the dragon moved forward until the chain was stretched tight, and pushed the tip of his nose beneath her hand. He closed his eyes and sighed, and waited. What does that mean to a dragon? He wondered. The nose was the most sensitive part. You couldn't kill a dragon by slashing at its nose, but they're like crocodiles, he realized at that moment. He'd seen the dragonettes immobilize each other briefly in play by grabbing the muzzle. You could make it impossible for him to attack you by holding his mouth closed. And if you were a dragon, and you seized your rival by the nose, and you clamped down on it and closed off the nostrils as well, your rival would be dead. You'd smother him. So that was what it meant to a dragon. Total, complete surrender. For the moment, anyway. Like all wild things, the hierarchy within a flight of dragons was always changing. One was always challenging another. Mostly staring contests, though, and perhaps Aket Ten was right. Perhaps they did some shoving about, invisibly, will to will as well. She rubbed the sensitive skin around the dragon's nostrils. "Give me a brush," she demanded, without looking away. "What?" he asked. "A brush," she said patiently. "I'm getting into the pool with him to give him a scrub. It's the equivalent of a sand rubbing. This is what they do. The one who wins grooms the one who lost.
Huron looked around and saw that, sure enough, there were several brushes with heavy, stiff bristles hanging on the wall. He got one and brought it to Audiobook 10. She held out her hand without looking at him, and he put the brush into it. Only then did she wade into the dragon's pool, handsome yellow sheath dress and all, hissing a little at the heat as she got in. Had this been anyone other than Audiobook 10, he never would have allowed it. In the same pool as a dragon on a half-ration of Tala, well within his grabbing distance. But it was Audiobook 10, and if there was anyone who knew what she was doing at this moment, it was Audiobook 10. She didn't give the swamp dragon a full grooming. That would have taken all afternoon. But she did get some of the worst and apparently itchiest spots. The dragon moaned and sighed and leaned into her strokes until she patted him on the shoulder and climbed out, her dress streaming, and leaving nothing at all to the imagination. He flushed. She didn't seem to notice. Then again, she was being very careful around an unsedated dragon. A little thing like having a dress that was now so transparent you might as well be wearing nothing at all was not going to trouble her. Whatever she was putting into the dragon's mind worked. He didn't even snap at her. When she was out of reach, Huron wordlessly handed her a towel. "Now is the point when I ask you what you thought you were accomplishing when you started this, rather than what you were doing," he said after a moment, as she dried herself off as best she could. "Since you seem to have worked out how to be the king dragon in a flight, or queen," he added as an afterthought, "I think Ari said the dominant dragon can be male or female." She shrugged. "Finding things out. And I have. We need to drop the dose of Tala that the swamp dragons get by about a double handful. Mostly, though, I found out how we can get swamp dragon eggs without getting the collectors killed. So when your wing has proven itself, we can also raise swamp dragons from the egg for the next lot to fly." She raised an eyebrow at him. "Think about a wing of dragons who are tame like Avatra, who not only can fly in the rain, but like it." Huh. There was no doubt that it would be an incredible advantage. "So how do we get eggs without someone getting killed?" he asked. "The same way we've been dosing him." She stared at him now, waiting, and he could have hit himself for not thinking of it himself. "Ducks and geese, I suppose," he hazarded. She nodded. "And when whichever dragon is watching the nest is drugged enough, we move in. I assume you'd be watching the dragon's mind to make sure the nest watcher wasn't going to wake up. Don't take more than 2 of the 4 eggs, though," she warned. "That's reasonable. Only 1 in 4 is going to get past its first year anyway, but you'd better give them 2 chances at it, or you'll start depleting the population." She went off to her quarters then, to change into something drier. He went to find Lord Kamun to report on what she had learned, though he did not tell Lord Kamun that she had gotten into the pool to groom her subject. He left that part out, saying that she only had established herself as that particular dragon's superior using her powers. Then he described how swamp dragon nests could be raided for eggs. The Lord of the Jousters looked at him askance. "That would be useful knowledge if we wanted swamp dragons," he said reluctantly. "But swamp dragons?" "Which can be flown in the storms?" he countered. "My lord, look at your current riders. Every day during the Magic Maid reigns they have flown out, and every day have brought back one form of victory or another. And consider that tame swamp dragons could probably be persuaded to fly during the whole season of rains." He surprised himself with his passion. Compared with Avatra, the swamp dragons were so... maybe they aren't. He thought about the intent gaze, the feeling of challenge. Audiobook 10 was right. It was the Tala that made them seem so dull. He said as much. "What is more, my lord, though the swamp dragons are smaller, our jouster on a desert dragon is going to have some difficulty in defending against 2 attackers." He saw the puzzlement in Lord Kamun's eyes, and elaborated. "What if we got enough swamp dragons to outnumber them?" The gleam in Lord Kamun's eyes told him that he had won. When they met at dinner,
He told the rest of the boys what had happened, and how Akhet 10 had discovered the means to get swamp dragon eggs to augment the desert dragon eggs that they could get from mating Jetel and Orthella. And initially they all had the same reaction as Lord Kamun at the suggestion. But Gan said suddenly, "You know, I believe I have seen some old wall texts in a temple somewhere, all about the first dragon jousters. I do believe that they used swamp dragons, not desert dragons. So Akhet 10 is right. They must be just as smart as the desert ones. They're just smaller. And if the odds are 2-to-1 in our favor, it won't matter how small the dragons are," Torith put in quietly. "No," said Kuran into the silence. "It won't, will it?" "So that's the way the wind blows." Huras nodded. "Clever little Akhet 10. Do you suppose she figured that out?" "Yes, she did, and all by herself, thank you very much," said Akhet 10 tartly from the doorway. "It will be up to you layabouts to work out how to train yourselves, so we can prove to every doubter in Alta that the tame dragons are superior, and that we can train jousters to go with the tame dragons." She strolled into the kitchen courtyard and took her usual place at their table. "There are some things you'll just have to do for yourselves," she continued, with deceptive sweetness. "Now that I've done the hard part—" "The hard part?" Orist said, and Kuran winced to himself, seeing exactly how Akhet 10's brother had set himself up for a clever retort on her part. And there was nothing he could do about it because, "Of course," she replied, with a disarming smile. "I've done all the thinking." "Too late," Kuran sighed and intervened. "She's just teasing you, Orist." But the explosion he had expected didn't come. Orist just shrugged. "I'm not much good at thinking," he said with complete candor. "She can do all the thinking for both of us if she wants. I like the swampy idea, though. Be one in their eye, if just as they think they have us outnumbered, we show up with a 2-to-1 advantage, and dragons that can fly rings around theirs." "That it would," said Torith smoothly, as Akhet 10 gaped at her brother. "So, Akhet 10, tell us more about how you approached this dragon today." By the gods, he thought, listening to the boys question her closely. Akhet 10 isn't the only one growing up. So is her brother. Indeed, they were all growing up, and none too soon, because by the end of the dry season, if his own calculations were correct, they were all going to face the enemy in the field for the first time, and the advantage, numerically at least, was still with the enemy. If they weren't grown up by then, it would be too late. The dragonettes were being fitted for their first saddles and harnesses, using Avatra's outgrown harness as a model. And for once, there were servants here in the dragonette pens who didn't have to be persuaded that the babies were tame. The old harness maker and his assistant swarmed all over Westet like a pair of cleaner birds on a river horse. Westet regarded them with bright curiosity, while Orist stood by. "And your colors are blue and scarlet, young lord?" asked the assistant, taking notes on a potsherd. "May I ask why you have colors at all?" "To differentiate us, not only from our fellow Altan jousters, but more importantly from the Tian ones," Kuran replied for Orist. "We don't want someone from our own side seeing a desert dragon and thinking it's ridden by a Tian. And we want to be able to keep track of the others in our wing," Orist added, "so we can do things that we've practiced together." "But why different colors for each of you?" the assistant persisted. "I should think you could make out who is who by the colors of your dragons. No one is going to mistake this beetle-colored beauty for any of the others." "First of all, we didn't know they would all hatch out different colors," Kuran replied. "Second, from a distance they can still be confused. Take Avatra, she's scarlet and gold, which is awfully close to Pe-Atep's Dioth, who's red and sand-colored. Or Kalen's Seatman, brown and gold, who could be taken for Osset Ra's copper-red Apetma. And third, we're only the first wing of tame desert dragons. There are 2 female desert dragons that can provide us with more eggs every 2 years. Eventually there are going to be jousters with the same color dragons.
We need ways to tell them apart in the air. And we might as well start now and get our eyes used to looking for the combination of dragon colors and rider and harness colors. Ah, the assistant said, contented now. You see, I like to know why one is asked to do something unusual, and thus you are too damned curious and prying, you young whelp, the old man growled. If you worked as well as you jabbered, we'd have the harnesses done by now. Yes, master, the assistant said, sounding not at all subservient. He turned back to Kurun. And are you wanting streamers that can be easily torn away in the same colors as well? Kurun nodded. We'll be using them in training, to teach the dragons to get in close for harassment. But I don't want something that is going to interfere with flying. The assistant dismissed that with a shrug. Colored grass, loosely woven, he replied. Fastened to the back of the saddle, easily done. As easily as I am going to beat you if we don't get these dragons measured, scolded the old man. Get on with you. The two of them moved on to Apetma's pen. Orist and Kurun exchanged grins. What were those extra straps you ordered for? Orist asked when they had gone. He didn't ask about those. Probably because they seemed perfectly logical to someone who has never been a jouster, Kurun replied, sobering. I don't want any accidents. Avatra and I still haven't mastered the falling man catch. Maybe the senior jousters will think this is a feat, but I want all of you belted down into your saddles when we begin training. Orist nodded slowly. I have no objection, he replied slowly. Now that I have been up on dragons, it's a long way down to the ground. I wouldn't like to fall. Oh, I'm not worried about falling. The Tian jousters used to say that it isn't the fall that kills you, Kurun replied with a straight face. Oh, so what is it? Once again, Orist walked straight into the joke. It's hitting the ground that kills you, Kurun replied, and ran out of Wastet's pen with a brush following him. He particularly wanted to catch up with the harness makers before they left Auset-Ra's Apet-Ma. By now he half suspected that the boys had forgotten that their dragons were to be harnessed up in the rider's colors, but Kurun remembered Auset-Ra's fuss about having colors that didn't clash with the dragon's colors. He'd gotten black and white. Was that sufficiently neutral for him to be content? The last thing he wanted was for Auset-Ra to be unhappy about a little thing like the colors of his harness when it was so easy to fix, but he found Auset-Ra perfectly at ease as the harness makers nattered on about what color should be where to avoid soiling the white parts. Are you still all right with black and white? He asked Auset-Ra cautiously. It's not too late to change. Oh, Apet-Ma is going to look amazing, Auset-Ra said breezily, holding her head and gazing into her coppery eyes. Aren't you, my love? There won't be another dragon out there as striking as you. And as he crooned to her, she butted his head gently with her copper-red nose and crooned back at him. And at that moment, Kurun realized that it would not have mattered to the formerly vain Auset-Ra if Apet-Ma had been done and his colors green and gray. He would still have been sure she was the most beautiful of the lot. He was just as besotted with Apet-Ma as any of them, and nothing was half as important any more as his dragon. Kurun left the pen feeling, although he was not sure why, as if he had just won a war. 13. From below, the view was fascinating, as brilliantly colored dragons soared and dove in the cloudless sky. Watching the dragons practice and train had always been a popular pastime for those who could afford to take the time away from their proper jobs. But now people were snatching a few moments just to come and gape. The boys were now safe to be up on their own during some games, thanks to the many days of going up to warm up other jousters' dragons. When they were paired off in non-combat exercises, Kurun liked to leave Avatra in the pen once in a while and just go out to the practice field to watch as if he was one of the spectators. At the moment, the fledglings were ribbon-chasing in sets of 2, one with the ribbon, one trying to get it. They were over their clumsy stage at last, and now he was allowing all 8 of them up in the sky at the same time. Since they weren't very fast at this yet, they were able to avoid collisions that lack of practice and skill would have made inevitable at an adult speed. The spectators, however, were not aware of the fledglings' imperfections. They were here to watch and wonder and marvel. The boys weren't heroes yet, but the next set of jousters waiting their turn to go up and go through the same games were. And if the swamp dragons weren't as pretty up in the sky, they were a lot more exciting. They could double back on their own paths in the blink of an eye, and even literally fly rings around each other. None of them could match Avatra, however. She was able to tumble and wing over in a way that none of the others would, because none of the others were as alert and aware as she was, nor were they anywhere near as cooperative. She would try anything he asked her to, which was why he was very, very careful about what he asked her to do. There were quite a few brand-new game exercises, and new forms of combat being practiced up there, and down near ground level as well, these days. At night, Kurun and his wing thrashed out new ideas, and tried to come up with better plans all the time. Some of the things that they had tried worked, some didn't, and some were useful only as agility training. Take the ribbon chasing, for instance. One dragon would have a ribbon tied to his harness, and a second dragon would be sent up to take it. It was the job of the first rider to keep the second from snatching that ribbon. It had no application to combat whatsoever, but it certainly trained the dragons and riders in evasive maneuvering. It was hot and very humid down here on the ground with the green, rank scent of the canals everywhere. In Alta, the dry season wasn't actually dry, not with all of the canals around. Kurun felt sweat trickling down the back of his neck and making his scalp prickle, and he wished he was up there. The layer of humid air stopped about halfway to where the dragons were playing now, and that was where the dry Camisine wind began. He listened to the spectators with half of his attention. They found the ribbon chasing to be absolutely enthralling. He couldn't blame them. The game was fun to watch, and even more fun to participate in. On the other hand, one of the near-ground tactics was a combat trick, and was going to be extremely useful. One of the things that Tian dragons did was to dive down on an Altan army and snatch a commander right out of the midst of his men, rising in the air to drop him to his death. The swamp dragons weren't big enough to pull that off. Neither were the fledglings, nor would they be for at least another year, but they would try to do anything that their riders asked them to, once Aket 10 put it into their heads. And one of those things was a new and potentially deadlier equivalent to what the Tians did. It, too, was intended to serve the purpose of eliminating important enemy commanders. The fledglings took to it immediately, for it fit in so well with their natural hunting skills that they hardly had anything to learn. They would rise to the top of a thermal, and their rider would pick a target and signal the general area where it was. Since Tian commanders wore blue war helmets, the fledglings themselves were able to tell exactly who the target was now. They would fix their eyes on the target, then fold their wings and dive. At the last possible moment, they would snap their wings open and turn the dive into a blindingly fast aerial dash at just out of spear reach from the ground. If they had been hunting, that would have ended in them smashing into their prey, knocking it over, and soaring up again to come down a second time on the now unconscious prey to kill it. Since this was a combat maneuver, they would aim straight for the target, and at the last possible moment, the rider would launch a javelin at it. What with being thrown from the back of a speeding dragon, when the javelins hit, they usually went all the way through the straw targets, out the other side, and buried themselves a good hand length into the dirt. How often they did hit depended on the skill of the rider. Orist was the most accurate of the boys, hitting his targets well over 3/4 of the time. Huras the least, a little better than 3 out of 10. Kurun himself was somewhere in the middle, and as a consequence, preferred to use the weapon he was most familiar with, the sling. Using a lead pellet instead of a clay one, he was usually able to knock the target's head clean off with accuracy comparable to Orist with a javelin. This was very popular with the spectators on the ground, who actually got to see something besides pretty patterns in the sky. It was heartening for them, too. It was one thing to hear about distant victories. It was quite another to see your fighters actually doing something that looked effective and aggressive. Even the older jousters had gotten inspired by the successes of the youngsters to try as much of what was being done in fledgling practice as they could command their own dragons to cooperate with. And there, unfortunately, Akhet-Ten could do only so much. While she could dominate every fighting dragon in the compound now, that only meant that they would obey her, not their own riders. And in order to be alert enough to respond to complicated commands, they would have to be on half rations of tala, which made them arguably dangerous. Still, there were a handful of the older jousters experimenting with slings, though not one of them had managed to get his mount to tolerate a javelin whizzing past its head. They usually turned and snapped it out of the air, and no one wanted to discourage that behavior, since it meant that the dragons were also catching arrows that had been sent in the jousters' direction. The older jousters had swiftly worked out for themselves that they needed to learn such things, and quickly, too. Now that the Magi's sent storms had ended with the onset of the dry season, and the Kamisine winds had begun to blow, the jousters of Tia were back in the air and in support of troops who were angry that they had been lately driven back. Still on the ground, the Altans could match them man for man, and for now they were holding the land that they had regained. And with the help of the new tactics that Kuron was working out, the Altan jousters were succeeding in avoiding the Tians, forcing them to work much harder to go after them, and keeping them from attacking Altan commanders. Kuron could well imagine the level of frustration that must have been building in the Tian jousters. Always, the Altans had stayed and fought, man to man, dragon to dragon. And of course, since the desert dragons outweighed the swamp dragons, most of the time the victory in a conventional joust went to the Tian, and he was then free to wreak whatever havoc he cared to on the troops below. If the Altan was lucky, he was just driven off. If he wasn't, someone would be building a funerary shrine for him by nightfall, as his dragon flew off without him, freeing itself of harness and saddle and reverting to the wild. Now, though, the Altans weren't staying and fighting. In fact, there was precious little jousting going on at all. The Tians found their dragons and themselves stung with clay pellets, or they found their opponents luring them into tail chases that they could not possibly win, which left them far from the scene of battle and too exhausted to accomplish anything when they got back. And when the slingers switched from clay pellets to lead, their hits on either Tian jousters or Tian commanders on the ground could be devastating. Now, Kuron knew the Tians, and knew what their ultimate answer would be to the change in situation. Put more jousters in the air, so that one could pursue and one could attack ground troops, because they still outnumbered their Altan counterparts, and once every Altan jouster was fully engaged, whether in combat or in a tail chase, there could still be Tian jousters to conduct their devastating campaigns on the troops below. But they hadn't yet done that, and, for now, the lines were holding steady at the regained border. As a consequence, Lord Kamun's star was rising. According to Caleth, he was getting more of a hearing in council meetings with the Great Ones, although he was being very cautious about what he said. This was enormously satisfying for Caleth and Toreth, who could have discussed every little nuance and rumor and political implication for hours, if the others hadn't been patently bored with all the political dancing. But there was one thing that was important. The more power that Lord Kamun had, the safer Akhet-Ten would be. He had made it very clear that Akhet-Ten's presence was very important to the Jouster's compound, and even if the Magi took every fledgling of mediocre ability and drained them all to the point where their power was not returning, at the moment they could not touch Akhet-Ten. 2 of the ribbon chases ended simultaneously. The other 2 looked as if they would go on until all 4 dragonettes were tired. Kuron put his fingers into the corners of his mouth and whistled shrilly. In answer, the combatants broke off and returned to the ground, leaving the sky free for the older jousters. "Kuron!" called Toreth, as they all led their dragonettes toward the compound. Kuron left the crowd of spectators and joined them. "Good matches," he said approvingly. Toreth nodded his head. "They're getting stronger. I think we need more practice time," the prince said. "And I know how you feel about practicing over a net. But what about practicing over water?" "Not the canals, surely?" Kuran replied with skepticism. He couldn't imagine using the canals instead of a net. Their movements would be even more restricted than over the net. No, I thought the ocean, the prince replied, looking eager to try the experiment. But Kuran shook his head. He hadn't yet actually seen the ocean and the port of Alta city, but he was not exactly eager to do so either. Water stretching as far as the eye could see? All right, he knew how to swim, but not that well. And neither did the others he suspected. If someone goes off, there's no easy rescue, he pointed out. It's one thing to go off the back of your dragon to rescue someone when you know the water's no deeper than your neck, but it's quite another to go plunging into water deeper than you can even imagine. And what about waves? I've heard there are waves big enough to swamp huge boats. What would happen if one of those hit you? The prince's face fell. I'll tell you what, though, Kuran continued, making up his mind about something else. I think we can find some empty property somewhere and set up a place with straw men for more targeting practice. Torith's face brightened again. As far away from here as possible, he suggested. Oh? Asked Gan, coming up to join them, his dragonette waffling at his hair. Why? Not that I mind. I have quite enough admirers as it is, and I weary of women flinging themselves at me. He fanned his face with a languid hand, and got the laugh he was looking for. Because I want them, Torith jerked his chin at the jousters practicing in the sky above them, to get the attention, not us. I want them to be the heroes all the time. Let them come watch if they want, and try some of what we do if they can. But I don't think they should have to share the attention and the glory with a wing of boys who've never flown in battle. It's not fair, and it's not right. Orist tossed his head to get his hair back over his shoulders. Rumblings of discontent? He suggested. Not yet, said Torith. I want to prevent them. Pei-Atep nodded. They're good men, and right now, they're grateful to you for coming up with ways to counter the Tians. But I've already heard some jokes about us being the pretty ones that everyone wants to watch. Once the jokes start, there's the possibility the joking will be covering resentment. Pei-Atep tended to spend more time around the senior jousters than anyone other than Kalen, since his experience with training lions and cheetahs for hunting made him very useful in training the wild-caught dragons. Kalen seconded that. I've heard the same, the falconer shrugged. Better safe than sorry, I always say. We make it clear that we don't care about having an audience, that we're serious about our training. They'll be more inclined to take us seriously, too. He was right. Kuran wouldn't have thought of any of that for himself, but Torith was right, and so were Kalen and Pei-Atep. At the moment, the wing had the respect of the older jousters, but if fighting men thought that a group of boys just coming into their beards was trying to steal what they had actually fought to gain, there would be resentment and anger. Kuran nodded. Frankly, I think we ought to concentrate on targeting anyway. It makes no sense for us to even think about traditional jousting until our dragons are bigger. I think we will be able to fight soon, but it will have to be our way. One day, Orist said, looking at him comically, you will say something that is less than practical and sensible, something that is driven by no forethought and nothing but passion, and I will probably collapse with shock. The bottom dropped out of the world. The universe jolted. Kuran sat straight up in bed with a yell of fear. His mind was blank, and his gut was a roil, and inside he was nothing but a chaos storm of sheer terror. He was so terrified, in fact, that for one mind-numbing moment, he didn't realize that every dragon in the compound was keening with a fear that at least equaled his, including Avatra. The ground was moving in rolling waves. How could that be? The ground was moving. But it didn't matter that the ground was shaking, and it didn't matter that he was frightened out of his wits. Hearing Avatra cry out for him shook him back to his wits, and he fell off his cot and flung himself at the door. Avatra needed him. That was more important than anything else, including his own terror. It was exactly like trying to move in a nightmare. The shaking floor seemed to pitch itself out from under his feet, and he tumbled over sideways in the thick, hot darkness, bruising himself all over when the floor he'd thought was farther away hit him. The groaning of the stones around him made him sure he was going to be buried at any moment, and when he fell, he hit his elbow wrong, startling another yelp out of him. But Avatra needed him, and he crawled across the floor on hands and knees, felt his way past the door. The ground heaved again, and he was tossed into the sand of her pit. There was dust everywhere. Where was it coming from? He couldn't see it, of course, but he could feel it in his eyes, taste it in the oven heat of the air. And the sand seemed unnaturally slick, and it kept trying to suck him down. Fortunately, he knew it was no more than waist deep, but the way it kept pulling at his limbs was as terrifying as everything else, as if it was alive and wanted to devour him. Following Avatra's cries, he got to her side, where he got both his arms around her neck and hung on for dear life, closing his eyes and trying to soothe her when he himself was certain that the end of the world had come. And then it was over. Just like that. A strange silence filled the humid darkness. Where a moment before there had been nothing but cries of frightened humans and dragons and the roaring of the earth. "By the great ram's horns!" said a shaking voice just on the other side of the wall. "That was a nasty one! Bethlen's fine. Is everyone all right?" It was Manette-Ka, so at least one of his wing was fine. The dragon keening began again, starting with one of the babies. Not Bethlen. It was farther away than that. A ragged chorus answered him. Kurun tried to speak, but found he couldn't. His throat seemed paralyzed. All of his fears seemed to have filled his throat and choked it. "Kurun!" Manette-Ka called, then more urgently, "Kurun!" "Kurun!" Torith shouted. "Wing leader! Are you all right?" "It's over. It's over," he told himself. He uttered a strangled croak, coughed, and managed, "Here! Here!" Then he got a little better control of himself. He was the wing leader, the trainer. As he cradled Avatra's head against his chest, he managed to suck enough air into his lungs, air still strangely full of dust, to call out, "Dragon's all right? No one hurt? No one trapped?" This time the ragged chorus answered him instead of Torith, all in the affirmative. He tried to think of what they should do next, except that there was nothing they could do, because they must all be as disoriented as he was. "All right," he said. "Don't move. Not until there's light and we can see." Because all of the lanterns were gone, smashed, he supposed, and without the moon it was as dark as a cave. "Don't crawl around. There's no telling what's fallen over and what's broken, and if you slash yourself open on a broken jaw, nobody's going to be able to come to help you." The keening from the nursery eased, then stopped, as the boys got their dragonettes quieted. Outside the nursery, dragons were still complaining. He could only hope that darkness and Tala would keep them calmer than they might have been were they not drugged. "Well," said Torith's voice, sounding far more philosophical than he was feeling. "I suppose you're right. The sand is soft enough." The others agreed. "I'm going back to sleep," said Huras, his voice sounding muffled in the distance. "It's not as if I haven't slept in the pit before this." He heard nothing more than whines and murmurs then, as the rest of them soothed their dragonettes. He stroked Avatra's snout and wondered, though it was hard to describe a thought so fearful as his as mere wondering, just what had happened. Had it been some evil spirit that had attacked them? Was it the anger of a god? How could the ground move like that? Had it only been the Jouster's compound, or had the whole city been rattled like this? If so, he'd heard the stones groaning. How could any building stand under something like that? The soldiery here on Third Ring were probably all right. They lived most of the time in tents anyway. But what about the temples? What about the manors and palaces? What about all the mud brick buildings on Fourth and Fifth Rings? the mud brick farmhouses on 6th and beyond. He began feeling sick. Mud brick was only stacked with more mud between in lieu of mortar. It surely couldn't have held. And at night, in the dark, if he'd had trouble getting out of a single room, how hard would it be to get out of a house? Avatra whimpered and shook, and he held her, talking soothingly until she stopped shaking, then stopped whimpering, then, impossibly, fell asleep again. And he felt the heat of the sand soaking into him, so at least whatever had happened hadn't broken the magic on the sandpit. Her head was in his lap, but she was big enough now that he could lean over sideways and rest against her chest, and just shut his gritty eyes for a moment and let the heat soothe his bruises. He woke for the second time with a yell, and blinked in the soft monochrome light of pre-dawn at Akhet 10, who was crouched in the sand beside him, one hand on his shoulder. It hadn't been the earth moving that had awakened him this time. It had been her shaking him. "Are you all right?" she asked. "Nothing worse than bruises?" She looked disheveled, hadn't bothered even with eye makeup, and looked as if she had just thrown on the first shift that came to her hand. "I'm fine," he managed, willing his heart to stop racing. "What was that?" He didn't specify what that was, but he didn't exactly have to. "Earthshake," she said matter-of-factly. "We get them all the time, though usually not as bad as the one last night. But, of course, you were born and raised far enough down the Great Mother River that even when your family was still part of Alta, you never felt them, did you? Some people claim it is the anger of Seft that does it, but the winged ones know it isn't." She hesitated for a moment. Or at least, if it is, no winged one has ever seen the actual hand of the god doing it. Besides that, we've always been able to warn people well in advance of when one was going to happen. So if it was the anger of a god, you'd think he would have stopped us from telling people. "What went wrong this time?" he asked thickly. His eyes were still sore from all of the grit, and he rubbed at his gluey lashes to try and unstick them. "Why wasn't there a warning?" It was light enough that he could see her frown. "I don't know. Not for certain," she replied flatly. "But I can guess. The fledglings weren't enough to satisfy the need for whatever it is that the Magi were draining from them. Or maybe they've started to drain some of them so dry that the powers really are gone for good, and the Magi have started to come for the winged ones themselves. That's the only reason I can think of why the ones with the 4 visions didn't see this earthshake and warn everyone it was coming. They should have. They've always known when a shake was coming, even a little one that barely rattles the pots, and they've always sent out warnings." Maybe later he would be as angry as she clearly was. Now all he could think of was the welfare of the rest of the compound. "Is anyone in the compound hurt? Are the rest of the dragons all right?" He couldn't hear any more whimpering or keening. In fact, all he heard was the usual groans and complaints of dragons who hated to be roused in the morning. "A few people were hurt by falling stone, all but one of them servants," she said, "but not badly. This compound is built to handle shakes. The dragons are all fine. One of the pools cracked and drained, and the poor dragon in it spent a miserable and cold night so far as he was concerned. But there are spare pens, and we've already moved the dragon there. It'll be worse in the city," she added with resignation. "There will be people killed, I'm sure, several hundred, if not several thousand. And a lot more will be hurt, and probably half of those will die, too, eventually." Why?" he asked. "Because they weren't warned," she snapped. "I told you. We know what to do when there is going to be a big shake. With warning, we all move out and sleep in our gardens. Even if you don't have a garden, when there's a shake warning, people sleep in the temple gardens, beside the canals, anywhere that there's no walls to fall on them. Without warning, people are inside, their walls come down, their roofs collapse." He heard the mounting anger in her voice, and she must have realized it too. She stopped for a moment and closed her eyes. He could hear her breathing carefully, taking several slow, deep breaths before opening her eyes again, and continuing in a more controlled voice. She was still angry, though. He knew her well enough to understand that her stony expression meant she was just controlling herself. He had first seen it when she was trying not to show how afraid she was of the Magi. Now he doubted that she was hiding fear. That's the thing, you see. If we have warning, an earthshake doesn't hurt anything but buildings, and buildings can be mended. It will be bad in the second and third ring, but in the fourth and fifth, it will be horrible. The poorer the district is, the worse it will be. The wealthy have homes built to account for shaking, but the poor build of mud brick on land that becomes like quicksand when there's a shake. That's why there must be a warning. Her voice trembled with rage, and her jaw was clenched. The Magi, she said, her facade cracking again. The Magi did this. If the Magi are to blame, he ventured, then surely the Great Ones will act? He couldn't imagine the Great Ones not acting. They were the guardians of their people. How could they ignore something as egregious as this? One hopes, she replied, all the anger suddenly draining from her, as the water had drained from that cracked pool. I'd better go. I'm the only one that can soothe the wild-caught dragons, and every time there is a little shake, or they even think there is a little shake, they are becoming hysterical. If we aren't to have to drug them to sleep with Tala, I'd better do that. She got up off her knees, brushed the sand off her sleeveless robe, and left. He stared after her. He had never seen her look so hopeless before. What did she know about the Winged Ones and the Magi that he didn't? Whatever it was, she was evidently certain that the Magi would never be taken to task for draining the power from those who were supposed to protect Alta from catastrophes such as this one. What was it that made her so certain? Maybe it was nothing worse than her own fears speaking. After all, the Winged Ones had failed to protect her from the Magi. Now she probably mistrusted everyone. And he couldn't blame her either. As the light strengthened, he looked around Avatra's pen and assessed the damages. All the lanterns were smashed, fallen out of their niches or off their shelves, lying in broken pieces on the floor. There was a crack running up one wall of the pen, and there was another at the corner of his room. Gan and Torith's quarters hadn't fared so well. In fact, had Torith been in his cot, he probably would have been dead, because a huge block of stone had dislodged itself from his ceiling and flattened his cot. But in fact, Torith had been sleeping outside his room since the dry season began because of the heat, and that liking for fresh air had probably saved his life. It turned out that he was not the only one who had been sleeping outside. Most of the wing had been doing so. This was incomprehensible to Karan, who had been forced to sleep under the stars for most of his life, and found the presence of a roof equated to a feeling of luxury. Free people slept in houses, only serfs and slaves slept in the open. As for Gan, one whole corner of the outer wall of his dragon's pen was gone, collapsed, and Gan was swearing that he was going to find the stonemason who was responsible and make him fix it with nothing more than his bare hands. Karan was a little worried. There was so much more to worry about than the collapse of a wall. Huh, said Kalen, when Gan went back to his pen, still ranting. Don't worry about it, Karan. This is just his way of exhausting his fear. We're all scared. If we can't rely on the Winged Ones to warn us anymore, what are we going to do? Karan realized that the falconer was right, with one exception, himself. It wasn't what had happened that was the disaster. It was that they hadn't been warned. In the end, the reports that came from the rest of the city were not as disastrous as Akhet 10 had feared. Many people, in fact virtually anyone who had a garden, were sleeping in their gardens for the sake of coolness, and so were safe when the shaking began. There were deaths, though, and many, many injuries, and people all over the city were asking why there had been no warning. Akhet 10 would have taken up her very rudimentary healing kit and gone out to help the healers, except that both her father and Lord Kaman forbade her to do any such thing. Lord Kaman told her so first, when she came to him to ask permission to leave. A note from her father, who evidently knew his daughter well, came a little later. Corun had gone with her, after failing to dissuade her from her fixed purpose himself. He hung back as Lord Command gave her a very stony glare. "The dragons are a hair's breadth from going mad with fear," Lord Command told her sternly. "Every time there is an aftershaking, they bellow worse than after the first shake. Who is there to soothe them if you go running off in the city? And just what do you think several dozen terrified loose dragons would do if they broke loose from their chains and escaped the compound?" Akhet-Ten looked as if she had eaten something very sour. Then she took another deep breath and bowed her head in obedience to Lord Command's orders. And he was right, of course, excepting only that several dozen newly freed and terrified dragons would probably do nothing worse than fly off. Still, there was always the chance that one would decide to get a bit of his own back, as it were. And Akhet-Ten was the only person in the compound that could soothe the dragons. By now, some of them were so upset that they didn't want to eat, which meant until she got them quieted, it wouldn't be possible to get Tala into them either. Corun didn't want her out there for reasons of his own. If she was right, and the Magi were taking up the winged ones as well as the fledglings, then the moment she stepped outside the compound walls, she was in danger. He didn't tell her that, though. He had the feeling, looking at her strained, angry face all day, that any little thing might cause her to lose all self-control. Maybe that had already occurred to her, and maybe she was using anger as a bulwark against fear. If so, if he pressed her with more warnings, she might break down into hysterics. Certainly there were plenty of other people right in the compound who had lost their heads today. More than one senior jouster, as a matter of fact. There were several people who had been taken off and plied with palm wine or cot until they felt calm, or just too drunk to care. He wouldn't blame her if she blew up, but right now they couldn't afford to be without her. Because, earthshake or no, they had to get at least one wing into the sky, and the only way they could do that was for her to get enough dragons calmed down to form a wing. The troops in the south needed dragons and jousters to distract the jousters of Tia. The disaster in the city could be compounded by a disastrous loss of men and territory if no dragons could get to the combat. The ground continued to shake a little, all that day and into the night. None of the dragonettes wanted to fly, and Corun didn't blame them. Finally, by the following morning, he told the boys to stuff the little ones with as much food as they would eat. "If they're full, they'll sleep, and if they sleep, they'll get over their fear," he said reasonably. And when Lord Command heard what he had ordered, he ordered the same for every dragon that was not flying the working wing that day. Corun even got Avatra stuffed as full as she could hold, and eventually she, too, slept fitfully in the hot sand of her pen. That left him with time on his hands, and seeing Akhet-Ten still vibrating between fear and anger and nearly bursting with the need to do something, he finally took her aside. "Look," he said, "you can't go out, but I can. I'll go out into the city for you and help. Will that make you feel any better?" "Just what do you think you can do?" she responded waspishly, then clapped her hand over her mouth, her eyes filling with tears. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean that." He held back a retort of his own. Seeing 2 tears spill over and run down her cheeks made him glad of that momentary restraint. "I can do something you can't," he pointed out gently. "I'm bigger and stronger than you, and I am quite used to hard physical labor. I can help dig people out. And if you stay here and keep an eye on Avatra and the little ones, I can do that without needing to worry about them." She bowed her head. "Then, thank you," she said quietly, and went back to her work of calming the agitated dragons. The other boys decided that going into the city would be a good idea. Pei-Atep wanted to look in on his successor anyway. He was worried about the cats. And Kalen wanted to check on the health of his former charges, the falcons. Huras was dying to find out how his father and neighbors were, and perhaps, if there was heavy damage, help get some of the ovens going again. "People need to eat," he pointed out. "If they can't bake their own bread,
We can do it for them."
Menetka, Orist, Gan, and Osset Ra volunteered to stay to mind the dragonettes so that the others could go out. Torith promised to check on all of the families of the nobly born and pass on word to both sides. After telling Lord Kaman of their intentions, Kuran did go out, dressed in an old kilt, and not to the second ring either. Assuming that the military could take care of themselves, and the nobles and wealthy could purchase whatever help they needed, he went across the causeways to the fifth ring, where most of the poorer sections of Alta were. There, as he had promised her, he labored for the rest of the day in a gang of other common folk, digging out houses where there might have been injured folk still trapped. By the end of the day, they were only finding bodies, and he reckoned it was time to go home. Not to be crude about it, but it would not matter 1 day or 2 if a body was recovered. The spirit would be satisfied by the proper prayers and rites whenever it was found. He trudged back across the causeways, feeling tired enough to lie down in Avatra's hot sand and bake all night to get the aches out. It had been a hard, hard day. He hadn't labored this much since he'd worked for Kefti, but every time they'd gotten someone out still alive, still able to go to the hands of the healers that had swarmed down to the fifth ring, it had felt as if he had won a prize. Because of detours, of causeways and bridges being closed or blocked, he actually had to go to the second ring to get down to the third again. His path took him past the Temple of the Twins just at dusk. He hadn't planned it that way, but just as he got close enough to see the front portico, he realized that the nightly procession of fledglings to the Tower of Wisdom had just begun. He stopped and stared. What were they thinking? The city lay disorganized and in places in ruins. Surely they could put off their regular magics for a few nights. Then he realized that by gawping at them, he was making himself conspicuous, and put his head down, walking onward, trusting to his coating of dust to make him anonymous. And as he drew nearer, he also realized that a good half of the people trudging slack-faced to the orders of the magi in charge were far too old to be fledglings. Nor was he the only one to have noted this.
"Hoy!"
shouted an old man, face contorted with anger, and so covered in dust from stone and brick it was impossible to see what color his complexion really was.
"Where are you a-goin' with them winged ones?"
He planted himself firmly in the path of the magi and stood there with his hands on his hips, staring defiantly at them. The magus in the lead drew himself up in a front.
"Just who?"
the man began. The commoner interrupted him.
"They were supposed to warn us,"
he shouted, growing more angry by the moment.
"They were supposed to tell us so none got hurt. And how come they didn't, eh? Eh?"
By now the shouting had attracted a crowd, angry people most of them, who were surrounding the magi and their charges, looking daggers at them. No, not at the winged ones, who were oblivious to all of this. All the anger was directed straight at the magi.
"I don't,"
said the magi in charge haughtily, but what he didn't, Kuran would never know, for he was shouted down again by a different commoner.
"We know why,"
the man cried out.
"We seen you comin' here every night. First you drag off the young uns, and then they come back looking like you sucked 'em up dry and threw back the husk. Then that's not good enough for you, and you start a-taking the winged ones. Them is supposed to be our protection, and they come back a-looking the same. You think we be blind? You think we be stupid?"
Since this was probably precisely what the magi had thought, they exchanged bewildered and alarmed gazes.
"Well, we ain't," shouted the first man. "We know what's what. 'Tis your fault my sister's boys are dead. 'Tis your fault innkeeper's girl's lost a leg. Without your meddling, we'd have had our warning, as is proper. 'Tis your fault, all of it."
The crowd began to shout, and just as the magi belatedly realized their danger, the crowd became a mob. At that point, the winged ones seemed to come out of their stupor, and with looks of alarm, scuttled back to their temple. They needn't have worried. They weren't the targets of the mob's anger. The magi, however, were.
Not just anger either. People at the rear were picking up stones and pieces of wood, and there just happened to be quite a bit of that sort of thing lying around at the moment. And at that point, Karun decided that the smart thing would be to leave. He doubled back on his path and took the long way back to the compound, leaving the shouting behind him as he dropped any pretense of dignity and ran. A mob of a few dozen people wasn't going to win against the Magi, of course, but he didn't want to get caught in the middle of it. And besides, he needed to get back to Torith and tell him that their surmise was correct. If anyone could get the ear of the Great Ones with the truth now, it would be him. 14. Torith went white.
"No," he said aghast. "Surely not."
But Karun saw by his expression that he really didn't need to repeat his assertion. Torith's reply was not an indication that he didn't believe his wing leader. It was more that the very idea of leaving the city defenseless against its worst threat was so unthinkable and appalling.
Torith said, staring blankly into space for a moment.
"This is evil hearing," he said at last.
"I would not have thought any creature of this city, be he never so base, would have put his own desires ahead of the safety of all."
Karun had had plenty of time to think about this before he took Torith aside after dinner and told him what he'd seen. Several things had occurred to him. Now, although he had been perfectly willing to accept as a given that the Magi were stealing the years of soldiers slain in battle to prolong their own lives, it had occurred to him that to the others this was just idle speculation, a kind of ghost story. It was horrible to contemplate, and deep down inside, they didn't truly believe it. And he could hardly blame them for their skepticism, for none of them had seen the blank-faced fledglings being led away, nor the look of stark terror on Akhet Ten's face when she fled the Magi. But if it was really true, then the victories of the Altan troops must have been maddening to them. Victorious armies did not take as many casualties as those that are losing. If they had come to depend on those stolen years, they must have been growing desperate. Desperate enough to take away a primary protection for the city and steal its power? Desperate enough to take that protection away in the hopes of making up the falling number of available deaths? Karun thought it more than likely. Consider that our thought was right. They may have been battening on the deaths of Altan soldiers to prolong their own lives, Karun said bluntly. Is it so short a step from stealing the years of dead soldiers to stealing the years of children crushed beneath a falling wall?
"May the gods save us, if that be so," Torith said softly. "I find it hard to countenance."
He doesn't know how ruthless the very ruthless can be. It made him sick. It made him angry. Here he had faced down Tian tyranny only to find it in the place where he had thought to find his sanctuary. He had thought that only the Tians were the evil ones in this war. He had been wrong. Evil flourished on both sides. Active evil and passive, in the shape of the Great Ones, who were supposed to protect their people and guard them, and who were happy to leave the real responsibility in the hands of others that they might have only the pleasure of the office, and not the duty. "Here is another prediction, then," Karun retorted, who had seen the fear on the faces of the Magi facing the mob. Men like that did not like being made to feel fear. When they got to safety, their first thought would be of revenge, and if it comes to pass, then you may take it that the Magi are capable of every bit of that and more. The Eye of Light, what of it? Torith replied absently, still contemplating with horror the idea that anyone in authority could deliberately choose something that would cause so much death and devastation, purely so that he and his could profit from it. "I believe the Magi will demonstrate it tomorrow," said Karun, his voice hard with anger. "Or the next day. Soon, at any rate. When they were set upon by common folk, it would hardly have pleased them, and they are going to want both revenge and a way to make the commoners fear them too much to interfere with them ever again. I believe that they will find some excuse, that there is a plague of rats there, or some other specious reason, to destroy the ruins in the neighborhood of the beer shop across the avenue from the Temple of the Twins.
And I shouldn't be at all surprised if perfectly repairable homes and businesses are turned to glass in the process. Torth looked up sharply. "Why?" he demanded. Kurun shrugged. "The Magi are men to whom little matters but their own good," he said, "like my old master Kefti. When anything bad happened to Kefti, as soon as he was over his first fright, he looked for revenge. I believe they will too. If they have grown so great in their own minds as to place their power above the welfare of the folk of the city, they will have grown great enough to believe that whatever they want is also right and proper." "Ah, gods!" Torth buried his face in his hands. "The rot goes deep," he said, his voice muffled. Kurun thought it best to leave him alone at that point. He had a lot to think about. In some ways, Torith and Calith, raised amid the endless political infighting among the royal families, had been anything but sheltered. Still, there were other ways in which they had been very sheltered indeed. They had never seen evil, amoral men under conditions in which their evil was recognizable. They were so used to petty evil that they had a great deal of difficulty in believing in great evil, and they had not made the intuitive leap that those who practiced petty evil were perfectly capable of undertaking great evil, and lacked only the perceived need and the opportunity to do so. Kurun felt oddly sorry for him. He had once been certain that there were things in his world he could be certain of. Not anymore. He stood in the corridor, still only partly cleaned up, and with fewer than a third of the lamps replaced, and debated telling Akhet 10 what he had seen and heard. On the one hand, it could make her more angry, more fearful, or both. On the other, it might serve to warn her. Not tonight, he decided at last. Not until things are closer to normal. Unless, of course, she insists on going where the Magi can find her. As he turned into his own door, something struck him so forcibly that he stopped dead in his tracks. When he had first come here, he had only been afraid that he would not be accepted. It had never occurred to him that he would find Kefti's form of evil writ larger among his own people. The rot went deep. Just how deep? Could it be cut out? Or was it too deep to cut out without killing the tree? He had once told Ari and the Bedu that if he did not like Alta, or was mistreated there, he and Avatra would just leave. That was still an option. But not before I make a stab at standing and fighting. There was no such rot among the jousters. He was fairly sure of that. Yet the jousters were a tool, and the weakness of any tool is that it may be used all unwittingly. And there was the war to consider. The Tians would not cease from pressing their attack, no matter what was going on in Alta, nor would they stop committing atrocities on Altan villagers. Torth's plan called for negating the Tian advantage so that a real truce could be pressed for, by drastically increasing the number of jousters. But what if the jousters could be eliminated altogether, from both sides? The armies will have to square off man to man, and there will be very little that the Magi can do that will make any appreciable difference. Would that mean a change in their status? Probably not. He sighed and went straight to Avatra, who was sitting up in her sand. Waiting for him, patient as a statue made of rubies and gold, but far warmer and infinitely more desirable. He went to her and sat down in the sand beside her. No matter how bad things got, at least he had Avatra, and she had him. He only hoped that Torith got the same measure of comfort from Riath Katan, because tonight he sorely needed it. By morning there were rumors of the confrontation with the Magi somewhere on the second ring, but nothing was confirmed. Kurun kept his mouth shut, even around the boys, but Torith looked very unhappy to hear Kurun's story confirmed. There were more rumors flying when he went out for the second day in a row to help the fourth and fifth rings, and this time Menetka, Orist, and Osset Ra took a turn in going to see their families. They let Huras go out for the second day in a row, because he was, indeed, helping his father to bake for the entire area. But he was not going to be restricted to walking. He was flying Tethulan. The heat from the ovens would keep her happy. Kurun, however, was walking. He decided to take a detour across the second ring, considerably out of his way, but he wanted to see if there was any sign of yesterday's near riot. When he passed the Temple of the Twins, he saw that it was shut up tight, which was a very new thing indeed. There was some damage around the second ring, as he had seen yesterday, but with the exception of a few places like beer shops and markets, it was minimal. There was no sign of yesterday's disturbance. To say that things were in a state of chaos was a profound understatement, and the contrast between the second and third rings, where rescue, cleanup, and even rebuilding were organized and well underway, was profound. No one was rebuilding in the fourth and fifth rings. In fact, no one was really cleaning up. There was no organization, except as people organized the members of their own families into work parties. And if there was only one survivor left, well, that one person worked alone, moving the rubble, usually with bare hands. The shake did not seem to have struck everywhere in the rings with the same force. In some places, damage was minimal. In others, shocked and bewildered people sat outside the piles of broken bricks and cracked timbers that had been their homes, unable to comprehend what had happened to them, or were slowly and methodically moving over the piles, removing them brick by brick, hoping to find something to save, or someone. You could easily tell the latter. They were the ones working with tears cutting channels through the caked dirt and dust on their faces. They were the ones Kurun tried to help first, even when all he could do was to help move bricks. "Where did you see him last?" he would ask. "Where was she sleeping?" And the survivor, so choked with grief that he or she was unable to speak, would point instead. And Kurun would start, trying to pick a safe spot to pitch the rubble to, because he did not want to discover that the survivor had been wrong, and he had, all unwittingly, been piling more debris atop someone already buried. Yesterday had been bad after the first rescues were done, because the people he found were sometimes still alive. But one look told him that not even the finest healer could save them. Today, at least as he worked, he knew that he was only going to recover the bodies so that the ghosts would not wander. Once he recovered a hand, and once a foot, and the survivor shoved him aside, weeping, to do the rest of the work. That was when he left, with his part over. He was in the middle of what had been someone's sleeping chamber, when the cries and shouting began. He'd had his back to the central island, so he didn't see what everyone was shouting about directly. But suddenly, he had a shadow stretching out stark and black in front of him. Filled with a sense of dread, he turned. Before he had half completed the turn, he had to squint against the brightness. The slender reed of light cutting down from the Tower of Wisdom was too bright to look at, brighter than lightning, a painful blue-white rod that began at the tip of the tower and ended somewhere down in the second ring. He thought it was moving, although at the angle he was, it was difficult to tell. But there was no doubt at all that it was touching and torching something in the second ring, just as he had predicted. Then, with no warning, it was gone, leaving behind an after-image that crossed his field of vision in a dazzle of purple and a burning, acrid scent in the air. Then, as the after-image faded, he saw that there were fires in the second ring where there had been none before. All around him, work had stopped as people stared, slack-jawed, at the fires and the place where the eye of light had cut across the second ring. There was absolute silence for a very long time, a silence heavy and appalled, as if no one could quite believe what they had seen. Then, into the ponderous silence, the sound of a single brick falling. That broke the spell, and hesitantly, fearfully, people went back to work. The rumors began to fly almost immediately. Most absurd, of course, was that the Magi had discovered a nest of subversive Tian priests, ones that had actually caused the earthquake, and had used the eye to burn them out. Most prevalent and most accurate was that the only things that had been burned belonged to those folk in the second ring who had confronted the Magi the night before. No one really bought into the first rumor, but there was no doubt that, whatever people might say, Deep down inside, the one that they believed was the second. Kuran kept his mouth shut, volunteering nothing. Knowing the Magi, he would not doubt that there were spies about, or at least people who would report what was said back to the Tower of Wisdom for a reward. Fortunately, no one knew he had actually been there when the confrontation took place, so no one asked him any questions. Once in a while, some of those he was helping asked him what he was and where he belonged, and he answered, truthfully, that he was one of the new young jousters with the baby dragons. And for a moment, tragic gazes would soften, and perhaps someone would say, "Ah, the pretty ones. But why are you here?" "Because you need help," he would tell them. Shortly before noon, an official-looking fellow in an absurdly clean kilt showed up, took up a stance in the middle of what had been the street, and began shouting. "All here!" he cried. "All here! Hear the words of the Great Ones to the people of Alta!" Some folk dropped what they were doing to gather around him, but most simply went on with their work, keeping an ear and a half of their attention on him. If this bothered him, it didn't show. He looked bored with the entire proceedings, and a bit impatient, as if he wanted to get this business over with and get back to something important. He was thin and energetic, with the look of a scribe and the lungs of a military commander. He wore a yellow and white sash running from his right shoulder to his left hip, and a matching striped headcloth. "Who is that?" Kuran muttered to the man he was helping, in an undertone. "Royal Herald," the man muttered back, without taking his attention off the pile of rubble they were moving. The man continued to shout his summoning call until he either grew tired of it or figured he had gathered around all the people he was going to get. "The gods have unfolded to the Great Ones that the mighty earthshake was caused by the false Tian priests," the herald proclaimed. "So subtle their work, and so wrapped in dark magic, that there was no foretelling that it would strike." "Bollocks," the man with Kuran muttered. "If they were that good, they'd have flattened the central island." "When the damage to the first, second, and third rings has been cleared, the army will send men and tools here." The man snorted. "By that time, we'll have cleared it with our hands alone." The back of his neck was red with anger as he turned away from Kuran, and he flung the piece of beam he had picked up with great force onto the pile of trash. "The hiding places of foul spies of the false Tian priests, the stores where they have secreted poisons and weapons, have been discovered on the second ring. In their wisdom, the Magi of the Tower have sent forth the Eye of Light to cleanse these places." Kuran risked a glance at the herald, and saw that the man was watching him and the house owner with narrowed gaze. "As more such hiding places are discovered, they will be cleansed. So fear not see the eye opened, but rejoice that the Magi watch over all of Alta." Having delivered his message to this part of the ring, the herald did not wait for questioning, but strode on and outward. The man with Kuran spat. "Bastards. Poisons and weapons and spies, my arse. Places where people are asking questions is more like. Pockets of people wanting to know why the winged ones didn't warn us." Another man in what was left of the next house over straightened and looked warningly at him. "I'd be careful about what I say, Atefka," the neighbor said. "I'm not saying you aren't right, but if you are, well, you saw their answer." Atefka looked bleakly at his neighbor. "Too right," was all he replied, but both of them looked sick. Well, for all that he had predicted just this action, Kuran felt sick too. Sick and angry. He had to return to the compound to feed and exercise Avatra, and to do so, because once again bridges were closed except for certain privileged folk, he had to go to the second ring to get to the third, and pass right by the site where the eye had touched. There was nothing there but a slab of glass-like fused earth, still hot. Fires smoldered around the perimeter, and the silent white faces of those whose duties kept them here said it all. And when he got back to the compound, there was someone waiting for him, in his chamber, along with Akhet 10. someone he had not expected to see there. "Hela Heklatus," he said in surprise. "But what—" "The temple of all gods is no longer a safe haven for me," the Akkadian said grimly. There was no smile in his eyes at all. "Or at least for my magic. I suspect a spy has been planted in the temple of all gods, and since the Magi are looking very, very hard for a mythical Tian priest mage on the second ring, I deemed it wise to come assign myself to the military on third ring." "That is an ugly thought, Hela," Karan replied, "though maybe a wise one." "There is an uglier scar on the second ring, provoked by no more than a demand for truth, Jouster," said Heklatus grimly. "And truth and trust are the means by which civilization holds off barbarism. When those in power intend to abuse that power, they look to an outside enemy in order to trick their people into pressing the means to their own abuse into the hands of the abusers. If an enemy does not exist, it will be manufactured, and all manner of horrors attributed to it, so that anyone who demands truth and accountability is set upon as being unpatriotic. And so that, when someone said to be an enemy is found, there will be few questions asked about guilt or innocence, and many faces averted when he is taken away." Karan thought about his own experience in the fourth ring, and nodded. "Now," continued Heklatus, "I could remain in the temple of all gods, and take my chances on being discovered as a clandestine magus, and knowing that the Magi of the tower are bent on finding a foreign enemy magus, I think we can both see where that would take me. Since I do not desire to be cast into a dungeon to rot, or killed, or tormented to reveal what I allegedly know, I have come to offer my services to the military, the Jousters to be specific, because I also have no wish to see the war from close at hand." "You have not come to me, I hope," Karan replied. "I have no power to engage you. No, to Lord Kaman, of course, who has accepted me and my skills with thanks," Heklatus responded, "although he has told me to assign myself to the welfare of those on the fourth and fifth ring during the current crisis. I confess that I am pleasantly surprised. I had not expected to find someone with a title who understands the responsibilities that should come with that title." "And does he know that you are a magus?" Karan asked sharply. Heklatus shrugged. "I told him nothing but the truth, that healers learn their trade differently in Akkad, which he already knew, and I feared that, being a foreigner, I might become a target for ill will, which he quickly understood. If he asks, I will admit to him that I am also a magus. If he does not, my silence is his best defense should I be traced here by your Magi." Karan, who had been about to open his mouth to rebuke the healer for not telling the whole truth, shut it again. Heklatus was right. "I hope you are going to be discreet, then," he said. Heklatus snorted, and favored him with a look of withering scorn. "I believe," he replied, "that I am aware of the dangers, especially as I was close enough to the lash of the eye today to have cooked my dinner in its fires." "They gave no warning?" Karan said, aghast. He had assumed that the Magi would at least have warned people that the punishment was coming. Even a moment or two would have been enough. "None. And while I have not heard of any that died there, well, the question is, would I?" Heklatus asked. "After claiming first that they had found a plague spot, and when that was not believed, that they had uncovered a nest of traitors, would anyone come forward and say, 'You incinerated my poor, innocent cousin without warning'? I think it unlikely." Akhet 10 had been silent throughout this conversation. Finally she said in a very small voice, "How can the Great Ones be unaware of this?" "If they are unaware," Heklatus said bitterly, "they must be complete idiots, and I had never heard that of them. Oh, they know. They just do not care, so long as what they wish is done. The Magi are too useful to them, for some reason, and they count the lives of mere Altan citizens of no account, I suspect. But they will never admit that they know what the Magi are doing, because then people would say that they did not care about untruth and injustice, and they will not welcome anyone who tries to enlighten them as to true conditions.
Oh no,
Akhet-Ten said in dismay.
What?
Both Heklatis and Karun said sharply.
Toreth. Toreth has gone to the palace to demand audience of the Great Ones by right of being the heir, she said, and clapped her hand over her mouth. When the eye was opened, he said that you had predicted this, and that the Great Ones must be told what the Magi have done.
The poor fool. Heklatis slumped where he sat. I only pray he has not signed his own death warrant.
But you fear he has,
Karun said heavily. The healer nodded, as Akhet-Ten looked from one to the other in horror.
Surely not, stammered Akhet-Ten. He and Caliph are the heirs.
But there are other heirs, Karun thought, and saw the same thought in Heklatis's eyes. Well, the healer said, too heartily, he and his brother are favor of the gods, surely.
Surely,
said Karun, who did not believe it at all. Toreth did not return in time to feed his dragonette. They could not leave the poor thing alone, so Akhet-Ten did it for him, then brought in Wastet to play with her until they were both tired. At that point, Karun decided that he had to tell the other boys of the wing just where Toreth had gone, and why. Gan and Orist were the only ones who were truly concerned. The rest of them looked anxious for a moment. Then Osset-Ra said, Ah, he's God-watched, that one. He can fall in the marsh and come up clean, with lattes in either hand. And the rest of them laughed, and each recounted some tale of how Toreth had always had the luck of 10 men, and for most of them their concern melted away. Not for Karun. And not for Gan and Orist either. He saw it in their faces, and, no doubt, they saw it in his. But Toreth did not return in time for dinner, and by that time Karun decided to go to Lord Kamun. He did not tell Lord Kamun about their speculation, that the Magi were prolonging their own lives, and possibly the lives of the Great Ones, at the expense of others. He did tell Lord Kamun what he had seen. First the fledglings, then the winged ones, being taken off by the Magi and returned looking drained. He spoke of the confrontation, the accusations, of telling Toreth about it, and his own prediction that the Magi would take revenge for the affront by using the eye on those who had insulted them so gravely. And he repeated what Akhet-Ten had told him about Toreth. His lordship heard him out, his face a mask, then shook his head. The Magi are high in the councils of the Great Ones. I do not think you or Toreth truly understand their power. You should know I can do nothing against them, he said heavily, with the sound of defeat in his words. The Great Ones will hear no word against them. And there are other possible heirs, Karun replied, voice flat and dead, nausea rising in the back of his throat. His worst fears were confirmed, and despite what Lord Kamun thought, he understood only too well that the Magi were far more powerful than Toreth had believed. Lord Kamun nodded, then mustered a smile. But Toreth is a young man, a boy even, and the hot words of boys are without meaning. I cannot imagine the Great Ones taking him seriously. They are probably administering a lecture to him about meddling in things he does not understand at this very moment. His own words seemed to hearten the Lord of the Jousters, and he sounded more sure of himself. He will be in disgrace for a time, but they cannot take him from the Jousters, and they cannot take his companions from him, and the gods know his heart is true. Go wait in his quarters for him, for he will probably be in need of his friends. Karun bowed and left, feeling himself divided by his emotions. On the one hand, he was very angry with Lord Kamun for not standing up for Toreth. On the other, he understood only too well that Lord Kamun's hands were tied. And surely Lord Kamun was right. If anyone should know the way of things, Lord Kamun would. His fears must be unfounded, The Magi couldn't take the words of even a young prince as a threat.
But, he thought, his mind darkening, think how long they live, how far in advance they must plan. He is only a prince now, but even with magic, one day the great ones must die, and now they know that Torith will never be won over.
So he did as he had been told. He went back to the pens and waited. But as the time crept on, he felt his heart sinking, and his hope faded of ever seeing Torith again. Little Rieth Cotton was unwontedly silent, and curled into her sands like a blue and silver shadow, ignoring him.
They will imprison him. They will have him exiled. No, he knows too much, and while he lives, he and Calith are still the heirs. They dare not leave him alive.
He remained in Torith's pen, but with no hope. So when the prince himself stumbled into the pen near to dawn, Corun at first thought he was a ghost. He certainly could have been. He was as pale as if he had been drained completely of blood. His eyes were bloodshot and swollen, as red as the eyes of demons, and he stared at Corun with no sign of recognition.
"Torith!"
Corun gasped.
"Prince!"
Torith shook himself all over like a dog.
"They did not listen," he said dully. "I never got past the first words. They told me not to meddle in things I could not understand. They treated me like a boy who has come to complain that a war chariot on the way to battle has broken his toy.
So, Corun dared to hope,
the Magi don't know that you know what they are doing?"
Torith shook his head.
"No. Yes. I don't know,"
he said finally. "I didn't tell them. I hardly got more than a word or two in. I am disgraced, you see. They brought in my father and lectured me in front of him.
Then they brought in my betrothed, Nofret, and did the same.
They cannot take my dragon, or my place in the jousters, but they have made it clear that a dog in the street will have more chance for advancement from the ranks than I. I am not, quite, being declared a traitor, but I am being held up as an example of how dissension aids the enemy. They cannot cut me from the succession, but, oh, Corun, I had not seen them close up in more than 2 years, and now they looked no older than 30.
And the Magi are the same. I did not see a single gray hair among them all.
So, they have another way to solve this. They can and will outlive us. At this rate, you will die of old age, and they will still be sitting on the twin thrones, Corun replied, a cold numbness spreading over him. Torith's head sagged.
We are defeated, he said, and I am disgraced and friendless.
Ah, said Gan, putting his head around the doorway, his hair all tousled from sleeping. So I am no friend, then? Torith started. Clearly he had been so sunk in his misery that he had not heard Gan come behind him. No, he protested, but surely your parents will not wish you to associate with a known traitor. My parents can take themselves off on a scenic tour of hell before they can tell me who my friends will be, Gan said pleasantly. And I suspect every lad in the wing will say the same. Besides, most of them won't have to defy their parents, Corun pointed out. Clearly Lord Yatiran has no love for the Magi. Enough of us are commoners that their parents will not care. We followed you before. Nothing has changed that I can see. Torith looked like a man who has suddenly been reprieved.
Do you mean that?
He pleaded. Of course he means it, said Osset-Ra with irritation. Didn't we all stay up most of the night to greet you when you returned? Corun is right. Nothing has changed, except the opinions of a few stupid people whose parties you wouldn't have wanted to attend anyway. Now go to bed, Torith. We'll discuss all of this later. He withdrew. Gan did the same. Torith stared at Corun as if he could not believe what had just happened.
Go to sleep, Torith, Corun said. Osset-Ra's right. But, Torith began. Go to sleep. Torith stumbled into his chamber at the back of the pen, but at least now he looked less like a walking corpse. Curran went back to his own pen, tiptoed around Avatra, and settled back into his cot for a little more precious time before he had to get up. But he had trouble finding sleep again. Too many thoughts were buzzing in his head. Finally he got up and went to see if Aket 10 might be awake at this early hour. She had always been used to going to the temple for dawn rites. Was she still waking that early anyway? She was. He found her in the courtyard of her chambers, and with her Heclatus. Torith came back, he said as they looked up, and gave them the gist of what the prince had said. Heclatus heaved a sigh of relief. They looked at him and saw a handsome, muscle-bound fool, the healer replied. Good. Aket 10 looked almost faint with relief. Curran felt a stab of that same emotion he'd gotten at the thought of anyone else riding Avatra. This time he knew it for what it was. Jealousy. He was jealous that Aket 10 should be concerned for Torith. It shocked and surprised him to the core. He covered it by going in and sitting down. I don't think he's safe, he began. Neither do I, Heclatus said firmly. I will be doing what work I can to safeguard him. This is not over. The great ones could still die. There are always accidents, illnesses. Now that they know that he knows, he is not safe. Fortunately, it only takes a little magic, properly used, to defeat greater magic. He grinned mirthlessly, showing a great many teeth. And I have the advantage over them. I know how they are schooled. They do not know how I am. Curran took a deep breath. I came here to ask if the two of you can do something. I want to find a way to remove the Jousters from both armies. They both looked at him, as if wondering where in the world that idea came from, and why he would ask them to help with it. Both armies? That is no small task you set us, Heclatus admitted reluctantly. But I believe I see what your point is. Remove the Jousters, and it is army against army, in which we are equal. Remove the Jousters, and you remove the reason to send storms, which, unless they can concoct some better spell to use against the Tians, also removes the overt reason for the support of the Magi. Leaving only the stolen years, which even the great ones dare not admit to. If that is not forbidden magic, it is perilous close. It was Torith's idea that, eventually, we could negate the Tian Jousters, said Curran. But I fear that we may not have the time now. If the Magi dare to use the eye against dissenters, then they have grown too powerful, and we should look for other ways to take some of that power from them. Heclatus nodded. Well, we can do that. We can also look for ways to armor the winged ones against being used, and we can look for allies. He raised one eyebrow. The Bedu, do you think? Curran had to shrug. I do not know. I do not know that anyone knows the Bedu well enough to guess what they will think or do. But they have a use for gold, and they might well feel threatened by our Magi, Heclatus persisted. Yes? Curran nodded after a moment. Yes to both, I think. They have their own magics, and the Magi cannot help but see that as a rivalry, if not a danger. Then Aket 10 and I will pursue the first path together, and I, and eventually you, will pursue the second. Agreed? Asked Heclatus. Oh yes, the Magi should be shivering in their beds, Curran thought cynically. A half-trained jouster, a winged fledgling, and a foreign healer. We shall defeat them and send them packing and still have time for breakfast. But, agreed, he said anyway, because it was that, or despair. And he was not yet ready for despair. 15. Curran was not ready for despair, but despair followed its own laws and arrived on tattered wings. It came on the wind, spreading in a sound that no one in all of Alta had ever heard before.
a keening wail of a cry that broke the heart before anyone even knew the cause. It engulfed them, took them, shook them. The sound struck all three of them like blows of a lance. All three of them gasped as one. Kurun rose, but it was Akhet Ten who was halfway to the door before he was halfway to his feet. The wail led him to the source, hard on her heels, with Heklatis not far behind, to the dragonette's pens, to Toreth's pen, to where Toreth's dragon, Re-Eth-Katan, stood, blue-black head pointed skyward, silver-blue neck outstretched, wailing her unbearable loss to an uncaring sky, to where Toreth lay, sprawled half out of his cot, eyes wide with fear and fixed in death. "Toreth!" Kurun wailed to himself, and started for his friend. "Wait!" Heklatis barked, throwing out an arm to stop him, halting him in his tracks. Just in time as the head of the largest cobra that Kurun had ever seen rose up out of the blanket half-covering Toreth's body. It hissed and flared its hood, daring all of them, because by now the doorway was crowded with people, to come any closer. The dragon went silent. In the silence, the cobra rose farther above Toreth's body and swayed back and forth. There was a murmur of fear, and as the cobra bent forward, they all moved involuntarily back. "The sign of the gods," someone muttered at the back of the crowd. "Don't touch it!" cried someone else. "It is sacred to the gods." "Not my gods," said Heklatis impatiently. He looked around swiftly, seized a sling and a handful of pellets from the weapon rack against the wall, and before anyone could stop him, let fly. It was either the best or the luckiest shot that Kurun had ever seen in his life, for it hit the cobra right in the head. The snake tumbled off Toreth's body, and Heklatis made sure of the beast a moment later. He dashed across the intervening space and crushed what was left of the head and hood beneath his sandal. No one else moved. Not even Kurun, who felt as if he was paralyzed and could not have moved to save his own life. It was Heklatis who tenderly draped the blanket over Toreth's face, then picked up the body of the prince, blanket and all, and carried it out. Kurun had no idea that the bandy-legged little healer was so strong. He carried the burden as if it was nothing. The crowd parted before him and closed up behind him, but still no one moved except to get out of the healer's way. "The sign of the gods," someone else murmured. But all Kurun could think was, "I was in that chamber before he came back. There was no snake there, and there is no way for a snake to get past his dragon. Snakes can't abide dragons, and dragons eat snakes. How did it get there?" Had the gods sent their sacred serpent to punish Toreth? Were the gods truly favoring the Magi against all the rest of their people? The dragon began her keening again, and a wave of chill passed over him. A shadow seemed to pass over them all, and the wings of despair enveloped them. The gods. The sign of the gods. How can you go against the gods? He started to shake, and he was not the only one. He put one hand against the wall, fear welling up inside him in a bleak, black tide. It came between him and everything else, and he felt it weaken him until he could not stand. Slowly he sank down into the sand pit as the dragon wailed her heartbreak, and people began to back away carefully, as if this place and everything that was in it held some dreadful curse. He lost himself in despair and grief. His eyes burned, and yet he could not weep. His throat felt choked with a lump of tears that would not leave him. His eyes burned, and he closed them, but the images in his mind kept playing over and over. Toreth, alive but a few moments ago and now dead, with that look of terror on his face. This foul creature was sent. He looked up, startled to find that he was no longer alone. Heklatis stood there, face set in a mask of rage, towing what was left of the cobra. "What?" he asked, somehow getting the word past the lump in his throat. "This was no accident, and no act of the gods," the healer said flatly. "The snake was sent."
It is a fetch, a thing called into a place by magic, and commanded to act by its master. Someone brought it here specifically to attack and kill the prince. I can taste the magic, smell it, a vile odor. He shook his head, the grey-streaked curls of his hair bouncing. They must not have known there would be a magus here, or they would have covered their tracks. He glanced over at Karan, who was staring at him in bewilderment. You don't understand what I am saying, do you? Let me put it simply. The Magi murdered Toreth, and did it in a way that would look like either an accident or a God-sent curse, depending on how the murder was interpreted. And they did it before anyone outside the court learned what it was that brought Toreth before the Great Ones. They did it while his disgrace was still vivid in everyone's mind, and before anyone got a chance to think about what he said and wonder how much truth was in it. Murder! The word was an echo of the same one in Karan's mind, but it came from Lord Kaman's lips. Heclatus looked up, toward the door to the pen. Karan turned as well. Lord Kaman stood there with an expression as stony as the healer's was full of anger. Yes, my lord, said the healer. Murder. There are many ways of covering the truth, and that is one of them. To silence the truth-teller permanently. Lord Kaman did not look surprised. I feared this, he said heavily, but I hoped. He was only a boy. He was prince and heir, replied Heclatus flatly, as the dragon continued to keen. They could not afford to let him live, and look to yourself, my lord. Your star has been rising of late, and the Magi, I fear, will brook no rivals now. And they are clearly no longer content with simple opposition. They have chosen annihilation for those who stand in their path. Karan would never have imagined Lord Kaman blanching, but he saw that very thing now, and if Lord Kaman was afraid... The Lord of the Jousters swallowed, and then seemed to notice that Karan was still sitting there. Go to your quarters, wing leader, he said, but it was not the bark of an order. This changes nothing except the size of your wing. The lump of grief rose again within him. Yes, my lord, he managed to choke out, and then at last the tears began, and he stumbled out of the pen, blindly, feeling his way back to his own pen and the comforting presence of Avatra. Except that Avatra was as agitated as he was, and whimpered deep in her throat. The keening wail of the grieving dragonette was cutting across the entire compound, and as the dragons awoke to it, they began to add their chorus of agitation to her howl of mourning. As he threw his arms around Avatra's neck, she curled it down around his shoulders and whimpered into his ear while he wept against the soft, slick surface of her chest. And wept. And wept. Whenever he thought he had himself under control, his control broke again. It was the dragon that did it. Her lamenting filled the whole compound, and still there was no end to it. And all he could do, all anyone could do, was to mourn with her, until he had cried himself into a mummy, into dust, and blew away on the wind. And then it stopped. For a moment longer the other dragons still whined or moaned, but after a moment or two their own plaints died away, leaving a strange and uncomfortable silence. Slowly he pulled himself together. Avatra stopped whimpering, stopped trying to curl herself around him. He raised his head. She raised hers. Then she nosed his wet cheek and made a tentative, sad little echo of her hunger call. I know, he said, and patted her jaw. I know, my love. He levered himself up out of the sand, stiffly. He rubbed the tear stains from his cheeks with the back of one hand, the sand grating across the hot lines etched there by his weeping. Then he went to look for Avatra's breakfast. He roused Avatra's dragon boy from his bewildered grief, and together they fetched Avatra's meat. Then he sent the boy to bring food to the other dragonettes of the wing, while he tended to Avatra himself. She ate, not swiftly, not with her usual exuberance and appetite, but she ate. And when she was done, he apologized to her for leaving, and with dread in his heart, went to the bereft dragon's pen. And found Akhet Ten there, feeding Re-Eth Cotton tiny bits of meat, as if she was a baby again, crooning to her. She looked up at him. Her eyes were swollen and red, her cheeks tear-streaked, and yet somehow she had battled through her own bereavement to come to soothe and comfort the little dragon. Where she had gotten the strength, he could not even guess. "As soon as she can move, I'm taking her to the empty pen at the end," she said, in a voice that brooked no argument. "And then I'm moving my things there. She needs me." She glared defiance at him, but he was not about to argue with her. Not in this mood. He just nodded and backed his way out. At this point, he didn't care what she did, as long as she got that terrible wailing to stop and kept the dragonette from starving herself to death. Another rider could be found eventually, and then he would argue that it was not appropriate for a young lady to be housed among so many young men. Later, not now. Besides, somehow he had to get the others going, to establish a semblance of normality. More than ever, they had to get on their feet, get going, get back to business, and prove themselves. The Magi would be watching them now, sure that Toreth had cultivated a hotbed of dissent here, and waiting for the chance to make them fail. Therefore they had to succeed, and yet at the same time, they had to deceive the Magi into thinking that they were insignificant, harmless. Toreth would have wanted that. Throughout the 60 days of mourning, as the prince's body was prepared for burial with all the care due a prince and heir, that phrase kept coming up among the boys that were left. Spoken or unspoken, it was always there. Toreth would have wanted this. The wing got back into the air, back into practice, pushing themselves and their dragons as never before, because Toreth would have wanted that. Heclatus worked feverishly, making their own personal amulets into magic sinks, imbued with every sort of protection that his imagination and the powers of his own mind and body could muster, because Toreth would have wanted his wingmates protected against the evil that the Magi could summon. Akhet Ten devoted herself to the welfare of the dragon that she renamed Re-Eth Ka, the Shining Sun Spirit, because Toreth would not have wanted his dragon to pine herself to death. And within 20 days, Akhet Ten was garbed in a kilt and a breast wrap, flying that dragon, first in simple exercise, then in support of the training games, then in the training games and combat practice again. She was not much good at the targeting, except with the sling, but no one could outfly her. And somehow Lord Kamun never brought forth another boy for Re-Eth Ka, and it never seemed terribly urgent to Karun that he find a substitute. Truth to tell, he didn't think he could bear to look at Re-Eth Ka and see another boy in her saddle. Seeing Akhet Ten there didn't hurt. In a way, it was only right that after nursing the dragon back from its depression, she have the same freedom of the skies as the rest of them. He could see it in her face. When she was on the ground, there were anxiety lines there, the haunting flicker of fear that never left her, and the constant nag of worry that at any moment the Magi might come for her. Up in the sky, all that left her. How could he take that from her? There might have been problems with a young woman in the midst of so many young men, but she never acted like a young woman. She might have flirted mildly with them before. She did nothing of the sort now. She acted like one of the wing, with the same earnest determination as any of them, and a complete lack of anything that could be considered flirtation. So by the time that Toreth's funerary shrine was done, and his mummified body placed in it, and his spirit released to cross the Star Bridge, Akhet Ten had become a part of the wing, and never a murmur against her. Not even from the senior jousters. The dry season aged toward winter, but everything seemed disjointed and wrong somehow.
The senior jousters went out. Some came back. Some did not. Lord Kaman never ordered Kurun's wing out at all. In a way, that was a relief. In a way, it felt as if the Lord of the Jousters had abandoned them. At last the body was mummified, the shrine was complete, and with a shock, Kurun realized with a shock that it was time to say a final farewell. They all went to the funerary rites, and it was only at that moment that the anger he had felt before Torith's death finally awoke again, because the rites were perfunctory. In fact, it felt like an extension of Torith's disgrace, as if his own parents believed that the cobra had really been a sign of the god's displeasure. When they all arrived at the dock to take the funeral barge to the city of the dead, Kurun had to look twice to recognize that they did have the right barge, and not one for some insignificant shopkeeper. The barge was small, the decorations sparse, the flowers, well, the only flowers were those brought by the wing. The offerings for the gods were the only things that were there in profusion. In overabundance, in fact, as if Torith's parents were trying desperately to bribe the gods into a good humor. There was no escort of professional mourners. Torith's own parents did not attend. There was only Caliph, looking like 5 kinds of death himself, to represent the family and the wing, to represent his friends. The voyage took place in utter silence. There were no chants, no dirges. When they all disembarked at the city of the dead, there was only a decorated cart, hauled by a single ox to greet them, with the mason and the painter. Kurun half expected the shrine to have been shorted as well, but there, at least, the job had been done handsomely. Then again, perhaps Torith's parents feared that he would haunt them otherwise. The shrine, a masonry construction about the size of a room, was carved and painted all over with prayers for the dead. Inside it should have already been stocked with Abshadi figures and offerings and everything that Torith would need in the afterlife, sealed in several chambers. Only one chamber remained unsealed, the one for his coffin, before which further offerings could be made over time. If any were, "We will," he thought fiercely, "and I don't care who knows that we're doing so." The priest and priestess of Anephis, the god of the dead, hurried through the rites until Caliph stepped forward, forcibly took the regalia from the priest, and a moment later, Akaten confronted the priestess, who gave hers without a murmur. And instead of the priest and priestess, they finished the rites properly, and only when all was complete, to the last detail, did they return the sacred implements to their rightful wielders. Everyone knew the rites, of course, and anyone could perform them. But to have to step in to do the job properly when there was a priest and priestess, there was a sign that something was badly out of kilter. The body-bearers installed the mummy in its niche, with what seemed to Kurun to be unseemly haste. Only the mason, who sealed the body in, and the painter, who painted Torith's likeness on the freshly plastered wall, did their jobs with dignity and grace, and only the wing and Caliph stayed to watch it done. When even the painter and the mason were gone, Caliph turned to stumble away, and Kurun, moved by only Torith would have wanted this, put out a hand and caught Caliph's shoulder. "Come back with us," he said to Caliph's frozen face. "Don't go till your parents' home. Come home with us." "What?" The young man, Prince no longer, asked harshly. "And try to take his place? Pretend I'm not afraid of heights? Pretend that I am fit to be a warrior when I know I'm not? Try to get his dragon to accept me, and try to—" "No," Kurun said simply. "Come back with us, be yourself, and make a home with us. Do you not think we like you for yourself, and wish your company? Akaten tends to Riethka. She saved Riethka's life by comforting her. She trains Riethka now. And I would not let you take the dragon from her now, even if you wanted her. We don't want a replacement for Torith.
We want Caleth, our friend, who needs someone to share his grief with, just as we do. Come and be yourself with us, who are your friends."
He didn't know where those words had come from, but they must have been the right ones, for something within Caleth visibly broke. His face crumpled, and he began to weep, as if for the last 60 days he had kept his own grief pent behind a dam. Gan took one side of him, and Orist the other, and they helped him along. Corun hurried his steps and went on ahead, to make certain that all of Torith's things had been taken from the empty pen, and it was bare of everything but the essentials. Caleth had seldom come here. Mostly they had met in Corun's pen. There would be no memories in that place for him, and likely he would never know that it had been Taurus unless someone told him. The pen was empty, the sand clean and smooth. The room held only the cot and some linen. Even Torith's colors had been painted over on the door outside the room. Rieth-Ka had new colors now, scarlet and white, chosen by Akhet-Ten. Corun found an unoccupied slave and sent him in search of the things that Caleth would need for his comfort. Then he went in search of Eclatus and told him what was toward. "I don't know what his parents think they're doing," he said bleakly, "but something tells me that if we don't get him away from them, he'll do something drastic." The healer nodded. "Good. This is the best place for him. I will make a potion so he can sleep when he is whipped out. I suspect he has done as little of that as of sleeping." Corun sent a message to Lord Yatiran. 3 slaves returned laden with cushions and lamps, scrolls and papyrus, and all the things a scribe needed, including a comfortable chair, a clever little table. In short, all the things needed to make the little chamber into a place of welcome and refuge for a scholar. It was an unexpected and amazingly kind and thoughtful act that brought tears to Corun's eyes again. He could not help but contrast this with Caleth's own parents and their actions. But then Lord Yatiran was a scholar, and he understood another such. Lord Yatiran knew the truth and believed it. Apparently Caleth's parents were not even willing to listen to it, or they were too afraid to acknowledge that it was the truth. Corun blessed his benefactor's name, vowed to find a way to make it up to him, and got the chamber in readiness. And when the wing brought Caleth back with them, Eclatus, too, was waiting there. Corun had expected Akhet-Ten to be foremost of those offering Caleth comfort, but to his surprise, she was nowhere to be found. It was only when he heard the sound of light sandals on the stone and looked out into the corridor that he saw her. And she was not alone. There was a young woman with her, a woman several years Corun's senior, dressed in the kind of expensive linen gown and jewels, the elaborate wig and face paint that a court lady would wear. For one wild moment, he wondered if this was Caleth's mother, but a better look told him that if she had given birth to twin princes, she would have had to do so as a toddler. And it was only when Akhet-Ten shoved the boys aside so that the young woman could get to Caleth's side, when he watched Caleth's face transform when he saw her, and saw him seek her embrace as a refuge from the world, that he realized that this wasn't a sister either. Akhet-Ten, with a look on her face that said that she was very satisfied with her work, shoved past the boys again to get to Corun. She cleared her throat significantly. The boys started and looked at her, and when she took Corun's elbow and steered him out into the corridor, they followed suit. "Akhet-Ten," said Gan incredulously. "Is that Merit-Te'en?" She nodded. Torith might have been indifferent to his betrothed, but Caleth is not Torith. She sighed. All things considered, maybe that wasn't so bad. Anyway, I had the feeling that when Merit didn't turn up at the rites, that either Caleth was avoiding her, or that her people were keeping her from him. I went to her parents' home to find out which. Then they couldn't stop me from seeking her out, so when I found out that she was frantic with worry for him, I got her and brought her here." "Couldn't stop," Gan snorted. "Now that's an understatement. They wouldn't dare snub the daughter of Lord Yatiran."
Akhet shrugged. If she says she's visiting me, and it isn't common knowledge that Caliph is here, then I see no reason to enlighten anyone as to who she's really seeing.
You did exactly the right thing, Karan told her warmly, and she flushed and smiled a little for the first time in 60 days.
And so did you, she replied. I think you should stay here from now on and never go home. His parents are being horrid to him. They believe everything the Magi have been saying about Torith, and they're taking it out on Caliph. The rest of the court is afraid to go anywhere near him. Even if they don't believe the Magi, they're afraid to risk their anger.
Karan looked around at the others, who nodded or shrugged. He's our friend, too, said Gan defiantly. He should not only stay here as long as he wants. I think we ought to figure out something he can do to be part of the wing. He can help me, said Heklatus, coming out of the door with an empty potion cup in one hand. He hesitated for a moment, then continued. It is well known among the Magi of the Akkadians that great stress and turmoil can awaken things that slumbered within us, and might otherwise not have been awakened. He licked his lips. And there is another thought among my people, that in some ways twins are not only bound in mystical ways, but that in a sense they are one extraordinary person. And if that one dies, the other is given all the other had. The two of them might not have individually had much in the way of magic, but now that his twin is gone, Heklatus shook his head. To make the story short, I sense that he might be a newly awakened Magus, or Winged One. And of all things, I do not want the Magi to learn this. I can protect him until he knows enough to protect himself, but not if he is living elsewhere, out of my immediate reach. It's settled then, Karan nodded, and he hesitated, but there was something prompting the next words, which came out of his mouth without any notion of his that he was going to say them. We all know that he didn't look much like his brother. Well, I say he should be someone else while he's here. Calith's a common enough name, offered Osset Ra. Or call him Calith Ka, which is even commoner. Calith Ka, my apprentice healer, Heklatus nodded. I'll set this straight with Lord Kaman, and make this offer to Calith after he awakens. I do not believe that he will argue with the plan. Me either, Karan said quietly, remembering the look that had been on Calith's face before he made his offer of sanctuary. Not in the least. From the very moment when Calith joined the wing, although conditions outside their little group grew harder and bleaker with every passing day, within the group something had changed for the better. Within the group there was a sense that they had become more than a team, that they had become something of a family. With Heklatus standing in as father, perhaps, and a family in which there was little quarreling. It was just as well that this was so, because outside the compound, things were not going so well. As the winter progressed, the physical damage done by the earthshake was finally all repaired, but the mental and emotional damage only worsened. Karan felt it every moment he was outside the compound, and he wasn't even a winged one. He could hardly imagine how difficult it must be for those who were sensitive to such things. The people of Alta were afraid. They were afraid that the next earthshake would also come without warning, and they were right to be afraid, because the Magi were still raiding the Temple of the Twins and the Winged Ones for their victims, and even, so the rumor went, casting speculative eyes on the Temple of all gods and the healers. All over the city, people were trying to concoct ways to protect themselves when the next shake came. Some solutions were better, some worse, but all of them had one thing in common. They were expensive. So the choice was, far too often, between protecting your family from earthshake or eating. And even if you had made the choice for the former, there was no telling if your solution would work until the next shake came. So the fear never really left anyone. It was worse at night, when children cried as they were put to bed, for fear that the walls would come down on them in the darkness. Even adults stayed wakeful, with the result that a good proportion of the population went about their daily business looking tired, with dark circled eyes. They were afraid of the Magi, though the eye of light, thank the gods, did not open a second time on the rings. Still, the lesson had been clear and was still visible. Challenge the Magi and pay. Obstruct the Magi and pay. Threaten the Magi and pay. There were plenty of rumors about how many people had been incinerated by the eye. That only increased the fear. So far as Corun was aware, no one had actually confirmed any deaths, but as Heclatus had said, would anyone dare? They were afraid of each other. Though no laws were decreed making dissent and expression of dissent into an actual crime, enough people were accused of being traitors and, if not hauled up before the magistrate and jailed, certainly set upon by their fellow citizens, that no one dared speak out. It was bad enough to be accused of being unpatriotic, but if you weren't careful, you could also be accused of being an agent of Tia, sent to foment discontent and discord. And that was a crime. There was a note of hysteria and much patriotic fervor now, as if the patriot was trying much too hard to keep from being added to someone's list. The only sure way to be safe was to be among the Great One's chosen friends, or others of rank and privilege. Thus far, no one had dared to accuse any of the nobles. Yet, Lord Yatiran kept away from the court. This did not excite any suspicion, for he had, until now, been in the habit of devoting himself to the two pursuits of managing his estate and his scholarship. He had eyes and ears in the court, though, and that was how Corun knew that if nerves were on edge in the city, they were grated raw in the court. If people were uneasy around their neighbors in the city, then they eyed each other with the brittle certainty that they were going to betray each other at the first opportunity in the court. The ordinary citizens were sure that the nobles were safe from accusations. The nobles were just as certain that accusations within the court were just a matter of time. If the heir could be rebuked and disgraced, no one was safe. Torith's name was never spoken, and if Calith's parents missed him, they were making no show of it. He did send one message that he was staying with friends elsewhere, though he did not specify where. He did make arrangements for messages to be sent back to him. No message ever came, nor did his parents send anyone to search for him.
I am useless to them now, Calith noted dully. When we were the heirs, it was different. They were the parents of the princes, and basked in the reflected glory, I suppose. Now I am nothing but a spare son, and a tainted one at that.
Corun ground his teeth in anger when he heard that. He could not imagine parents using and discarding their children so callously. It only made him the more determined to give Calith a kind of second family here. But Merit Taen was at the compound nearly every other day, and she was their second, and much closer source for what was going on in the halls of the Great Ones. Unlike Calith and Torith, she and her sister were identical, had the habit of always dressing alike, and thus it was a trivial thing for Merit to slip away, leaving her sister to play the roles of both twins. Frankly, as he came to know Merit, Corun was coming to sense that there had been one flaw in Torith's personality at least. How could someone as intelligent as Torith not have warmed up to his betrothed? Everyone agreed that No-Fret Taen was as personable as Merit, and Merit was brave, warm-hearted, and if not as clever and quick as Akhet Ten, she had her own sort of wisdom. According to Gan and Osset Ra, as well as both Merit and Calith, the girls were as alike in personality as they were in appearance. Granted, they were nearer to Ari's age than they were to Calith's, but still.
If I had never met Akhet Ten, Corun thought, and more than once, I would be coaxing Merit to bring her sister here.
It was Merit who opened to them the state of things at court, for Merit and her sister were ladies-in-waiting to Corun, heretofore, unknown half of the Great Ones, the twin wives.
They are 2 councils now,
Merit said one evening, as they all huddled around Brazier's in Calith's room, on one of the coldest and longest nights of the year.
Though we do not think the original council is aware of the...
She wrinkled her brow in thought.
I suppose I should call it the Shadow Council, for it works in the shadows. The great ladies joke about it, actually. They seem to think it very funny that the council that everyone sees is the one without power, and all decisions are being made by the council no one knows about except for those who are in it. Calith's mouth twisted as if he were tasting something very sour. Let me guess. The Shadow Council is all magi. Merritt nodded. Still, she said, sounding less dismayed than Kuran would have expected, it is not all bad. I cannot imagine how, Gan began. Merritt interrupted with a wan smile. You see, the great ladies, not trusting servants, call upon their own ladies-in-waiting to serve at these meetings. I have seen them, as has Nofret. They may show one face in public, but the Magi hate each other as much as they hate rivals outside the Tower of Wisdom. More so, perhaps, in some ways. They are constantly seeking to topple one another. That is probably the only thing that keeps them from becoming all-powerful. Well, that's something, at least, Gan said, scratching his head. But are you sure of that? Merritt smiled mirthlessly. They are not only at each other's throats, they are making real efforts to slay one another. Just today, Nofret told me someone attempted to poison Magus Kefru with the wine served at the Shadow Council meeting. If he had not taken the precaution of testing it first, whoever it was would have succeeded, and no one but another Magus could place poison in a single cup when all were served from the same jar. Oh, Gan replied, rather nonplussed. That is interesting. But not useful, at least, not to us, Aclatus opined. I will not trust any of them as an ally, and that is the only possible use any of them could be to us. Oh, I don't know, Kuran said thoughtfully. Anything bad that happens to any of them is likely to be placed first at the doorstep of the nearest rival, and then every other Magus, and only third at an outsider. You have a point. Osset Russ sucked on his lower lip. The problem is, they each have a half-century or more of experience in active deceit and treachery to call upon, whereas we, he shrugged. Experience and treachery will overcome youth and idealism with no effort whatsoever. Kuran shook his head. But we have some of that experience available to us. Not unless you are far older than you look, said Gan. Kuran sighed. Perhaps having grown up with education available to you, you think too lightly of it. I do not. Scrolls, Gan. Volumes of wisdom available to all of us at any time. You have studied more of them than I. What do our texts, the words of our great generals, say to do when an enemy has superior resources? Run away? Gan suggested brightly. Move to a theater where he no longer commands those resources, Calith said immediately. Find ways to deny him those resources. Kuran turned to Akhet 10 and Haklatus. This is where I ask if you have an answer to that question I asked you some time ago. He didn't actually expect an answer. He really just wanted them to say no, or that they were still working on it, so that he could explain to the rest what his idea was, an idea even more urgent now that Torith was no longer with them. But to his shock and amazement, the two looked at each other for a long moment, and then Akhet 10 answered, soberly. I believe that we do. 16. Gan looked from Kuran to Akhet 10 and back again. I don't suppose you would care to explain that? I don't mean to be rude, but, well, I'm not completely sure just how a girl and a healer could fit into this situation, no matter what you asked them to find. Kuran ignored Akhet 10's glare. He knew she'd have a few words later, with him, or with Gan, or both, but she would just have to control her annoyance for now. Torith's long-term plan was to put enough jousters into the field that we could negate the Tian jousters without needing the storms that the Magi was sending, he reminded them. Calith swallowed at the sound of Torith's name, but nodded. I recall that, he said. We both thought that once the Magi were no longer necessary to the war, their influence would wane somewhat. That was before we realized what else they were doing, of course. Still, even then, it was a good plan. If nothing else, they would stop draining the Winged Ones in order to send the storms. That made them all silent, and Merritt shuddered. When Caliph told me, I could hardly believe it. But then Nofret and I saw the great ladies growing ever so slightly younger looking, not older, day by day. Now they appear to be perhaps half their actual age. She shook her head. I cannot fathom why no one else notices, unless it is sheer willfulness not to see it. Everyone does speak of how well preserved they are, or how they have lost weight and become more fit, but they say nothing about looking so unnaturally young. The great blessing is, may you live 1,000 years, but to think that this is what they might be trying to do. It is monstrous.
But only the Magi know what is truly happening, and I think that none but us suspect, because, as you say, people do not want to know, Karun reminded her. And there is only one way to stop them. Someone who is revered by all Altans must speak out. Someone who is trusted by all Altans must tell the truth, and someone whom all Altans know is able to part the curtains of time must say what lies on the other side of them. In short, the plan is still good, for we need the Winged Ones to be freed, willing to tell what was done to them, and perhaps willing to say what will happen in the days to come if the Magi are not stopped. Now that they know what the Magi will do to them, once they are in their powers again, I think they will fight to keep from being further abused, and I believe that they will speak out. He looked over at Akhet-Ten, who nodded slowly. They were foolish in allowing the Magi access to them before, but I think that they will rebel once they are no longer controlled and drained, she said. At least I hope they will. Her voice faltered. But they are only human, and they can still be compelled by fear. I do not know what will be the greater for them, the fear of the Magi, or the fear that they will be accused of aiding the enemy by refusing to be used by the Magi. They will, Caliph said, in an odd flat tone of voice, a voice which nevertheless had a strange sort of echo to it, as if he spoke from within a cave. It was so odd, in fact, that all of them looked at him in sudden concern. He was sitting straight up, forearms lying flat along his thighs, eyes staring into nothing. His back was completely rigid, his head up, his feet and legs exactly parallel. It was an oddly familiar pose. Karun knew he had seen it 100 times, but where? The look in Caliph's eyes, though, it sent a shiver up his spine. His eyes might be staring into nothing, or apparently into nothing, but they weren't blank or glazed. Oh, no. Caliph saw something none of the rest of them could see. He's... Gan began, looking awestruck. Shh! Akhet-Ten reached over and clapped her hand over his mouth. Don't disturb him, she whispered urgently. We must hear all of it. End the need for storms, and the Magi will drain the Winged Ones no longer. In their arrogance, they believe that the Winged Ones are cowed, and will continue to bend their necks to the yoke. But they are wrong. The Winged Ones already are in rebellion. They merely lack the strength to take their rebellion further. When they recover their strength, they will fight. They will bar the door of the temple to the Magi. They will muster their protections, and they will resist all attempts to take them again. And then, his voice began to fade. Then, the paths divide. Suddenly Caliph blinked, and his entire posture changed. He shook his head slightly, raised one hand to his forehead, and blinked again. Why are you staring at me? He asked, looking puzzled. Akhet-Ten let out her breath in a sigh. Well, she said with a nod, let me put it this way. You are sitting in the python's pose. At first Caliph looked at her with a smile,
as if he thought she was joking, but a moment later the smile disappeared.
"I was?"
he asked incredulously. She nodded, and so did the rest of them, even Karan. Now that she had named that posture for what it was, he knew where he had seen that rigid, statue-like pose that Caliph had taken. In statues, of course, statues of the winged ones about to prophesy. So Heraclitus had been right. Caliph had, either through shock or some other means, become a channel for the power to see into the future. Akhet-Ten elaborated, while all this went through Karan's mind. Your eyes looked into the depths of time, and your voice told what you saw. We all saw it. We all heard it. You told us that if we can stop the Magi from draining the Winged Ones, then the Winged Ones will fight to keep from being so misused ever again. Caliph looked at her as if she was mad, and there was, perhaps, a tinge of fear in his voice. He knew exactly what Akhet-Ten was saying, and it frightened him.
No. But I never.
But I... Yes, you are, and I should know, Akhet-Ten said firmly. I have spent years in the Temple of the Twins, and for many of those years, it was thought that I would have the power that you just displayed. Caliph shook his head dumbly, as Merritt took his hand, but Akhet-Ten was pitiless. You might as well accept it, for the gods will have their way, whether you are willing or not. You are a winged one now, Caliph, and you have the seer's eye. It is a pity you have never been trained, and even more that I do not know how to train you. Why? Karan asked. What difference would training make? Akhet-Ten sighed. Those who are trained can, with proper preparation, part the veils at will. It is a fearsome task, and does not often clear a path, for the future is rooted in the present, and changes with each thing that we do now. The sighted cannot always see all of the possible paths either, but at least they can hold the sight as long as they have the strength. For Caliph, untrained, the sight will come and go without any warning. But... Caliph looked from one to another of them, as if seeking for someone to tell him that Akhet-Ten was wrong. This is not... But I... He looked for a moment as if he was about to weep. I can't possibly. It was Merritt who took both his hands in hers then, put her head close to his, and murmured something that none of them could make out. It seemed to be what he needed to hear, though, for after a moment he relaxed, just a little, and lost that stricken look. As the gods will it, then, he said. It is not for me to fight them. Perhaps I will be of some use. I am of little other use, so far as I can tell. Karan coughed. More than some use, he said, as the attention turned back to him. You have confirmed what I had only hoped, which means that my plan, and Toreth's plan, is sound. If there is a path in the future that frees the Winged Ones from the clutches of the Magi, then it can only be by one means that I know of. It would be useful, Gan complained, if we could but hear this plan. So far there has been nothing but mystery from you. It is hard to judge any plan when there has not even been a hint of what you intend to do. Karan took a deep breath and looked around at them all before beginning. If we cannot negate the Tian jousters with their own numbers, then the only other answer is to remove the jousters altogether. On both sides if need be, and to be honest, I think that this may be required. I asked Heraclitus and Akhet-Ten to find a way, thinking perhaps that in magic and the powers of a winged one combined there might be an answer. And we have one, we think, she said slowly, though it is not what you might have been thinking. If Heraclitus were not a magus and a healer, I do not think that we would have found it, but, well, it is simple. The Jousters are nothing without their dragons. The Magi have dealt with them by keeping them grounded with storms. But we realized that if we could keep the dragons out of the sky by some other means, that would be the end of the Tian Jousters.
We didn't want to poison them, Heclatus said. For one thing, it would be very hard to do, and for another, it would just be wrong. For the same reason, we didn't want to give them a disease.
Akhet 10 nodded. That was when we realized that without the Tala, there are no Jousters, because without the Tala, the dragons who are not tame cannot be controlled. And if we found a way to keep Tala out of the dragons, eventually the effects would wear off, and you know better than I what that would mean.
And? Charon prompted, as the others made various noises indicating surprise or agreement.
We looked for something that would kill the Tala plant, she said. We didn't find it, but instead we found something better. She held up her hand to keep him from interrupting. You know, if we started to kill the plants, the Tians would surely notice, and perhaps find something to take the place of Tala. What we found is better, because it does not kill the Tala. It makes the power of the berries weaken once they are harvested. The strength is gone in days. In less than a moon, they are no longer good for anything, and the Tians will never suspect until it is too late. How long a stockpile do you think the Tians have, Charon? He thought.
Once the new crop is being harvested, a month perhaps, certainly not more.
Akhet 10 nodded. So when the dry starts, the berries begin to ripen, and they begin harvesting. Once last year's berries are used up, and they start to use the tainted berries, within 2 or 3 days, their dragons will be uncontrollable. There is just one problem. Once we spread this disease, we cannot confine it to Tia. It will come to Alta as well.
Charon winced. Ah, that is a difficulty. Not so much as you think, said Lord Kaman from behind him.
They all jumped. Charon leaped to his feet and turned. The light from the lamps on either side of the door fell on Lord Kaman's face, illuminating features that were unwontedly bleak with weariness.
My lord, what have you heard?
From the time that young Caliph began prophecy, Lord Kaman said heavily. And you have awakened both my fears and my hopes. Something must change in Alta, or Alta as we know it will cease to be, and soon. And I should not like to live in the society that will take its place. When the power is in the hands of those who stand in the shadows, shadows come to fall over everything. Young Torth's murder was only the first, I fear, of many. And to tell the truth, I am not altogether certain it was even the first. Too many of those who have been taken up as agents of the enemy have never been heard of again. And no one knows exactly who might have fallen under the eye.
Charon shivered to hear the words spoken aloud. Young Torth's murder. So Lord Kaman knew the death for what it was. At least we aren't alone.
You may have wondered why I have kept you of Curran's wing from being sent to the fighting,
Lord Kaman continued in what seemed to be an abrupt change of subject.
It is because since Torth's death, the Jousters are being flung to the enemy like tidbits to jackals. You have not seen it. I have kept the knowledge from you deliberately, for I was not sure what you would make of it.
He looked at them gravely.
My lord, I think we are not surprised, said Orist after a moment. Torth's death taught us that the Magi will not tolerate rivals, and in their way, the Jousters are rivals for power.
Lord Kaman nodded.
So I believe. What they did not anticipate, I think, is that these new war games and tactics of yours are keeping my Jousters alive.
He looked straight at Charon, who felt himself flush with pleasure.
And there, the subject comes back to you lot. I have kept the knowledge of the true situation from you, lest you feel you must fling yourselves into the fray.
The Lord of the Jousters smiled kindly upon them, and somehow managed to keep from looking patronizing.
I knew that if you felt strongly enough, you would disobey even my orders. Now not even the Magi truly believe that you lot are ready for war. And they know that ordering mere boys to the fighting will make even their supporters look askance at them. So long as you were not volunteering, and so long as we were having fewer casualties than before, I could keep you safe. But the senior jousters, Huras said worriedly. Exactly. Meanwhile, we go out day after day, and we are becoming exhausted. At some point, not even your clever new tactics will save us. Lord Kaman grimaced. There is no doubt that you are right. The Magi will permit no rival for their power to exist. They have been trying very hard to eliminate us, and I had rather see the dragons gone than watch my men die for no good reason.
Karan let out the breath he had been holding. Then, my lord, the best thing for you is this. If you have thieves that can get into the Tian Jouster's compound, send men to seize as much Tala as you can. It is better for us to have it than the Tians, and the more of the old, untainted Tala we have, the better for us. And then let us do this thing that we have spoken of without your knowledge. For what we do without your knowledge, you cannot be held accountable for. Lord Kaman looked as if he was about to protest, then stopped.
From the mouths of babes comes wisdom,
he muttered, then turned and vanished into the darkness. So, tell us, Karan continued, turning to Aket 10. It is a disease, which puts no outward sign upon the plant, save only a bit of bloom upon the berry when it is still unripe, which is gone when it is dried. Heclatus used his magic to find it, and his knowledge of healing and herbs swiftly told him what it did. The disease spreads by a dust made from the bloom itself, and we can use magic to make much, much more of it from the bit that we have. She looked rather pleased with herself. Karan didn't blame her. What is more, I thought of a way to spread it quickly. When the rains begin, a dragon or two can climb above the clouds with baskets of the dust, and let them loose upon the winds. The dust will be carried into Tia, and brought down to earth with the rains.
And the Magi who have made the winds to be so much greater than they used to be will be the ones to carry the blight.
Gan slapped his leg with glee.
By the gods, Aket, this is choice.
She smiled with grim pleasure. We who have truly tamed dragons will be the only ones whose dragons still behave, and I will leave it to you to think how that can be useful. But I believe that the wild-caught dragons will actually obey for some time out of habit, and at any rate, if we successfully take a stockpile of undiseased Tian Tala, we will be able to keep our dragons under control longer. We should reckon on not getting any, Karan warned. Unless we can seize raw berries before they get to the Tian compound, I doubt that we will be able to get any. If Lord Kaman has agents who are also thieves, maybe. It is not at all guarded, but the odds are long. Then our Tala and theirs will run out about the same time, she sighed. Still, our jousters will know that their dragons are going to go wild, but the Tians will not, and they may miss the signs. So perhaps our task should be to sting the Tian dragons into their own rebellion on the very day when the last of the Tala is gone from their bodies. And with foreknowledge that it will happen, our jousters can release their dragons, or allow them to slip their chains, or something of the sort, or even take them out, and when they begin to get restive, land them behind our lines and turn them loose. She shrugged. The Magi will contribute nothing to the war once the jousters are gone, unless they create another Eye of Light that can be taken to the enemy.
I do not think they can, Heclatus said broodingly. Which is just as well for us, of course.
Recalling the carnage that the Eye had caused, Karan shuddered. More than just as well, he replied. I am not so sure, but that it would not be better for Alta if the thing were destroyed.
There are those on the second ring who would agree with you,
said Heclatus, and left it at that. There really was not much else to be said after that. Heclatus and Akhet 10 reckoned that it would take until the start of the rains to produce a sufficiency of the dust to infect the Tala plants. And then Akhet 10 produced another little surprise for them.
"I will borrow a swamp dragon and take her up to release the dust in the clouds above the storms," she began casually.
"Hoy," he said sharply. "What do you mean, you will borrow a swamp dragon? You have never flown any dragon but Rieth-Ka."
"I can control any dragon in the compound," she retorted. "Rieth-Ka is too young to take into a storm, and at any rate, she would hate flying in rain and storm. But there isn't a dragon in this compound who won't fly for me. I'll take one of the oldest and canniest."
"You'll do nothing of the sort," he replied hotly. "If anyone goes flying with that dust of yours, it will be me."
"On what dragon?" she shot back. "Not even Avatra will fly in the kind of hell the Magi have been creating on the first day of the rains, and rightly. The swamp dragons know storms. They can read them the way desert dragons read thermals. But they won't fly for you, not into a storm they won't. On a day of ordinary rains, yes, but not into a magus-bred storm."
"She has you there," Heclatus said, with what Curon considered to be an annoying level of calm detachment. "And just what would Lord Yatiran have to say to me if I allowed you—" he began, and the moment the words were out of his mouth, he knew that they were a mistake, but it was too late to call them back.
"If you allowed," she snarled, getting to her feet, her eyes blazing fury at him. "If you allowed. Just who and what are you, Wing Leader Curon, to say what I shall and shall not be allowed to do? I am responsible to no one but myself for my actions, and Lord Yatiran would certainly hold Curon responsible should any accident take place, regardless of that, Akhet 10, Heclatus said reasonably. And while it is true that Avatra would balk at carrying him above the heart of the storm, and that none of the swamp dragons will carry him on their own either, if you were to talk to one of them, you could persuade it to accompany you and your mount, couldn't you?"
The healer looked into both their angry faces and smiled. "I suggest a compromise. 2 swamp dragons to carry you, Akhet 10, and you, Curon. I should not approve myself of either of you going up alone in any case. It will be dangerous, flying under those conditions. It would be better to have a partner. Don't you both agree?" Even though the very idea of Akhet 10 flying under those very conditions appalled him, Curon swallowed and nodded. Reluctantly, Akhet 10 did the same. "Good," Heclatus said. "I thought you would both be sensible. Now, we need to think of an excuse to send you both up under those conditions. People might well ask, you know. It will do no one any good for you to excite curiosity. The Magi may notice. Others will notice. So why would 2 jousters be flying at the height of a storm?" They all exchanged a look, and Akhet 10 reluctantly sat down again. "I can't think of anything," Curon admitted. "Nor I," said Osset Ra, usually so quick-witted. "Well, we needn't think of one immediately," Akhet 10 pointed out. "We have some days yet, but we had better find one before then and make sure it's sound." "And on that note, I will take my leave," said Heclatus, and smiled, but this time grimly. "Lord Kaman is right about one thing. His jousters are being flung into the fray without any regard for how exhausted they are becoming. I've been seeing injuries, and I expect to see more and worse tomorrow and each succeeding day. Good night, young friends, and remember that the worst thing that the enemy can do to us is set us at each other's throats." He sauntered off into the darkness as they stared after him. Finally, it was Merit that broke the silence. "I wonder which enemy he meant," she mused aloud. "The Tians, or the Magi?" Akhet 10 still had not forgiven him by the next day. She glared at him every time he saw her, and it made him half crazy. He had agreed that she should go up, so what more did she want from him? It was horribly unfair, too, when all he had been trying to do was to protect her. He said as much crossly to her brother, as they both unharnessed their dragons in the landing courtyard after a long, hard practice. With cooperative dragons, it was easier to do here, where the dragon boys could take the gear to a room just off the court for cleaning and mending. Having tamed dragons was making for a lot of changes, most of which made the dragon boys' jobs easier. Orist looked at him as if he really was crazy.
"Honestly, I thought you were smarter than that," he retorted, handing the neck reins to the boy to be taken away.
"The last thing my sister wants is someone to protect her."
Karun blinked and paused while he handed over his own kit.
"But," he said finally, bewildered, "that day in the temple, when she came running at me—"
"Oh, yes. You would take the one time she was out of her depth and scared to death as the measure of how she is normally,"
Orist replied with a laugh.
"No, really, think, would you? When other than that has she ever run out of danger looking for someone to protect her from it? Not her. Oh, no, she runs straight into danger every time. If she wanted someone to protect her, do you think she'd have come here? Think about it. Think of the options available to the daughter of Lord Yatiran."
Karun did, pausing with one hand on Avatra's shoulder, and swiftly realized that if Akhet-Ten had wanted to protect her, she would have found one virtually anywhere. She could have married some powerful lord. She could have gone to that aunt who lived past the 6th Canal. She could have gotten herself made into a priestess of some temple other than that of the twins. Hammon or Abidesis, for instance, or Hathen. The temples to those gods were all far from Alta City, out in the Delta. For that matter, she could have gotten herself married to some merchant prince, an Akkadian, a tin merchant from Thyers, and taken far away from Alta. An Akkadian would have treated her with awe as a winged one, and a husband from Thyers, while not understanding in the least what a winged one was, would have made her his full partner in his business, as was the Thyresian way. She would have been taken to a life of luxury or adventure, or in the case of a Thyresian, perhaps both. No, her brother was right. She didn't want protecting, and under most circumstances, she wouldn't need protecting either.
"Not that I'm faulting you," Orist continued. "Nothing like. Akhet-Ten was an idiot to think she could ride a dragon up into a storm without having someone along in case something went wrong. And honestly, if you think you dare risk Avatra and all those down and up drafts, I think you ought to take her, not some swamp dragon. That trick of yours of catching a falling rider? Well, that would make me feel better about her going up there in that sort of a tempest."
He shook his head.
"I have to tell you, she's like to drive me mad sometimes. Give me a proper girl like Merit, one that knows her limits." "I'm not going to apologize for wanting to protect her," Karun protested hotly. "I'm not saying you should. Just don't make the same mistake in the future," Orist replied. "Or if you do, don't be surprised when she bites your head off."
He patted Wastet's bright blue shoulder and led him off to the pens, leaving Karun staring after him. Finally, Karun shook his head and went back to his own work, in this case taking Avatra for her sand bath. He thought about what Orist had said while he worked the sand over his beloved until she gleamed, every gold scale burnished like the gold of honor, every scarlet scale gleaming like a sacred jewel. And he couldn't help but notice that she was a lot bigger, nearly full-grown, in fact. If anyone got a good look at her, not just glimpsed from the ground, they could be forgiven for wondering why the two of them weren't out fighting with the rest of the jousters, and never mind that he didn't think they were more than half-trained. Well, that was another good reason for practicing so far away from the usual practice grounds. So Orist thought that his sister believed that she'd had her independence and self-reliance questioned. On one level it made sense, for other than that one time, she'd never looked for help from him, or from anyone else as far as he knew. Well, look at how he'd met her in the first place. Any other girl who'd been told to go look for a fish in the marshes, where the river horses and crocodiles were, would have gone straight to her father or one of her teachers to complain. But not Akhet-Ten, no. She had gone right out into the swamp with only a servant, and if her brother hadn't intercepted her and gone along, she would have been completely alone out there. Which, of course, on another level made no sense at all, since she was a lot older than that girl who'd gone to the marshes. She'd had a lot of experience in where her bull-headed stubbornness would take her, and you would have thought she'd have learned better by now. She had been flying. She knew how tricky the winds and thermals could get even without any weather to complicate them. So how could she possibly think she was capable of flying a strange dragon into the teeth of the storm? That wasn't being brave and capable. That was being foolhardy. Yes, well, you set off across the desert alone on a barely fledged dragon, part of him whispered. So you're hardly one to talk about being foolhardy, are you? But I had guides, he protested. Fat lot of good those pebbles were going to do if you got caught up in a sandstorm, or were ambushed by predators, that part of him retorted. And let's not even mention that you were supposed to be hunting for Avatra and yourself. And when was the last time you had hunted before that trip? You'd slung pebbles at lizards and the odd bird, hoping to bring something down to add to the scraps Kefti the Fat gave you. You are two of a kind, you are. You see something that you want, really want, and you don't let anything stand in the way of getting it, do you? He decided to ignore that little voice as he rubbed Avatra down with sweet-scented oil-soaked polishing cloths. Let her be offended. She'd just have to get over it on her own. Besides, there were other things concerning him right now. Resolutely, he shoved Akhet 10 out of his thoughts. With Avatra clean and oiled, he led her to the pen, where her dragon boy was waiting with her meal. She crooned with pleasure and set to, while the boy laughed at her eagerness. The boys assigned to the tame wing had long since learned what their charges were like, and most of them were hoping for tame dragons of their own one day. Well, it still might happen, he thought, as the boy moved fearlessly about the pen, casting fond glances at Avatra. There were swamp dragons to steal, and one day, ours might well mate. That was far more likely since the babies had been playing together before they fledged. He had noticed an interesting difference in Avatra's behavior compared to any of the youngsters. She held herself aloof from the youngsters, as if she wasn't aware that she was a dragon, whereas they were in and out of each other's pens as soon as they were allowed to wander. They had learned the command to stay, once they were old enough to learn any commands at all, and they obeyed pretty well. But there was a great deal of fraternization among the 8 over the course of a day, whereas Avatra greeted any interloper in her pen with a distinctly aloof and offended gaze. He left Avatra to her dinner, for there was something else he wanted to know. 2 somethings, actually, and he didn't have to go to Akhet 10 to find out either of them. Heclatus spent most of the morning making the disease dust, and most of the afternoon and evening resting afterward. So he was resting in the courtyard just off his rooms when Karun went looking for him. He was lying on a cot in the middle of the tiny courtyard, basking in the sun like a lizard on a rock, and he greeted Karun's footsteps with a raised head and an ironically lifted eyebrow. "I hope you are not seeking my aid in reconciling you with Akhet 10, the healer drawled. "I am not particularly interested in mending the quarrels of young lovers." Karun flushed. He thought about protesting that he wasn't Akhet 10's lover, and thought better of it. If he did protest, Heclatus would only be more certain that he was, and probably tease him about it. The healer had an acid wit, and was not reticent about exercising it. "I wanted to ask you about the dust you're making, and about some other things," he said, sitting down on a stone bench in the shade. "But first, I want to know about the dust. Is it safe around people? I mean, could I get the disease by breathing it or something? And how are you making it exactly?" "Well, sensible questions. I stand amazed." Heclatus raised both eyebrows in an exaggerated look of surprise, turned on his side to face Karun, and propped his head on his hand. "You cannot get the disease. It is a disease of plants. However, because the dust is poisonous in large quantities, you could become ill if you stuck your nose in a bag and inhaled. So I advise against doing anything of the sort.
Doing so would also make you liable to lung sickness, which could also make you extremely ill and might kill you.
So, that meant to release the dust, they would not want to be in its path or below it until most of it had been carried off. In that case, the best option would be to carry it in leather bags, cut the bottom of the bag when we got above the storm, and keep climbing, zigzagging back and forth until the bags are empty. He nodded. How are you making it?
Ah, now that is a truly interesting question.
Eclatus's eyes finally lit up with enthusiasm.
We had a small quantity to begin with, and we proved what it did without using more than half of that store. It is related to a fungus very common in the swamp, and what I am doing is this. I have sent slaves to gather the common stuff, and when I have extracted as large a batch as I can manipulate, I magically prepare the batch, then take a pinch of the disease dust and drop it in. And by what we Acadians referred to as the law of contamination, the pile of fungus dust is converted to disease dust. Note, he added, without great effort, however. The Magi in the tower have the winged ones to draw upon for their storm magic, for instance. I have only myself, Akhet-Ten, and now Caleth. And I refuse to drain my young assistants as the Magi drain the winged ones.
Karan stared at him in fascination. Can you make anything into anything else that way? He asked.
In theory, yes, the healer replied and sighed heavily. In practice, however, the nearer that what you want is to what you're transforming, the easier it is. As I said, the fungus is a very near relative to the disease. Gold, for instance, is nothing near as like to lead as the alchemists would prefer to believe. I could make fresh water out of marsh water, for instance, about as easily. But turning spelt into barley would be nearly as difficult as changing lead to gold. This is why an Acadian magus, no matter how skilled he is unlikely to be a wealthy man.
I see, said Karan, who didn't see it all. He decided that it didn't matter.
This is why Acadian Magi have as many apprentices as they can afford. Eclatus went on wistfully. The young have so much more energy than an adult, and they simply squander it. It does them little good, for they don't have the skills to use it properly. I digress.
Karan nodded. He didn't come here to learn about Acadian Magi, but about Altan Magi. What about the eye, then? Do you have any idea how that works? Better still, have you any idea how to make it stop working?
The eye.
Eclatus's whole face lit up.
Before I saw it, I would have had to tell you that I had no idea what it was, or how it worked. Now, however, I do have some notion. Wait a moment, and I will get something to show you.
The healer got up, slowly, Karan noticed, and as if he was as weak as someone recovering from a long disease, and went into his rooms. He came out again with a piece of polished glass.
Watch,
he said, as he put a bit of dried leaf on some bits of bark in a little pile on the ground. He held up the glass between the sun and the pile, and moved it back and forth until a tiny, very intensely bright spot appeared on the top of the pile. Then he held the glass quite still. In a few moments, a wisp of smoke wreathed up from the bright spot, and the leaf began to blacken. Then suddenly, a flame leaped up from the black spot. Karan jumped back, startled.
Remind you of anything?
Eclatus asked slyly, standing up and crushing out the tiny fire with his sandal.
The eye,
Karan exclaimed. Although he had seen no beam of light, the bright spot on the ground, and the way the fire sprang up under it, were strongly reminiscent of how the eye had worked. Eclatus nodded.
I have looked back into the records, and I can find no accounts of the eye being used at night, or even on a cloudy day. No, it is always bright sunshine, and usually on or around noon. I think that the main part of the eye is a lens, and the rest is perhaps some magical or mechanical way of gathering and concentrating a great deal more sunlight than just a simple lens could account for. A simple lens would not be able to reach very far, for instance, but I expect it would be as much a mechanical contraption as it is magical.
Which explains why they have not made a smaller eye, Charon hazarded. A smaller eye would not be nearly as powerful?
Eclatus nodded. Such an apparatus would not be very portable either, and I suspect that there is some source of power there, in or under the tower, and only there. That would account for the beam of light.
So if we were to go and try to wreck the eye at night, or on a cloudy day, they would not be able to use it against us? Charon said in sudden speculation.
So I believe, Eclatus nodded. And the best way to get to it would be to come at it from above.
They exchanged a look. Dragons, breathed Charon. And that is why the Magi dislike the jousters.
Dislike? I would have said that they fear the jousters, as they would any force that can take that special weapon from them. It seems logical, agreed Eclatus. And I would go further than that. I believe that the stronger they grow in their power, the more they come to hate and fear the jousters rather than less, and the more they wish to destroy them if they can.
You know, Charon said after a long pause, that is not the most comforting thing you have ever said to me. Eclatus did not smile. 17. Sometimes Charon had thought there would not be enough time before the rains began, others that the awaited day could not come quickly enough. Meanwhile, the dragonettes, swiftly and daily growing so large that they really needed to be called dragons now, continued to grow in more ways than just size. Take little Riethka, for instance. She might be small, but she was as quick as a thought, and exquisitely sensitive to emotions. It wasn't hard to tell how Akhet 10 was feeling. All you had to do was look at Riethka. When Akhet 10 was happy, the blue and silver dragon would bounce everywhere and flit through the sky like a bit of thistledown. When she was depressed, Riethka became a shadow, and when Akhet 10 was angry, well, it was best not to get in Riethka's way. Tathulan, the huge and striking female belonging to Huras, was, like Huras, quiet and serious. When she was in the air, she was all business, and very single-minded about everything Huras asked her to do. And then there was Wastet, Orist's beetle-blue male. Now, given how much like their riders both Riethka and Tathulan were, one might think that all dragons were like the ones who had raised them. Wastet could not have been more unlike Orist. Charon considered Orist to be his first and best friend next to his sister Akhet 10, but he was not blind to Orist's faults. Orist was still careless and forgetful, and now and then inclined to puff himself up. But Wastet was steady, just a little slower than the rest, and if a dragon could be modest, Wastet was every bit of that. Some of Wastet's steadiness was rubbing off on Orist, and to Charon's mind, that was a very good thing. Of all of the dragons, Wastet was one of the most likely to be right where he was supposed to be, no matter what was happening. Atman was fiery and temperamental. She was the one most likely to lose her temper in practice, and it was a good thing that Kalen was so experienced in handling touchy falcons, because he had his hands full with her. Osset-Raz Apetma could also be as fiery in temper as her copper-red color. Peatep's Dioth was still shy on the ground anyway. He was a little lion in the air. He had been the last to fledge, and it had taken all of the persuasion Akhet 10 could muster to get him more than a few feet off the ground. But once he discovered flight, it was hard to stop him. Given the chance, he would have flown everywhere. Gans Kalef was as relaxed as Atman and Apetma were fiery. Nothing ever flustered him. Not mistakes, not accidents. He was the first to recover from the earthshake, and with Wastet, was the one who could always be counted upon to do exactly what he was asked. Then there was Bethlin. Firstborn of all the clutches, she was another cachette, clever, strong, agile, and possessed of a wicked sense of humor. Like Cachette, she was a blue, but an indigo blue shading to purple.
Like Cachette, she was gregarious and outgoing. Of all of them, she was the most likely to be in someone else's pen. Some of her gregariousness was rubbing off on shy Manetka, and that was no bad thing. So waiting for the rains was hardly boring, seeing all these emerging personalities working together. And when the announcement did come, it placed a new burden of worry and responsibility on his shoulders, yet relieved a burden of waiting. The word had come, not from the Temple of the Twins, but from the Tower of Wisdom. Tomorrow the rains begin. Karun wondered just how ominous other folk in Alta City found it that it had been the Magi, and not the Winged Ones, who had announced the start of the rains this year. And why had it come from the Magi? Oh, certainly, they were the ones who would trigger the rains, but why had they elected to announce the fact? Was it that there were no Winged Ones fit to tell when the rains would start? Or were the Magi trying to supplant the Winged Ones, to take their place in the minds of the people? If so, they had better start thinking of a way to predict earthshakes. Karun thought grimly, looking up at the tower when his dragon boy brought him the word. Because telling someone what you plan to do and predicting what the elements are going to do are two very different things. And while people might get annoyed by having their property spoiled by an unpredicted rainstorm, they are flatly terrified of unpredicted earthshakes. And rightly so, since a rainstorm is only an annoyance. It is the earthshakes that can kill them. Nevertheless, he went about taking care of the usual preparations for the start of the rains without any outward show that this announcement had set his heart racing. He and his dragon boy pulled the awning over Avatra's pen, and over the pen that was currently Calith's home as well. Anything that might be blown away was secured. Anything that might be ruined by rain, taken away and put in storage or under awnings. All over the compound, the same precautions and preparations for the rains were taking place, just as if this year was like last year, or the year before, or 100 years ago. But when Karun came out of the vacant pen, he saw Aket Ten struggling with the heavy awning of Re-Ethka's pen, and he went to help her. She gave him a look of gratitude as he reached up with the rake and poked the place where it had stuck until it was freed, then helped her pull the canvas all the way across and secure it. "I forgot you'd never done this before," he said casually, and gave her a look. "Tomorrow we go up," that look said wordlessly. And she must have understood it, because her eyes narrowed, and she nodded. "We ought to see if Vash and Litoth will fly in the worst of it," she replied. "They're the heaviest of the swamp dragons, the best suited to storm riding, and it would be useful to know if we could put them up no matter what the conditions." Why, bless her, she thought of an excuse. He had come up a blank, no matter how hard he had tried. It was a good excuse, because she was right. They knew that the swamp dragons would fly in rain, but would they fly in storm? "They won't fly for their jousters," he said doubtfully, for the benefit of anyone who might be spying on them. "I'm fairly certain of that." There might not be anyone there, but there was no point in taking a chance. Heclatus had told them of a kind of magical spying that could be done, that not even his amulets could completely foil, using birds as the Magi's eyes and ears. Since that time during the day, under the open sky, they had been careful not to divulge anything that they didn't want the Magi to know. And there were a couple of rock doves perched up on the wall of Re-Ethka's pen. They'd fluttered up when the awning went by, but came right back down again. Spies? Or just birds who knew there was always some sort of food around the compound? "They might not fly for the jousters, but they will fly for me," she said confidently. "I may not be good as a winged fledgling any more, but I can still talk to beasts, and I can persuade even the dragons to do almost anything for me." "I'd rather you didn't go up alone," he said. She gave him a fearsome glare, but replied, "I could fly Litoth, if you're willing to try Vash. If you fly close, I'll be able to speak to both of them and convince Vash to carry you." "I've flown Vash before," he replied, an untruth, but the Magi wouldn't know that. "She's a lazy pig, but not so bad other than that,
If you can get her up in the sky, I can control her. All right, we can try first thing in the morning, but if you aren't ready to go when I am, you can forget it. I'll tell Litoth's boy and Vash's too, you ought to go up alone." She made a rude face at him, which he ignored. "I'll be up before you are," she said, with just a touch of sharpness in her tone. "You just go get us permission to borrow them." If anyone was listening, they heard only that we're going to try flying dragons in the storm. That can't possibly be of any interest. With that set up, he left her to ready Riethka's pen for the reins on her own, and went off to report to Lord Kaman, to get permission for the borrowing from the 2 senior jousters, and, as he had threatened, to tell Litoth and Vash's dragon boys that they were not to allow Akhet 10 to take a dragon out in the storm by herself. Akhet 10, for all of her bravado, would not dare to borrow a dragon without permission, for the senior jousters might well take it into their heads to reward such impertinence with a thrashing. And it would not matter to them whose daughter she was. They had thrashed boys of higher rank than she was. They were technically her father's equal in rank. And they also knew that Lord Yatirin would punish his daughter himself for taking a dragon without permission, and so did Akhet 10. Indulged she might be, but she was not spoiled. Karan had the distinct impression that Lord Yatirin had raised all of his children with a very clear set of rules, and the knowledge of what happened when you broke those rules. She knew, of course, that she would get short shrift herself from the senior jousters if she asked them, which was why she had told him to get the permission. They were still of the mindset that a girl of any rank was best employed in housekeeping and child-rearing, or if she happened to be a winged one, or a priestess or healer, properly doing her job in the appropriate temple. Girls did not belong in the jouster's compound, except as servants and entertainers. She had pushed the line by being a healer for the dragons, but although that pushed the line, she had not quite crossed it. But this business of flying a dragon had them looking at her narrowly. While they were grateful that she had stopped Riethka's keening, and they grudgingly accepted that she had to fly the dragonet to keep it healthy and exercised, they were one and all adamant that a girl had no business thinking of herself as a jouster, and only the carefully fostered illusion that Karan and Haklatus were in control of her kept her from being snubbed or worse. So it was Karan, wing leader of his own wing, respected trainer and the boy who had worked out ways of making the smaller, lighter dragons able to challenge the larger desert dragons, who approached to ask permission to borrow Vash and Litoth. Karan, the senior jousters felt, had earned their respect. He was, if not quite one of them, certainly their equal. "It would be damned useful to find out if we can get anything to fly in the worst of the muck," said Vash's rider thoughtfully when Karan approached him. "We might have an emergency where a dragon would be the fastest messenger. I'll need to fly a hit-and-run attack."
Litoth's jouster said much the same, and added,
"If you can get above the clouds, I bet you can teach that old sow it's not so bad up there. You'll have to go pretty high, though, and the winds will probably be fierce. She won't mind, not while she's working, but you might want to wrap up."
"I thought about that," Karan replied, grateful beyond words that the jouster had already outlined exactly what he planned to do. It made him feel better that someone with far more experience was warning him about things he'd thought of. Should anyone ask, in fact, he could say that he'd gotten advice from both senior jousters. "I had one of the slaves copy the wool leg coverings and shirts that those amber trading barbarians wear, and I got some sheepskins to wrap up in, too." The jouster shuddered with the look of someone who did not care to find himself wrapped in wool at all.
"Better you than me, boy. Deflee yourself after. The gods only know where those sheepskins have been, or what they've collected."
Karan laughed and promised, and went off to Lord Kaman to report what he and Akhet 10 were going to do. And Lord Kaman gave him a look that asked,
"Is this expedition concerning something I don't want to know about?"
Karan gave a terse little nod, and went on with his explanation of what he and Akhet 10 were going to wear to keep from turning blue with cold. Lord Kaman gave his permission readily enough, and so the path was clear. He could hardly sleep at all that night.
He lay in the darkness, tossing and turning, trying to relax, and trying not to fly the whole plan in his mind over and over and over, and especially trying not to think of all the things that could go wrong. Finally, he managed to wear himself out so badly that he fell asleep in spite of himself. Not that his dreams were any more tranquil, but at least they were dreams. He woke, as he had last rain season, to the sound of thunder. The scent of rain pervaded everything, and over it, the odd, sharp smell that came when lightning struck nearby. Once again he rolled out of his cot with the canvas of the awning over the pen glowing with continuous lightning. This time, however, he pulled on a long-sleeved woolen tunic and a set of one-piece woolen leggings, and tied over them a couple of foot-shaped woolen bags to keep his feet warm. Wool, he had been told, stayed warm even when it was wet. If they managed to get above the storm, it would be freezing cold up there, and by the time they got there, they would be soaked. As it was uncomfortably cold now, and the odd woolen clothing, heavy and clumsy as it made him feel, was rather comfortable. He picked up a cape made of sheepskin and padded past Avatra, awkward in the woolen footbags. In the corridor outside, itself covered with an awning, there was no sign of life. That was odd. He would have expected to find Akhet 10 dancing from foot to foot with impatience. He went to Riethka's pen and eased past the dragon to peek into Akhet 10's sleeping chamber. The long lump under the blanket told him that she was still asleep. Very odd. He didn't think she was faking it either. He was dreadfully tempted then to leave her there and try to take up Vash alone. But I told her it was too dangerous to go up alone under conditions like this, he reminded himself. She'll never believe my cautions again if I turn around and go up by myself. Besides, without her, Vash probably won't move. He eased into the chamber, reached out a cautious hand, and shook what he thought was her shoulder. It was hard to tell for certain. It was very dark in here, and apparently Akhet 10 was one of those people who slept with a blanket pulled up over her head. There was a faint scent of flowers in the air. He thought it might be from the perfume cones she kept around. She seldom actually wore them on her hair or wigs, as most noble ladies did. Instead, she left them where the sun would shine on them, or where gentle heat from the brazier would release the perfume into the room. As it happened, the thing he shook was her shoulder, and a grunt was her only response. He shook her again, harder this time. It was like trying to shake a rock outcropping. She complained, without really moving much. Wha? The blanket stirred a little. Akhet 10, he said sharply, speaking loudly to be heard above the thunder, giving her a really hard shake. Get up! The rains are beginning, and we need to take the dragons up in it. Go away, she mumbled, and pulled the blanket tighter around herself. She didn't even react to his presence in her room. He stood there, confused. She had been twice as eager as he to take on this task. What was her problem? He knew she couldn't be sick. Had she changed her mind about going up? Surely not. No, there had to be some other reason, and once again, he wondered why no one else seemed to find the terrible lightning storm overhead in the least disturbing. It is thundering so hard I can scarcely hear myself think, yet everyone but me is sleeping through it, just like last time. I wonder... It was beginning to look to him that the Magi had spread some sort of spell across the city to keep the sleepers in their beds until the rains were triggered by their magic. Could it be that the reason he was not still asleep was that he had not been born in Alta City? It was the only explanation that he could think of, though it was just as possible that he was unusually resistant to whatever magic they were doing. Some people were harder to drug than others. He supposed that some people were harder to cast spells upon. It could be, then, that the Magi were to blame for Akhet 10's apparent sloth, but such idle speculations were not getting Akhet 10 up. He tried shaking her so hard he rattled the cot, with just about the same result. The harder he shook her, the tighter she curled up. Short of bringing a wall down on her, he didn't think merely shaking her was going to do any good. So, with a sigh, he finally decided that he would have to resort to the unthinkably rude. Even serfs who had been worked to exhaustion and were more dead than asleep responded to what he was about to do. He went out, got a pot full of cold water, came back to her chamber, pulled back the covers over her head, and dumped the contents of the pot over her face. Then he jumped back, and a good thing too, because she came up with a yell, swinging wildly at the darkness around her. She was awake now, all right, angry and spitting fury, and it was a good thing that she was still tangled up in her blanket, because she probably would have given him a bloody nose for his little trick. But she was tangled up in her blanket, and the time it took her to struggle free was enough for him to protest and try to explain, with all the sincerity he could muster, and from the other side of the chamber, "Audiobook 10, I'm sorry. I swear I am sorry, and I will make it up to you. It was the only way I could wake you up, I swear to you, and I really tried." She stood there in the semi-darkness, kicking free of the blanket, and he was terribly glad that it was semi-darkness that filled the chamber, because she wasn't wearing anything at all beneath that blanket. All that wool suddenly felt very hot and very prickly as he flushed. Not that what she usually wore was much less revealing, but still. She stood panting with anger. But it was anger that was cooling as she listened to him babble out his explanation. Finally, she tossed her wet hair over her shoulder and said, with great suspicion, "You swear on your father's ghost? You swear that my brother didn't put you up to this?" "I swear," he said immediately, "and there's something very odd going on. There's not a single other person awake, and I bet if you were to lie down, you'd be asleep in a moment. What's more, I bet if we tried to go wake any of the others up, they'd be as hard to stir as you were. It was just like this at the start of the rains last year. I was the only one awake. It was—" He shook his head. "It was disturbing." "The Magi," she said instantly, confirming his suspicion. "There must be something that they don't want anyone to see about the start of the rains." He couldn't see her face, but he could hear the frown in her voice. "I'm not sure I want to know what it is or why." He swallowed. He wasn't either, now that he came to think about it. If the Magi were not at all reticent about people knowing they were interfering with the Winged Ones, what was it they felt they had to hide, and felt it so strongly that they had to put the entire city to sleep? His mouth tasted sour. "I can't do everything," he reminded himself. "All I can do is to try to follow Toreth's plan, and hope that once we take the Jousters out of the mix, it will weaken the Magi. Only then can we try to come up with the next plan. Whatever it is, it's nothing we can do anything about," she said flatly, echoing his own thoughts. "We take the Jousters out of the war and free the Winged Ones. They have more authority than we." She moved over to the wall, into the complete darkness, and he heard her fumbling about, then the sounds of someone putting on unfamiliar garments. Then she came back into the dim light from the doorway, pausing only to tie her wool footbags in place. "If there's something that the Magi don't want people to watch, I want to see it. Come on." Together, carrying their sheepskin capes, they padded down the corridor to the landing courtyard. And there, just as last year, they watched the spectacular lightning and thunder show that centered on the Tower of Wisdom. Harun was not altogether certain, but it seemed to him that it was more violent than it had been last year. Then again, the Magi were using the Winged Ones now, and not the fledglings. He felt sick, wondering just what it was that was happening inside that tower. Audiobook 10 frowned with concentration as she watched it, braiding up her hair as she did. "I wish I knew what to look for," she mumbled, staring fixedly at the point in the sky that was just above the tower, around which all of the storm clouds seemed to be rotating. Gods take them! What could be so important that they need to keep the whole city asleep? I wish I had thought to ask Herclatus to watch this. Is it too late to try and wake him, do you think? Maybe. If everything happens the way it did last year, the whole storm is going to break soon. How long has that been going on? He asked. She shook her head and tossed the end of her braid over her shoulder. I don't know.
I mean, everyone always sleeps on the first day of the rains. It's a holiday even for slaves. There's not a lot of point in getting up early. The downpour's too heavy, and it's too dark to do anything until later in the day. I always looked forward to it and never thought about it, not really, and I suppose that's how everyone else feels. It's been this way for years, anyway. Finally, the show ended in that tremendous crack of lightning and peal of thunder that he remembered from the previous year, and the skies opened up. Then they stood there, staring at the waterfalls of rain pouring from the sky. Then finally she shook her head. "Let's go get the dust," she said. "Heclatus said he was fixing rainproof bags for us last night." They made their way to Heclatus's quarters. Akhet-Ten pulled her cape over her head and made a dash across his courtyard to the first door, which led into a room Heclatus used as a workshop. She came back a moment later with 4 bulging, heavy-looking bags, made of leather, shiny with beeswax rubbed on the outside. "Here they are," she said, putting 2 of them down at his feet. "And he rigged them that way to release the dust for us, like he promised. He must have found a way to make it work." Karun picked up one of the bags to examine it with interest. Heclatus had pledged that he was going to try to find a way for them to trickle the dust out gradually, without having to cut a hole in the bottom of the bag while flying. He couldn't test it without losing the dust, of course, but it looked as if the clever Akkadian had been as good as his word. There was a sturdy wooden handle attached to a stout leather cord, which in turn was attached to a patch on the bottom of the bag that looked as if it was meant to rip free with a good hard tug. He put the bag down again. "I hope you brought a knife anyway," he said. Akhet-Ten fumbled at the front of her tunic and pulled up a cord, which was attached to a small knife in a leather sheath hung around her neck. Karun's was strapped over his woolen leg coverings on his right calf. He nodded. "The day isn't getting longer," he said, and led the way to Vash's pen. It took some doing to get the swamp dragon up and out of her wallow. It was cold out of the water and dark, and she didn't want to leave. He didn't blame her. If he'd had any choice, he would be in bed at this moment himself. Akhet-Ten spent a great deal of time nose to nose with the dull green dragon before she emerged from the water with a groan, and grumbled her way over to the saddle stand so he could put her rig on her. Once Akhet-Ten judged it was safe to leave the 2 of them alone, she went back out into the corridor to deal with Litoth herself. Either Litoth was more cooperative, or Vash was much more stubborn. In either case, by the time Karun finished harnessing Vash, fastening the bags behind her saddle, and leading her out into the corridor, Akhet-Ten and Litoth were waiting for them. The rain drumming on the canvas awning and pouring down the sides into the drainage channel was a reminder that they were in for a miserable ride. Both dragons balked at the entrance to the landing courtyard, and once again Akhet-Ten had to stand nose to nose with both of them for some time before they heaved huge hot sighs that smelled of iron and blood and allowed themselves to be led out into the rain. And once in the rain, it was impossible to speak except in a shout. The dragons snorted their distaste and tossed their heads unhappily, while Karun and Akhet-Ten found themselves wrapped in sodden heavy cloth. And if the wet wool wasn't cold, it also wasn't particularly pleasant. It was heavy, it clung and made it hard to move, and it stank of soggy sheep. They made their way into the center of the court. Akhet-Ten got both beasts to lie down, and the 2 of them clambered up into their saddles. Vash got to her feet first, groaning. Litoth followed suit. It was Akhet-Ten who gave the signal to fly. Litoth rose first, flying heavily, and Vash followed her a moment later. With the rain pouring down on them, they wallowed into the sky. Karun and Akhet-Ten were just baggage at that point. For his part, Karun couldn't see anything beyond the curtain of rain, and certainly couldn't hear. He just clung on and let the dragon pick her course, so long as it was up. Her wings pounded through the sodden air as she labored upward with all her might. Karun was just glad that he and Akhet-Ten were much smaller than the jousters who usually rode these beasts, or they never would have gotten into the air at all. It took forever. There was no way to keep track of time, as Vash's lungs heaved under his legs, and he felt her muscles straining to drive her upward,
while his muscles ached from the strain of being in the saddle of a dragon in a steep climb. Occasionally, there was a flash of lightning, followed by a distant roar of thunder, but somehow the dragons were staying out of the area around the tower. Then came the winds. It must have been right beneath the clouds, or perhaps just inside them. The rain slackened a little, and then Vash bucked sideways as a gust of wind hit her wings and flung her over. She fought for control, Karan balancing in his saddle to help her, and kept from being tumbled through the air by a small miracle. Then, before they could fully recover, another gust hit them, driving them in a different direction. Now they were inside the cloud, some rain, but mostly inky black, tempest-driven mist that stung when it hit like a sandstorm, and winds that tossed poor Vash around like a leaf. Vash spread her wings as the third gust hit her, and with a strangled cry, drove upward with all her might. She surged underneath him, throwing him back in the saddle with powerful wing beats, and he fought for balance, then flung himself forward over her neck, and clinging to avoid overbalancing her. The lightning stink was in his nostrils. It was all he could smell, and he wondered with horrified fascination what would happen if lightning struck the two of them. He could see in the set of her head and neck, and in the spread of her wings, that she was angry. Angry enough, it seemed, to be determined to fight her way up through this cloud and into the blue sky above. He doubted that she was even thinking of him now. All of her concentration was on up. She knew the sun was up there, and she would, get up there with it. And then, just when he thought the darkness inside the cloud would never end, just when he wondered if he and Vash had died back there, and this was the limbo of an unhappy ghost, she drove through the top of the cloud and up into the sunlight. He barely had time to look around before Akhet-Ten and Litoth came surging up beside them like a leaping fish, trailing wisps of cloud stuff behind them. Akhet-Ten recovered first. She shook back her woolen sheepskin cape as Litoth spread her wings and let the strong wind carry her, panting with exertion. With a nudge of his knee and a pull on the reins, Karan sent Vash after her. It was a different world. He had been high before, but never this high. Together they soared in a strange world, floored with white fleeces, roofed with the blue sky, and empty but for swift, strong winds. Cold. It was as cold as he had ever remembered being, and he dared not think how high they must be. And it was silent, but for the high, thin whistle of the wind in his ears, and the beating of the dragon's wings. Surely this was far, far higher than he had ever flown, even on Avatra. It was wonderful beyond words. He took a deep breath of the clean, clear air, and felt as intoxicated as if he had drunk 3 jars of palm wine. This was freedom such as he had never tasted before. It was as if he and Akhet-Ten were the only 2 humans alive in the world, a world made solely for their pleasure. Akhet-Ten cast him a wild glance, full of delight, and despite the gravity of their task, he grinned back at her. Even the dragons seemed to enjoy this place of white and blue and intense light. They soared and tacked back and forth on the wind, staying just above the cloud tops, as he and Akhet-Ten whooped and laughed with the sheer pleasure of the flight. The air might be cold, but it was also as dry as that over the desert. In no time their clothing and even their cloaks were no more than damp, and the wool was doing its proper job of keeping them warm. Only his nose, his hands, and his ears were cold, and he solved the last by hunching his head down into the fleece of his cloak. Finally, with a sigh, Karan recalled himself to duty. He waved a hand at Akhet-Ten, not wanting to take more than one hand off the saddle hold, and pointed at the bags. She nodded and pulled the wooden handle on the one nearest him so he could signal her if it had ripped loose properly. The patch on the bottom ripped off, exposing an open gash in the thick leather, and a thin, gray dust began to drift out, to be caught up in the wind and whipped away in moments. Satisfied that Hecladus's creation was working as it should, Karan signaled to Akhet-Ten that all was well, and ripped loose the patch from the first of his bags. She nodded vigorously after a moment, and then, with the best possible combination of business and pleasure, They sent Vash and Litoth in great swooping curves and shallow climbs followed by long dives, kiting their way all over the sky. He had been afraid, given Hecladus's warnings, that the dust would be so thick it would be dangerous to breathe. But in fact, the wind was carrying it away so fast that he couldn't even see it except as a bit of misty gray right under the bag. So that meant they didn't need to try to avoid it, and they just flew where they wanted to, until the first 2 bags were empty and flapping loose against the dragon's sides, causing them no end of annoyance. Vash even bent to bite at it, and since Kuran saw no reason to take it back down again, he simply cut it loose and let it fall away into the clouds. When Akhet-Ten saw what he had done, she did the same, and then they pulled the patches on their second bags and began the procedure all over again. By this time their clothing was dry, and they were actually warm, or at least Kuran was, and he thought by the pink of Akhet-Ten's cheeks that she was too. The release of the second lot of dust was no more difficult than the first, and when they had cut their second bags loose, Kuran felt an extreme reluctance to fight their way back down through the clouds again. "All right," he decided. "There's no reason to be down there until we have to. Why don't we just fly until the dragons are hungry? We'll let them decide when they want to go home." Out of the corner of his eye, he caught Akhet-Ten waving at him. She mimed diving down. He pointed at Vash's head, tried to mime being hungry, and pointed at Vash's head again. She frowned, then smiled and nodded. For the rest of the morning they circled and rode the winds together, and the only way in Kuran's mind that it could have been more perfect would have been if they were on the same dragon. As it was, the only way they could share their pleasure was by signs and smiles. Still, he absorbed every moment, cramming it into his memory along with the precious memories of Avatra's first flight above the desert into freedom, of her first good hunt, of the long flight above the swamps of Alta. He would hold these memories, storing them to take out and savor, as an antidote to fear and grief and pain to come. There would be bad times, just as surely as there were good times, there would be bad ones, and he would need memories like this when they came. If ever there had been a perfect moment in his life, it was this, and he gave in to the intoxication of pure flight. But eventually, as he had known it must, it had to end. He felt Vash tugging in one particular direction, and she made a huge turn, then went from soaring to real flying, beating her way against the wind with powerful wing thrusts. For a moment he was puzzled, but then he realized that he had forgotten a little detail. Up here in the clouds, he had no idea where he was, but Vash knew. Just as the birds knew where home was, even when they could not see it, Vash and Litoth knew where the compound was. They were hungry, and the compound meant food. They might have soared leagues away from it, but they were used to flying enormous distances to get to the battlefield or on patrol. The wind was strong, but the Camucine was stronger, and they flew against it as a matter of routine. It was no match for their powerful muscles. Litoth, with the lighter burden of Akhet-Ten, swiftly overtook Vash and went into the lead. This spurred Vash on to better efforts, and the two of them labored across the sky, as Kuran marveled that they clearly knew exactly where they were going, despite the fact that there was nothing visible but clouds that looked exactly like all other clouds beneath them. Then, without any warning at all, ahead of him, Litoth suddenly folded her wings and dove. Surprised into a scream, Akhet-Ten grabbed the saddle with both hands as her mount vanished into the clouds. Kuran had only that much warning to grab the saddle himself, as Vash did the same. His stomach got left somewhere far behind him. It might be a controlled dive, but it felt exactly like plummeting, and his body reacted with terror. A scream ripped out of his own throat, and his hands clenched onto the front of the saddle so hard that they ached. "Trust Vash. She knows what she's doing. She won't crash. She was wild-caught as an adult. She must have done this before. Trust Vash." They were through the clouds and the turbulence inside them in 2 heartbeats, falling like a pair of stones out and into the rain. and as they fell through the bottom of the clouds, he saw Litoth and Akhet Ten beside him, her hair streaming behind her, her sheepskin cape flapping loose, her mouth still open in a scream. And then the rain curtains parted for a moment, and he saw a canal, a bridge, the compound. The rain closed in, then parted again beneath another gust of wind, and the compound was rushing at them, fast. Too fast. Then Vash snapped her wings open, slowing their fall. The rain and the wind slowed it further, and she began to backwing, pulling her hindquarters under him, making her body into an enormous secondary wing to slow them still further. And then with 3 thunderous wing beats, they were down, and Litoth beside them, down in the landing courtyard, skidding to a halt on the rain-slick earth. A slip and a skid, and Vash folded her wings. And there they were, safe again, with the rain pouring down over them, soaked to the skin and frightened out of their bodies almost, and yet, at the same time, full of triumph. And there were 4 people running toward them, shouting welcome over the drum of the rain. 2 jousters, 2 dragon boys. And Kurun realized in that moment, bless them. Vash and Litoth's riders had figured out from their long absence that when they came back, he and Akhet Ten would be in no shape to tend to the dragons themselves. He managed somehow to get his leg over Vash's saddle, and slid down to splash into the courtyard to land on legs that shook with fatigue. Vash's rider steadied him, then slapped him on the back. "Great landing!" the jouster shouted into his ear over the rain. "Didn't think the old cow had it in her. How did she fly?" "Wonderful! Fantastic! It can be done," he shouted back. "In fact, once we were over the storm, she liked it. She didn't want to come back until she got hungry." "Well, she'll get her reward for certain," the jouster laughed. "You go get dry and warm. Well done, both of you." The jousters and their dragon boys led the 2 dragons off to their meal and their warm wallows. Akhet Ten waited for Vash to get out of the way, then half-staggered through the rain to his side. He put a steadying arm around her, and to his joy, she not only did not object, but leaned into him. "I want heat," she croaked over the rain, "and I want to be dry again." He laughed. "Ha, me too," he agreed, and with heads bent against the downpour as the skies opened up again, they plodded back to their wing. Now there was nothing for it but to wait. Wait and see how far a plan could take them.